Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as an evil prodigy Uchiha with the inheritance system. The playlist is above, and without being let the tale begin. Chapter 171, Persuade the Clan. The dawn broke through the sky, waking up the sleeping Konoha. There was still residual fog in the air, and birds were chirping, shuttling back and forth, making their bodies a little wet, but it could not stop their early morning foraging pace. A new day came. Yuan Kong walked out of the green water and washed the potions on his body with water. The sunlight shone in through the bathroom vent, making Tsuruden's hair glow with a faint golden light. It was very beautiful. His originally thin and weak body had become a little stronger after these days of training, and the lines were even tougher. Tsuruden put on the clothes that Uchiha Tunan had specially prepared for him and came to the study. He saw Uchiha Tunan standing in front of the altar table, offering incense to the 3 rows of wood carvings with a solemn expression. His lips trembled slightly, as if he was praying for something. Tsuruden immediately said softly, "Tunan, I'll go back first." Uchiha Tunan lightly acknowledged and casually waved his empty hand, agreeing to his words. Tsuruden then dispelled his psychic technique and returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. Sigh. Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh. He looked at the 3 rows of wooden carvings in front of him and did not speak for a long time. In these 2 days, Uchiha Tunan went out to shop at dawn. However, these villagers did not dare to be impudent in front of Uchiha Tunan. Even when they discussed privately, they seemed very depressed. They were all afraid of Uchiha Tunan's strength, afraid that they would be heard by Uchiha Tunan due to their inappropriate words and end up with their heads separated. However, their restraint made Uchiha Tunan a little dissatisfied. If these villagers didn't use all their strength to scold him, how could they make his emotions fluctuate? He was about to reach that realm, and he was just short of a foot. Uchiha Tunan was a little anxious for them and murmured, "These guys, why did they lose the strength to insult White Fang? It doesn't make sense. I look much easier to talk to than White Fang." Uchiha Tunan was puzzled and thought about when he scared them so that they were so afraid of him. Is it because I am a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Tunan frowned and thought about a way to break the situation. Uchiha Tunan didn't need to think to know who the rumor was. The key point was that the other party was a little too weak. Was the ability to incite so bad? To be honest, Uchiha Tunan was wrong about Danzo. It wasn't that Danzo didn't want to continue increasing his strength. On the first day of the rumors, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been staring at him, and he didn't dare to move. Uchiha Tunan returned to the low table and sat down. He reached out to support his forehead and rubbed his temples with his thumb. It seemed that he could only rely on himself to make the rumors and curses more violent. This involved human nature. Human nature. Uchiha Tunan pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. The corners of his mouth gradually outlined. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and walked out of Uchiha's clan grounds with a depressed look on his face. After stepping out of the clan grounds, Uchiha Tunan turned into an alley. Immediately, several shadow clones were separated. After the shadow clones appeared, they transformed into the appearance of villagers. Not long later, Uchiha Tunan arrived at the bustling commercial street. There were both old and young people on the street. This was the most prosperous place in Konoha, and also the place with the largest flow of people. That guy is here again. So what if they are here? We can't do anything. That's right, forget it, forget it. Uchiha Tunan naturally heard these conversations and thought to himself. Forget it? How can we forget it? Hurry up and cheer up, Konoha's justice needs you to speak up and stand up. The next moment, an egg flew out of nowhere and slammed into Uchiha Tunan's head. The egg broke on Uchiha Tunan's head and fell to the ground. However, the egg fluid inside was hanging on Uchiha Tunan's head, and there were even a few broken eggshell. The egg fluid flowed to Uchiha Tunan's face, making him look extremely miserable. For a moment, the pedestrians on the commercial street all held their breaths, worried that the warrior who secretly threw the egg would be killed by Uchiha Tunan. However, Uchiha Tunan did not respond at all and continued to walk silently. However, his head was lower, and his expression was more depressed. Uchiha Tunan clenched his fists, but he had no intention of fighting back. A few seconds later, another egg came crashing down. As expected, Uchiha Tunan was hit again. This time, it hit Uchiha Tunan directly in the face. Some of the sharp eggshell left a mark on his face, and even blood was seeping out. "I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Besiege Orochimaru-sama. If you have the guts, fight him one-on-one." Not only did he kill Orochimaru-sama, he even used schemes to destroy Orochimaru-sama's reputation. The villagers saw that someone had taken the lead. It seemed that Uchiha Tunan was still angry but did not dare to say anything. It was obvious that he was afraid of the power of the masses. Immediately, the morale was high. He grabbed the things from the roadside stalls and threw them at Uchiha Tunan. For a time, eggs, fruits, vegetables, stones and all kinds of miscellaneous things bombarded Uchiha Tunan. At the same time, they kept shouting, "Get out of Konoha! Damn little brat Uchiha! Why don't you die? Uchiha's clan is all bastards." It was clear that some people cursed and cursed. Who is scolding Uchiha's clan? Suddenly, the scene was silent. A group of Konoha's garrison members rushed into the crowd and subdued the villagers who insulted Uchiha. The captain of the garrison glanced at the crowd coldly, scaring the surrounding villagers who lowered their heads and quickly fled the scene. He immediately snorted and came to Uchiha Tunan's side, saying in a low voice, "Tunan, are you all right?" No matter which side Uchiha Tunan stood on, he was still a member of Uchiha. This time, Uchiha Tunan killed Orochimaru, which was to give Uchiha's clan face. How could he let the villagers insult and abuse him like this? However, in the face of the concern of the captain, Uchiha Tunan slowly raised his head, glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and coldly said, "This is my business. There is no need for Uchiha's family to intervene. The villagers will understand me sooner or later." The captain of the guards was confused at first, but then he was furious. What kind of person is this? Others are insulting you, but you still protect them. Unreasonable. The guard captain took a deep breath and snorted. He turned to his teammates and said, "Let the villagers go. If we encounter such a thing in the future, we don't care." After that, he led the members of the guard team away. Chapter 172 Chaos. However, after being messed up by a few members of the garrison, the popularity that Uchiha Tunan had gathered with great difficulty had completely dissipated. Helpless, Uchiha Tunan could only walk towards another bustling commercial street. At the same time, the shadow clones that had secretly transformed into villagers also made preparations in advance. When Uchiha Tunan arrived at this commercial street, the same scene repeated again. However, this time, Konoha's garrison seemed to have received the news, and no one came to help Uchiha Tunan out. Even if they saw it, they just ignored it and hid far away. In order to increase the villagers' knowledge, Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone also specially used his last life's unique skill. "Your dad is a drunkard. Yo mama so fat. Your sister is so ugly. I will defile your sister. Your grandfather will not live for long. Your grandmother loves to stay overnight at my place. You are really like a dog when you are 50 years old and have no children. Your words are like farts. You don't belong here. You look like a retard. Your father can't move his walking stick. Your mother can't climb up social status. Your sister is not human. Your sister is as thin as a dog. F asterisk 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 U. A asterisk S asterisk O asterisk asterisk." Uchiha Tunan's clone was so sharp that the villagers were dumbfounded. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan had no reaction, the villagers' enthusiasm was also aroused. They racked their brains to find the most vicious words to insult Uchiha Tunan. They wanted to vent all the anger in their hearts on Uchiha Tunan. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had already walked to the center of a square. Seeing that the surrounding terrain was wide enough to accommodate enough people, they could let them attack as much as they wanted. When he stopped, he lowered his head and closed his eyes, opening his heart to feel the lethality of words. As time passed, more and more villagers joined in. All kinds of miscellaneous items were about to bury Uchiha Tunan. The villagers had never been so energetic in their lives, as if they had opened up the Ren and Du meridians, and they all opened their eyes. Many novel words were used. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had already emptied his mind, trying not to let his rationality suppress that pitiful bit of emotion. A little bit, just a little bit of anger would be enough to open the mangekyo. As countless insults and curses entered his ears, Uchiha Tunan's chest heaved up and down slightly faster. His fingers began to tremble instinctively. The 3 Magnetama Sharingan in his eyes had already opened on its own. Under the control of his emotion, the 3 Magnetama started to slowly rotate on their own. Asterisk 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 asterisk. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. The current Uchiha Tunan looked like a beggar. His originally refreshing hair, because of the many eggs that others threw, had been drenched in egg fluids on his head, sticking all his hair together, making him look battered and exhausted. There were even people who felt that throwing these vegetables would not vent their anger, so they took the basket in their hands and threw it at Uchiha Tunan. However, Uchiha Tunan only lowered his head even more, and his face was almost buried in his chest, but he did not make a sound. The abuse in his ears became louder and louder, and some people did not even finish a sentence before another sentence followed. It seemed that he was taking this opportunity to vent his anger for the rest of his life. The eyes of Uchiha Tunan were covered by his bangs, and the 3 Magnetama had already formed a circle. Uchiha Tunan only felt a drop of anger dripping from the eye power that was as vast as the sea. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into boiling hot oil. The eye power couldn't help but boil, surging towards the thin film in the darkness. Almost, just a little bit more. Beat him to death. Attack together, beat him to death. Under the encouragement of the shadow clone, a group of villagers rushed to Uchiha Tunan and punched him. Uchiha Tunan slowly knelt down, both hands on the ground, completely giving up on defense. Even the instinctive stimulation of chakra was suppressed. His arm rubbed against the already uneven ground, leaving a scar on his skin. More and more people wanted to come over and give a kick. He kicked Uchiha Tunan hard, landing on his head, stomach, and leg. Uchiha Tunan curled up on the ground, using his arms to block the people's punches and kicks. Bang! 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 Captain, are we really not going to help? At the end of the street, many Konoha's guards had gathered here. Seeing Uchiha Tunan in such a miserable state, some of the guards could not bear it. If he really wants to resist, he should have made his move. He is a fool. Don't worry about him. The captains did not think much of it. Then, they waved to the members and went to patrol other places. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been sending people to pay attention to Uchiha Tunan's news. What? The villagers are starting to attack Tunan. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard the latest news, he stood up and left the office in a flash. He was afraid that public opinion would hurt Uchiha Tunan, so he suppressed Danzo's behavior again and again. He thought that it would be fine after a while. However, he did not expect that things were getting worse and worse, and Uchiha Tunan was beaten and scolded in the street. In the square, the villagers were happy to vent their resentment on Uchiha Tunan. Rumble. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the clear sky, as if something difficult to tolerate had been born. A sense of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts spread through the hearts of every villager. These villagers could not help but stop their attacks, their bodies trembling instinctively. The sound of swallowing rose and fell. You! Why are you not fighting anymore? I'm tired. Ah! Someone shouted from the crowd, followed by panic. Everyone began to retreat, as if they were avoiding something terrifying. What are you shouting for? I don't know. At the same time, in another eternal and peaceful world. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook. Blood-red lightning flashed everywhere, as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. Countless cracks appeared on the earth, mountains collapsed, rivers changed paths. On the top of a mountain in the center of the world, Six Paths Immortal, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His hands quickly formed seals and slapped the ground. The entire world seemed to have been frozen by the sea-stabilizing needle. In an instant, it returned to calm, as if everything that had happened before was an illusion. A young man with white eyes came behind Six Paths Immortal and said in a deep voice, "I feel a splitting feeling. Is there someone in the younger generation of the ninja realm who has mastered the new Pure Land?" Six Paths Immortal shook his head and said, "Impossible. The Pure Land belongs to the mutation of the Imperial Sky. It is between reality and illusion. Even if there was another Otsutsuki clan who ate the chakra fruit and gave birth to a child, it would be very difficult for this ability to appear." Hagoromo Tsutsuki frowned and said, "The reason why it can affect the Pure Land is either in the ninja realm or in a planet very close to it." Six Path Immortal nodded and said, "When a new soul enters, we will know the situation of the ninja realm. When the chakra of Indra returns, I am ready to let him reincarnate. With their chakra reincarnated in the ninja realm, we can observe the movements of the ninja realm at any time." Six Paths looked at the sky and sighed. He couldn't figure out what was going on outside. It could actually cause chaos in the space between reality and illusion. It was as if they were being squeezed by the same thing. However, the ability of his eyes was unique according to the information in his bloodline. Chapter 173, Self-Directed and Self-Acted. In the square of the commercial street in Konoha. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, but there was a strange joy on his face. His body was riddled with scars, and there was still egg liquid dripping down from his head, but there was a strange smile on the corner of Uchiha Tunan's mouth. The reason that was forcibly suppressed to the extreme was released, and the insignificant anger in his heart was quickly extinguished. On the scarlet eyeball, a black magatama with a smaller head rotated around the center. And the missing part appeared in a symmetrical place in the center. If the entire eyeball was a circle, then the shape of this mangekyo was like the Taiji diagram of the previous life. In the darkness, a piece of information appeared in Uchiha Tunan's mind. This was information about the ability of his mangekyo Sharingan. However, the moment Uchiha Tunan received the information, the happiness on his face faded by more than half. Instead, a strange expression appeared on his face. He immediately tried to use the ability of his right eye. Uchiha Tunan suddenly opened his right eye, and the pattern of the mangekyo rapidly rotated. Strands of black air currents that no one could see flew out from the bodies of the surrounding villagers and were absorbed by Uchiha Tunan's right eye. The next moment, the surrounding villagers only felt that the fear in their hearts suddenly disappeared. There was not even a trace of evil in their hearts, only true kindness and beauty were left in their hearts. One by one, they looked at the trembling and small body of Uchiha Tunan in the pile of junk, and they could not bear it. "Tunan, we're here!" At this moment, several figures jumped down from the roofs on both sides. It was Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Seeing Uchiha Tunan in such a sorry state, Kushina quickly helped him up. "Tunan, are you all right?" Uchiha Tunan stood up, revealing a haggard and desolate face. He stared at Kushina with confused eyes and said, "Nei-san, did I do something wrong? Why do everyone blame me?" Uchiha Tunan's body shook slightly, as if he was seriously injured. Seeing Uchiha Tunan like this, Kushina felt a heart-wrenching pain. She pulled him into her arms, patted his back and said, "You didn't do anything wrong. Someone must be secretly sowing discord in this matter." Beside him, Kakashi saw the always positive and optimistic Uchiha Tunan so miserable and helpless. He immediately pulled out his blade and stood in front of Uchiha Tunan, staring coldly at the villagers. It was as if Kakashi would kill anyone who dared to come forward without hesitation. Even Obito, Minato, and Rin had a tacit understanding to turn their backs to Uchiha Tunan and protect him in the middle with Kakashi. Minato said in a deep voice, "Tunan, you have to cheer up." Facing Minato and the others, the villagers who had no resentment in their hearts looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Let's leave. I feel that what I did just now was too much. It seems a bit wrong to leave. Continue to insult them, and the anger in my heart has long been vented." Uchiha Tunan had already achieved his goal, so he naturally did not need to continue to take the initiative to be scolded. What he needed to do now was to move back to his character setting and see if he could use the guilty hearts of these villagers to gain some recognition. The method was also very simple. He pulled up the topic and changed the topic. Then, he found the pain points of a villager and repeatedly poked them a few times. If he poked them and hurt them, they would naturally stand on Uchiha Tunan's side. Uchiha Tunan broke free from Kushina's arms, staggering away from Kakashi and Minato. He came to the villagers, took a deep breath, put his hands on his knees, and bowed deeply. "Hello, uncles, aunties, and seniors. I want to ask you, what do you think I did wrong? You can point it out. If it really is my fault, I am willing to accept the punishment." Uchiha Tunan bit his lips, as if he was trying his best to endure the grievances in his heart. Kushina looked at Uchiha Tunan's weak back and could not help but take a few steps forward. "Tunan." However, Minato grabbed her hand and whispered, "Let Tunan handle it. Let's not disturb him. I believe he can do it." Minato looked at the back of Uchiha Tunan. Suddenly, the first time they met, Uchiha Tunan said that his dream was to gain the approval of the entire village. "Tunan, you can definitely do it," Minato thought to himself. The villagers who had long lost their resentment were silent, and no one answered. At this time, the shadow clone that had transformed into a villager walked out. He pointed at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Why did you kill Orochimaru?" This time, the shadow clone became the representative of the villagers. The outcome was already decided. Uchiha Tunan said in a low voice, "Because Orochimaru-sama secretly captured the villagers to do live experiments." Uchiha Tunan specially changed the concept of human experiments to live experiments. It also reflected Orochimaru's cruelty and ruthlessness. The shadow clone snorted and said loudly, "So what? What's the purpose of Orochimaru's experiment?" "It must be to develop new ninjutsu and benefit Konoha. With new ninjutsu, many people will survive in the next war. If Orochimaru needs it, I'm willing to be the first to sacrifice myself. This is the will of fire I hold, don't you think?" The shadow clone threw the topic onto the villagers behind him. The villagers felt that what he said was wrong. Living experiments were definitely a crime, but the shadow clone asked if he was willing to sacrifice himself for the village. It was definitely inappropriate to say no at this time. One by one, they replied in embarrassment. Yeah. It should be." Uchiha Tunan looked around the crowd and nodded gently. "Is that so? It seems that I am different from the will of fire that you understand. The will of fire that I adhere to is that everyone in Konoha village is equal, regardless of whether they are ninjas or commoners. There is no distinction between high and low. The old, weak, sick, and disabled are the targets that we have to protect. But that day, I sneaked into Orochimaru-sama's lab. I saw babies and even a few pregnant women in the container full of green solution. I don't know how sad the families who lost their children and pregnant wives are. I admit that I lost my mind at that time. I just want to kill the demon with the human face and seek justice for those babies who have not yet seen the prosperity of the world." Uchiha Tunan had two central thoughts in this sentence. One was to express his importance to the villagers, and the other was to express Orochimaru's cruelty. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, the villagers all frowned and remained silent. However, it was obviously not enough. The shadow clone said aggressively, "Orochimaru-sama has done a great job. Without him, who knows how many people will die during the war. He saved so many people, so killing a few newborn babies and pregnant women is no big deal. People die every day in the world, so it's better to die a few now than a pile of them in the future. Chapter 174 All according to plan. Bastard. Obito, who was standing behind Uchiha Tunan, couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his fist and wanted to smash this cold-blooded villager to death. Minato grabbed the back of Obito's collar and stopped him. The shadow clone glanced sideways at Obito, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, and said with a face full of disdain, "Little brat, this is irrational thinking. It's useless to act on impulse. If you can't stand it yourself, you can only represent yourself. You can't represent everyone. We are all willing to forgive Orochimaru, and even offer ourselves." After saying that, he deliberately chose a villager with a pregnant wife and said, "Brother, come here for a moment." The villager pointed to his nose with a confused face and said, "Me? Oh!" Then he whispered a few words to his wife beside him and came to the shadow clone. The shadow clone immediately asked, "If the village is in danger, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the village?" The villager scratched his head awkwardly. In public, especially in front of his wife, he had to show off. If he said he didn't want to, he would be stabbed in the back. He immediately said in a voice so thin that it could not be heard, "I am willing." Although the voice was soft, everyone present still heard it. The shadow clone looked at Uchiha Tunan proudly, his face full of arrogance. Then he continued to ask the villager, "In the same situation, sacrificing your wife and children is no problem, right?" The villager was stunned and shook his head repeatedly. "That won't do. I can sacrifice myself, but I will protect my family even if I have to risk my life." The shadow clone heard this and said. He immediately looked at the man with disgust and snorted, "Humph. You ignorant fellow, you don't have any awareness at all. If it were for me, I would be willing to sacrifice my family to illuminate the entire village." After saying that, he raised his head and selected the next lucky audience member among the crowd. "Brother over there, come over for a moment." However, the villagers who were selected did not move at all. They stood where they were and shook their heads like rattled drums. "I won't come over. Anyway, I don't want to die. Whoever is willing to sacrifice should go. My parents only have me as their son. If I die, they will die of sadness." This person's words immediately resonated with the villagers. Everyone nodded in agreement. The shadow clone's face was full of embarrassment and anger. This was Uchiha Tunan's acting. As his opponent, he would definitely not lose. Explaining anything was fake, and most importantly, it was the feeling of the masses. With the addition of a roll call, no one would be able to escape. Whoever dared to say that they were willing to sacrifice their family today would be looked down upon by the villagers tomorrow. If they were willing to abandon their family, there was nothing they could not do. Now that the representative who was opposing Uchiha Tunan had been defeated, most of the villagers already felt that they were wrong. However, due to face, they did not know what to do. At this time, what Uchiha Tunan had to do was to find a way out for them. Humans had self-protection mechanisms, and it was difficult to admit that they had done something wrong. Because once they admitted that they had done something wrong, it would be considered as denying themselves, which was against their instincts. Uchiha Tunan wanted them to know that they were right. The one who was wrong was someone else. Even if you are really wrong, it is also wrong that the information is not equal. The shadow clone pointed at the villagers behind him. "You!" Uchiha Tunan immediately took a step forward and said to the shadow clone, "Do you have a family? Can you let me see them? I am an orphan. I have not married yet." The shadow clone said firmly, "Not now. I can sacrifice myself sometimes in the future." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. So that's how it is. The reason why this person is so extreme is because he does not know the importance of his family. This kind of person has never experienced the care of his family, so his thoughts are not up to standard. I am different from him. In an instant, the villagers completely separated from the Shadow Clone camp. Uchiha Tunan stared straight at the Shadow Clone and said, "It just so happens that there are many medical ninjutsu in Konoha's hospital that have to stop being developed because there are no experimental subjects. Since you are willing to sacrifice yourself for the village, you can go to the hospital to register now." The Shadow Clone still said firmly, "I have no problem. As long as you admit your mistake and give everyone an explanation, I will go to the hospital immediately." Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, "Okay, then let your body come over first. Also, your transformation technique is very clumsy." Minato naturally saw that the Shadow Clone was constantly maintaining a weak chakra fluctuation, and immediately said, "It turns out that you have been secretly instigating the villagers to spread the rumors these days." The Shadow Clone's face immediately changed greatly. He took a few steps back and said, "Damn it. Retreat." As soon as his voice fell, the Shadow Clone, along with many villagers in the crowd, turned into a cloud of white smoke. Bang, bang, bang. The villagers came to their senses one after another. Good fellow, it turned out that someone was secretly sowing discord, inverting black and white. Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh and said to everyone, "Everyone, I know that you have been bewitched. In fact, there are many ninjas involved in this human experiment in secret. It's just that they are too secretive and have not been found out. I know that there will definitely be people who hate me and want to avenge me. Therefore, I have been wandering around the village these days because I wanted to find those people in the dark. I just didn't expect that everyone would be so angry with me. I apologize to everyone here. I was too young and impulsive about the matter of Orochimaru." After that, Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply to the villagers. The villagers felt guilty and said, "Tunan, don't say that. I was too stupid and didn't know that I was used. We should apologize to you. You were helping us, but we blamed you wrongly. Yes, if not for you, our family would have been captured to do live experiments at any time. You helped us eliminate the danger and avenge the innocent people who died. We should thank you." Suddenly, a kind-hearted villager knelt on the ground and poked his head on the ground. With the leader gone, the sheep effect naturally appeared. "Please forgive us. Please forgive us." One by one, the villagers who felt guilty all knelt down and asked for Uchiha Tunan's forgiveness. Seeing the people around them all kneel down and admit their mistakes, the villagers who originally thought that this was just a small matter and did not need to kneel down to admit their mistakes also knelt down. After all, everyone had done it together. Others knew how to admit their mistakes, but if they didn't, it would be too outrageous. Soon, all the villagers knelt down, and the atmosphere was lifted. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan was secretly delighted in his heart. "Very good, we can begin to harvest the recognition." Chapter 175 Eye of the Demon. Uchiha Tunan immediately said with a terrified face, "Get up quickly. I am a junior. How can I accept it?" As he spoke, he quickly started from the nearest villagers to help them up. He appeared to be at a loss as if he wanted to kneel down with them in the next second. As Uchiha Tunan supported the villagers, he said in a sincere tone, "Protecting everyone in the village is my duty as a ninja. This is what I should do. You don't know ninjutsu, and you are deceived by the bad guys in the dark. I can only say that the bad guys are too cunning. Auntie, you are pregnant. Don't affect the child in your stomach." Seeing how magnanimous and considerate Uchiha Tunan was, everyone was filled with guilt and gratitude. At this moment, the past events of Uchiha, who had always been well known in the village, constantly appeared in their minds. Everything in the past was only limited to rumors. But now, he could feel Uchiha Tunan's excellent qualities and noble moral integrity. Ding, gain the recognition of the villager A. Ding, gain the recognition of villager B. Ding, gain the recognition of villager C. Hearing the continuous sounds of agreement, Uchiha Tunan was ecstatic. Today, not only did he wake up his mangekyo, but he also gained a lot of recognition. Although these people were all civilians, it was better than nothing. Moreover, Konoha's civilians were different from the trash outside. Either he refined chakra when he was young, or he knew some simple ninjutsu like the 3 techniques. Or he had spent a lot of money to move in. If he had the money to enter Konoha, then he was definitely an elite ninja, so there must be something outstanding about him. Everyone, get up, I'm fine. I know that you just don't know the cause and effect of the matter. Uchiha Tunan resisted the ecstasy in his heart, and his face still showed a look of being flattered. Under Uchiha Tunan's constant request, the villagers also stood up, but their faces were still full of guilt. Behind them, Kushina and Minato looked at Uchiha Tunan's back, and their mouths could not help but curve slightly. Kushina looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was in a sorry state, and at this moment, she felt that he seemed to be taller than anyone else. Uchiha Tunan's head was full of vegetable leaves and eggs, and he did not even have time to tidy them up. His exposed arms were also full of scars, and his body was blue and purple. All of them were from the villagers, but Uchiha Tunan was now suffering from this pain, but he forgave and helped the people who hurt him. No matter who it was, after knowing this, they would definitely be moved. Thinking of this, Kushina murmured, "Tunan is really amazing. It's hard to imagine that he has experienced so many things, but he can still maintain a kind heart." Minato revealed a gratified smile and whispered, "I think that Tunan is probably the prophesied child of Jiraiya-sensei. He can bring peace to the world in the future." Kushina thought about it and then nodded firmly. He will definitely be able to do it. Ding! Obtain Uzumaki Kushina's recognition. Ding! Obtain Minato's recognition. Uchiha Tunan's action of supporting the villagers paused slightly, but he did not show any abnormalities. Very good, I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. Old man Danzo is really my lucky star. After Naruto, this Asura, was born, the Flying Thunder God and the Uzumaki clan sealing technique would be obtained. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi led a group of Dark Group to appear in the square. As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared, he grabbed Uchiha Tunan's hand and said with a worried face, "Tunan, are you alright?" Ever since he found out that Uchiha Tunan had been abused and beaten by many villagers, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been very worried about Uchiha Tunan's safety. He rushed over in a hurry, afraid that something would happen to Uchiha Tunan. It was unknown when, but in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, Uchiha Tunan's status was already higher than anyone else. When Uchiha Tunan saw Hiruzen Sarutobi coming over, he smiled warmly and said, "Teacher, I'm fine. Please get everyone up." Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced sideways and saw that most of the villagers were still kneeling on the ground. At this time, an assassin came to Hiruzen Sarutobi and whispered a few words in his ear. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows and looked at Uchiha Tunan with a gratified expression. Then he said to the kneeling villagers, "Cough, cough, you all get up. It seems that the misunderstanding has been explained clearly. Everyone, don't take this matter to heart. I will make one last statement. He brought this upon himself. Even if Tunan did not kill him, I will kill him myself." When Hiruzen Sarutobi personally spoke, all the villagers obediently stood up and looked at Uchiha Tunan apologetically. Hiruzen Sarutobi sized up Uchiha Tunan's entire body. Seeing that he looked battered and exhausted, he said considerately, "Tunan, you go back and rest first. Leave the rest to me." Uchiha Tunan nodded and waved to Minato and the others. "Minato-sensei, Kushina-senpai, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, thank you. I'll go back first. See you next time." After that, he turned and walked toward the welfare home. A large group of villagers automatically moved out of the way, as if they were looking at Uchiha Tunan. When Uchiha Tunan passed by them, he also gave them a kind smile. Ding, gain the recognition of Villager D. Ding, gain the approval of Villager E. After returning to the welfare home, Uchiha Tunan first went to the bathroom to take a bath. In the smoky bathroom, Uchiha Tunan leaned against the edge of the pool. He lowered his head and looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan reflected in the water. He muttered. How can it be this shape? It's a bit out of line. Other people's mangekyo turned like a windmill, and his mangekyo turned black as soon as it turned. The thought of good and evil, good words and evil deeds, good deeds and disgusting, worthy of being the eye of the soul, it also matches the actual situation. Uchiha Tunan looked at the reflection of the mangekyo for a long time, and could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Other people's mangekyo Sharingan were named after the name of gods. And Uchiha Tunan's mangekyo Sharingan was named after the name of the demon. The eye technique of the left eye was called Shuten. In the legend of Shuten Doji, he can control hundreds of ghosts, and he is the head of the ghost clan. The left eye contained a world that was between reality and illusion, and could accommodate dead souls. The souls that existed inside would gradually spread out their soul origin for Uchiha Tunan to absorb. When you actively use the alcohol swallowing technique, you can absorb nearby spiritual bodies and introduce them into the pupil space. The art of the right eye is called the Tamamo no Mei. The legendary Tamamo no Mei is a golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox. It likes to absorb the essence of humans. And after Uchiha Tunan opened his right eye, he could absorb the negative energy of the nearby creatures. If it was for someone else, this move would be completely useless. It would be fine if he used it to treat the depressed people. But for Uchiha Tunan, who had mastered the cultivation method of immortals, this was a precious skill. With this eye technique, Uchiha Tunan could easily absorb a large amount of emotional force. He could also use the emotional force as a guide to absorb the natural force between heaven and earth. This way, there would be no shortage of immortal arts energy. As for the Susanoo of his mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Tunan was also different from others. Using both eyes together could indeed summon Gundam. But it was not Susanoo that was summoned, but the great Tengu. Sasuke and Madara's Susanoo advanced to the point where they are called Tengu. The Tengu was between demons and gods, and most of them were in the shape of a warrior. But the great Tengu was the legendary number 1 demon, known as the number 1 vengeful spirit of 8 million gods. It was rumored that the great Tengu was formed by an emperor. The emperor had entered the temple to cultivate, but after that, he turned into a Yiksha. Before he died, he used his own blood to write a curse on the Buddhist scriptures. After that, he transformed into the great heavenly Tengu. Because of this, Uchiha Tunan's great heavenly eye technique had 5 forms. Bone form, all in all. Buddha form, strengthens defense. Yiksha form, strengthen attack. Tengu form, human warrior form, has a chance of awakening a spirit weapon. Heavenly Tengu, externally arms, all attributes are greatly enhanced. Chapter 176, Cherish the Moment. Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes and soaked his body in the water. The warm water rose and fell on Uchiha Tunan's neck. The entire pool was steaming, and it seemed a little hazy, making people unable to see his face. Thinking about the newly awakened kaleidoscope today, Uchiha Tunan sighed. This kaleidoscope skill was not bad, but the name was a little too demonic. It could be said to be the eye of the demon, and others knew that they were not good people when they heard it. How could that work? He would definitely show it in front of people in the future, and he had to give it a name that sounded full of justice. Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had already thought of a few very good names. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan remembered that his left eye still contained a space between the real and the fake. Immediately, the kaleidoscope in Uchiha Tunan's left eye spun rapidly, turning completely black. It was as if his mind was being pulled towards a space in the darkness. When Uchiha Tunan came back to his senses, he found that he was looking down at the entire space from the perspective of the sky. Most of the colors were dark and mixed together, giving off a depressing and terrifying atmosphere. Inside the space was the blood-red sky, and the pitch-black earth was occasionally burning with green flames. The black mountain peak stood tall, but there was no sign of life on it. It was steep and dangerous. The red lava left behind from the top of the mountain flowed towards the center of the space like a river. The entire space revealed an ominous and desperate aura. After a while, Uchiha Tunan came out of the space of his left eye. He put away the kaleidoscope and touched his chin. He had thought that it would be a space like the Pure Land. It seemed to be similar to Hell. Who? Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh. Before awakening the kaleidoscope, he had been looking forward to it. However, after awakening the kaleidoscope, he suddenly felt that it was just like that. It felt a little dull and tasteless. It did not give him a very surprised feeling. It was just ordinary. It was fine for his left eye to absorb the soul and provide the soul origin. As long as his life origin kept up, he could basically achieve longevity long-term vision. Even if he didn't know how to improve his life source for the time being, he could at most study Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation. Uchiha Tunan didn't think this was a bad path. As long as he could live, it was more important than anything else. His right eye was still fine, absorbing negative emotions and allowing him to cultivate immortal arts energy without limit. However, these two eye arts were useless in battle. He couldn't just absorb the negative emotions of the other party when fighting with others and then let the other party keep calm and attack him. If he wanted to use the kaleidoscope to fight, only the Great Tengu would be useful. It seemed that he had to reap the recognition to strengthen his strength. Speaking of which, he had received a lot of recognition today, but the strength of those villagers was average. Uchiha Tunan frowned and pondered. Gradually, a thought flashed through his mind and he muttered, "Maybe I should change my mind. Cherish the present and don't bite off more than you can chew. Help those who agree with me fly higher and go further. In this way, their strength will steadily increase and Uchiha Tunan will be able to reap the benefits. At that time, his strength will definitely improve greatly." After thinking about it, Uchiha Tunan got up from the pool and put on his bathrobe. He went to the window and looked at the sky outside. Let's wait until it gets dark. It's easy to handle things when it gets dark. In the evening, Uchiha Tunan left the Welfare Institute and went to Uchiha's home. He summoned Tsuruten as usual and transformed his body with him. After Uchiha Tunan's modification was completed, he dressed neatly and left the house. He turned into a black shadow and blended into the night. Late at night, the moon flickered under the clouds. Under the cold moonlight, the whole village was sprinkled with a layer of filter. Even if there was no snow in the winter of Konoha, it was still a bit cold. Many insects and birds did not come out to take action. The whole village was silent, only the cold wind was whistling and the leaves were rustling. In a house, a big man was sleeping soundly on the bed, and the snoring echoed throughout the bedroom. It was also because he had the habit of snoring that his wife had been sleeping in separate rooms with him very early on. The windows of the bedroom were tightly closed, so as to avoid the cold winter wind blowing into the warm room. The cold wind blew, causing the bare branches outside the window to sway incessantly, playing a terrifying music. In the warm bedroom, the quilt had already been kicked away by the big man, and he was lying on his back. His round and fat belly was moving up and down, accompanied by snoring, as if he was sleeping very well. At this time, a human shadow gradually climbed up the window. The shadow blocked the window, blocking the moonlight that came in, and the bedroom seemed to be consumed by darkness. Huff, huff. The cold wind swept over, and the big man in his sleep instinctively frowned, his arms folded in front of his chest. However, in the next moment, the cold feeling disappeared, and the big man's frown gradually eased. Suddenly, the big man opened his eyes. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the dazzling sunlight shone through the window into the big man's eyes. The big man couldn't help but reach out to block his eyes. He got up and went to the window, pushing it open. The moist and slightly warm wind brushed past his face like silk. In the winter, today was a rare day for the sun to rise. The sun passed through a cloud and shone on the earth. The mist in the early morning had dispersed, and there were still crystal-clear water droplets hanging on the grass, giving off vitality. The sun was not too warm in the winter air, but it was still warm. The big man could not help but show an expression of enjoyment. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "The weather is really good." At this moment, the big man found that in the bright and beautiful sky, a floating cloud gradually floated down. The big man looked at the cloud that was getting closer and closer to him, and his eyes almost fell out. He said with astonishment, "The cloud fell down." In an instant, the entire cloud enveloped the house where the big man was. It was as if he was in a thick fog. The big man immediately closed the window and went to the room next to him to call his wife out to see this wonderful scene together. However, what was strange was that, not to mention his wife, the children in the house had also disappeared. Just as the big man was feeling strange, the laughter of his wife and child came from the fog outside the room. The big man breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his lips. He opened the door of the room and stepped into the fog. But the moment the big man entered the fog, it seemed to be isolated from the whole world. All the sounds around him disappeared. However, the fog was bright and white, and the big man did not have a bad feeling. After walking for a long time, the big man found that the scenery in front of him became clear. The fog seemed to be afraid of something, and it retreated to the sides. In front of him was a lush green grass, and an old man with a young face and white hair was standing on the grass with a cane, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 177, High-Level Spy. The big man looked at the old man in front of him with vigilance. The old man smiled kindly and said with appreciation in his eyes, "Little guy, you are a kind person. I'll leave this forbidden power to you. I'm going to leave this place. I hope that after I leave, you can take my place and protect Konoha." With that, the old man pointed his cane at the big man. A golden light shot out from the cane and shone on the big man's heart. The big man felt an unbearable pain in his heart and immediately fell to the ground, rolling and howling. "Little guy, hold on. You are the chosen one. I believe you can succeed. Remember, don't let others know that you possess a forbidden power. Otherwise, people will be jealous and kill you." The big man only felt that his vision was spinning, and the intense pain made him want to smash his head into death. Gradually, the big man felt his vision go black, and his body felt weightless. The old man and the fog all disappeared, as if he would arrive in hell in the next second. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded in his mind. The big man suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed in shock. Hoo-hoo! The big man took a few deep breaths and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked out the window and saw that the moonlight was clear and calm. The cold wind blew in from outside, making the big man feel cold all over. The big man breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. So it was a dream. Suddenly, the big man frowned and raised his head. He jumped off the bed and walked slowly to the window. The window was open, and there was no trace on the windowsill. The big man clearly remembered that he closed the window before sleeping. "Did I forget to close the window?" The big man frowned and looked at the moon in the sky, deep in thought. Suddenly, the big man seemed to think of something. He suddenly pulled open the collar of his pajamas, revealing his strong chest. He saw a golden red mark flashing on his chest. It seemed to be emitting a warm current that gradually spread throughout his body. Just now. It wasn't a dream. The big man looked at the mark on his chest with his mouth wide open. He tried to extend his hands and form a clone mark that had been unfamiliar for a long time. Bang! White smoke rose from the side of the big man and an identical clone appeared. The big man was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned into ecstasy. At this moment, there was only one sentence in the big man's heart. "I was chosen by this world." Soon after, in the land of Uchiha Tunan took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark and returned home. Tsunade, whose innate talent had improved, no longer needed to spend an entire night in a bath. After he finished cultivating and saw that Uchiha Tunan was not around, he consciously dispelled the spirit communication technique and returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. Uchiha Tunan took advantage of the fact that he still had a bit of time to rest and went to the bedroom to lie down. Tonight, a total of 6 people who agreed with him had planted a cursed seal. With the cursed seal, their constitution would gradually assimilate into Uchiha Tunan. Although there was a limit to the assimilation, it could also change their talent, allowing them to become ninjas. The main reason was that there was a certain risk in accepting the curse seal. Uchiha Tunan had to guard them until they made it through before leaving. Otherwise, once someone died, the matter of the curse seal could very likely be exposed. Uchiha Tunan also took the opportunity to operate in the dream, making them think that they had encountered a fortuitous encounter. People were selfish. For things like fortuitous encounters, they would subconsciously keep it a secret. This kind of curse seal was not the curse seal of heaven and earth. When the time was up, the curse seal would continue to lurk. Unless Uchiha Tunan activated it, it would not appear at all. Moreover, most of the abilities of the curse seal were reflected in control. The principle of control was very similar to the seal of the curse. As long as Uchiha Tunan wanted to, he could kill them at any time without anyone knowing. Whoever dared to tell others about the curse seal, their brain would be destroyed in an instant and they would die inexplicably. If such a thing happened in Konoha, there would be people who would take the blame for themselves. This was called real food, and it could be eaten at any time. It was like planting crops, planting seeds. When the season came, they would be able to harvest a lot of food. Early morning. Uchiha Tunan came to the Welfare Institute and removed his shadow clone as usual. Then, he created another shadow clone to take care of Lil Yanba. His main body came to the outside of the room and looked at Might and his father, who were training hard on the open space of the Welfare Institute, as well as the old people who were gathered together. With a new method of planting food, Uchiha Tunan looked down on these old people. As they were getting older, they would not have much time to cultivate even if they planted a curse seal on them. Moreover, with their physiques, they might not be able to withstand the pain and die immediately. It was better to keep them. After all, Uchiha Tunan felt that his strength was not very rich yet. Although these rations weren't edible, they still couldn't be wasted. If he had the time, he should use his shadow clone to comfort them and give them an old art group to increase their specialty skills. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan felt a stream of chakra enter the Welfare Institute. He immediately turned his head and looked at the entrance of the Welfare Institute. He saw a yellow-haired woman wearing black-rimmed glasses smile at him, and then leisurely walked over. Uchiha Tunan also narrowed his eyes, reached out to hold the gold-rimmed glasses, and smiled gently at her. The yellow-haired woman came to Uchiha Tunan's side, and said in a gentle voice, "Hello, my name is Pharmacist Nan Yakushi. I was the director of the orphanage assigned by the higher-ups in Konoha. Now that the orphanage has been disbanded, the higher-ups have asked me to be your assistant. Tunan-kun, please advise me." Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and said softly, "Great, I don't know how to take care of children. I have always been in a hurry. Senior Nan Yakushi is very good at taking care of children at a glance. I have to ask you often. Tunan-kun, you're exaggerating. You defeated Orochimaru-sama," she said with a gentle smile. "Moreover, I'm only a few years older than you, so you can just call me by my name." While chatting, Uchiha Tunan quickly recalled the past events of the pharmacist. After discovering that she didn't seem to have any special blood and ninjutsu, he lost interest in continuing to chat with her. He opened the door and said, "Come in and take a look at Yenbo first. He is the only child in the orphanage now." Nan Yakushi followed Uchiha Tunan into the room. He just happened to see Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone with a focused face, changing the diaper for little Yenbo. Nan Yakushi saw the skilled technique of the shadow clone and said with a surprised expression, "Tunan-kun seems to like children very much. He is much more attentive than me. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be too tiring for Tunan-kun to use the shadow clone to take care of children? The side effects of the shadow clone are very big." Uchiha Tunan gently shook his head and said, "Fortunately, I usually need to cultivate, so I can only use this method. It doesn't matter if he is a little tired, as long as he can grow up healthily." Nan Yakushi glanced at Uchiha Tunan as if he had seen a kindred spirit. I've heard about you recently. Everyone thinks highly of you. Uchiha Tunan said softly. It's just an empty title. Since you're here, then I'll lead Yenbo to you and let him familiarize himself with you. I can take care of the elders. Non? Yakushi replied with a serious expression. I will do my best to take good care of him. I believe in you. Uchiha Tunan nodded and removed his shadow clone, leaving Non? Yakushi alone in the room. When Uchiha Tunan walked out of the room, his eyes instantly turned cold. As a spy from Root, Non? Yakushi had still appeared. It was estimated that Non? Yakushi had come to the Welfare Institute with a mission to monitor him. Of course, this should be a long-term mission, giving back his daily actions to Danzo. How about plan to kill pharmacist Non? Yakushi? When Hiruzen asked, he directly slandered that Non? Yakushi was a spy in the enemy village. If someone dared to speak on behalf of the dead pharmacist Non? Yakushi. Uchiha Tunan could ask the Yamanaka clan to search the memory of Non? Yakushi in front of everyone. In any case, Non? Yakushi definitely had the seal of the extinctive tongue, and when the time came, they wouldn't be able to find anything. If they couldn't find anything, then it would be the most advantageous evidence. When Uchiha Tunan thought of this, he couldn't help but reach out and rub his chin, then give up on this plan. There was a problem with his train of thought. He now belonged to the ceiling level of Konoha. He needed to change his way of thinking, and there was no need to spend so much effort to frame and kill a little ninja. Anyway, she could not detect what he wanted to do. Since she was Danzo's spy, why not use her to let Danzo know something he wanted to know? This is the best plan. It seems that I have been staying up too late recently and my head is not shining. Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head. He walked towards the orphanage. He was ready to get close to the father and son and the old people. Chapter 178 Furious Sarutobi. Several days passed in a row. During the day, Uchiha Tunan spent the day in the Welfare Institute with the father and son, as well as the old men. In the face of Uchiha Tunan's well-being and caring, almost every day or two, there would be an old man who surrendered. As for the father and son pair, who were simple-minded, they naturally could not escape. Uchiha Tunan didn't use any special moves at all. He just helped them economically. By the way, he exchanged moves with them and easily won their recognition. There was no other way, because Uchiha Tunan's reputation in Konoha was like the sun in the sky. Anyone who mentioned Uchiha Tunan's deeds would give a thumbs up and praise. With the disparity in status and strength, coupled with a good reputation, it was much easier to gain the approval of the simple-minded people. Every night, after Uchiha Tunan and Yuan Kong underwent the transformation of the soft body, they would plant seeds of hope for those rations. Recently, all the ninja books in Konoha's bookstore were basically robbed every day. They were all bought by those rations to go home to study. They were just like Uchiha Tunan, who just had a system eager for power. On this day, in the conference room of the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the seat of honor, smoking a cigarette, his fingers tapping on the table. Danzo, explain this matter to Daimyo. I believe he will agree. Danzo sat in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi with no expression on his face. He glanced at the two sides of the room, not saying a word, like a quail, water valve and a little spring. I know. Uchiha Tunan is indeed not suitable to participate in the Honor Chunin competition. I will send someone to inform you later. By the way, who will be the candidate? The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth slightly raised, and he spat out a mouthful of smoke. Kakashi, his strength is good. Although he is young. The younger he is, the more he can show the strength of our Konoha. Danzo thought for a moment and shook his head. Kakashi is not suitable. What do you mean? Seeing that Danzo denied his opinion, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. All of a sudden, the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop a little. Danzo lowered his eyes and said indifferently, Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of competing with you in terms of candidates. But Kakashi was White Fang's son. According to the investigation, the lightning ninjutsu that Abe Akira used was very similar to White Fang's secret technique. I'm worried that it will cause a misunderstanding in the fire capital. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said, "Oh? Why didn't I know about this? You actually hid it from me. There is no need to tell you about this. After all, I saw that you finally forgot about this matter, so it is not good for you to mention it in front of you, which will bring up your sad thoughts." Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was currently at his peak, Danzo could only avoid him and said in a deep voice. Previously, the daimyo suspected that White Fang was Abe Akira. The reason they gave was that White Fang might have a grudge against Konoha. Therefore, he disguised himself as Abe Akira to bewitch Shinnosuke to kill the former, so as to sow discord between the daimyo and Konoha. In addition, my subordinate told me that he had seen White Fang use a similar lightning escape secret skill in mission. I also thought it was possible. So I investigated in private and ruled out this possibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. You dug White Fang's grave? I just wanted to confirm that White Fang is really dead. Danzo spread out his hands and said innocently, I just wanted to collect a sample of the corpse to confirm that White Fang is really dead. Don't worry, I won't do that kind of thing. After all, White Fang is a hero of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep look at Danzo, and finally chose to quiet down. He took a deep breath and said, Since it's not White Fang, what's the problem with letting Kakashi go? Danzo sneered and said in a strange tone. Kakashi is a good kid. I don't want him to become the target of anger for the daimyo. The daimyo should not be the kind of person who talks about evidence. Hiruzen, when did you become so naive? If you want to take the opportunity to get rid of Kakashi, I have no objections. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he felt that Danzo's words made sense. He immediately nodded in agreement. All right, I will look for a Sarutobi clan member tomorrow. When the time comes, report the name of the candidate. After the matter was settled, Danzo was too lazy to continue to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi's face and immediately left. Not long later, Hiruzen Sarutobi also returned to the office from the conference room. He leaned back in his chair and thought about the information that Danzo had revealed today. He muttered. Where did White Fang get the lightning escape secret skill from? It should have been obtained on the battlefield. No, he should have gone deep into the enemy to carry out missions to obtain such a powerful secret skill. Where did he go during the Second Ninja World War? Hiruzen Sarutobi only thought about it and found that White Fang had been to almost every village during the war. After all, White Fang was good at collecting information and assassination abilities, so basically all the missions he carried out were the enemy's rear missions. And the so-called Thunder Escape secret art might be the spoils of war White Fang had taken when he was on a mission. For things like spoils of war, the village usually turned a blind eye to it and would not ask about it. It should be Hidden Cloud Village. After thinking about it, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to place Abe Akira's identity on Hidden Cloud Village. After all, only Hidden Cloud Village would have such a powerful lightning secret technique. This is a bit troublesome. Those boorish fellows estimate that ordinary diplomatic methods are useless against them. Unless they start a war. Shinnosuke, Asuma. When the next war begins, I will avenge you. A trace of guilt flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. It had only been a short while since his two sons had died, yet he had actually almost forgotten about them. He immediately pulled open the drawer and was about to take a look at their photos and reminisce about it. As soon as he pulled open the drawer, he found a photo lying in the middle of it. It was the graduation photo of the day Uchiha Tunan became a genin. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and picked up the photo to take a look. In the photo, Uchiha Tunan had a calm smile on his face. Looking at the photo, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but smile. He thought of the positive comments about Uchiha Tunan in the village during this period of time. This child. It really made people worry. Hiruzen Sarutobi put the photos on the desk and continued to search for the photos of Shinosuke and Asuma in the drawer. But after searching for a long time, he could not find them. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi remember that when he was afraid of seeing things and thinking about people, he seemed to have put their photos back home. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty, feeling that he had let down his two sons a little. If he couldn't see his two sons, then he would look at his enemies. Hiruzen Sarutobi took out Abe Akira's information. The two photos came into view. One was black and white, and the other was colored. The people in the two photos were exactly the same, but after Uchiha Tunan's reminder, Hiruzen Sarutobi paid attention to his eyes. When he looked at them, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if he had discovered something, and his eyes gradually narrowed. The eyes were indeed different, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the pupils of the eyes in the two photos were different from the proportion of the whites of the eyes. This was very wrong. As expected, it is a spy disguise. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and became more and more angry as he looked at them. He threw the two photos into the drawer and closed it. Then he picked up Uchiha Tunan's photo and looked at it to ease his mood. After looking at it for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi was ready to put away Uchiha Tunan's photo. However, when Hiruzen Sarutobi's right hand touched the drawer, he was stunned. He saw that when he closed the drawer, it was not tightly closed, leaving a crack. From that crack, one could only see the eyes of the colored photo. Without the influence of the facial expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly felt that this pair of eyes was a little familiar. The office of the Hokage seemed to have fallen into a dead silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Hiruzen Sarutobi quietly looked at the eyes in the seam of the drawer. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the photo on the table shakily and placed it in front of him. Who? Hiruzen Sarutobi's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and gasped for breath. The next moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly opened the drawer and took out Abe Akira's colored photo. Holding Uchiha Tunan's graduation photo in one hand and Abe Akira's colored photo in the other, he came to the window. Facing the glaring sunlight, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised the two photos and slowly overlapped them. Just like this, the two seemingly unrelated people overlapped each other. Even though Uchiha Tunan had a gentle smile in the photo, Abe Akira in the other photo had a strange and ruthless expression. However, their eyes perfectly matched. At this time, the words that Uchiha Tunan and Danzo had said to him appeared in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. The eyes are the window of a person's soul. Different people have different eyes. And according to the investigation, the lightning ninjutsu that Abe Akira used is very similar to White Fan. White Fan had died at Uchiha Tunan's hands. It was said that White Fan had taught Uchiha Tunan the saber technique before he was alive. Perhaps he had taught Uchiha Tunan this lightning secret technique as well. Just as this thought rose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind, he immediately shook his head, wanting to throw this absurd idea out of his mind. No! Tunan was not such a person. He had no reason to kill Shinosuke and Asuma. Not only did he have no reason, he also did not have the strength. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered the day Orochimaru died. Uchiha Tunan had fought with Orochimaru for so long. After that, he used a super strong combination ninjutsu to blow Orochimaru up, leaving nothing behind. Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all this time? However, how could he explain the transformation jutsu? Ordinary transformation jutsu could easily be seen through. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's entire body was drenched in sweat, and his legs were trembling. He turned around and propped his hands on the desk, recalling the path of Uchiha Tunan's growth in his mind. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head and shouted, "Men!" The dark group pushed open the door and knelt on one knee. "Hokage-sama!" Hiruzen Sarutobi pounded the table a few times and shouted, "Go and bring me the information of." "No! I will check it myself." After saying that, Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened up and used the body flicker technique to go to the information room. After searching for a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally found the information about the three-link Yuan Liang. The information about the three-link Yuan Liang was very thick. Hiruzen Sarutobi meticulously flipped through it, afraid that he might miss something. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at a record on the information. His lips trembled as he said, "Transformation. Transformation technique." Pa! The information fell to the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi staggered back 2 steps. He recalled the time when Abe Akira appeared and disappeared from the information in his mind and compared it to Uchiha Tunan. Some things did not seem to be connected, but when they were connected together, they would find that there were too many coincidences, and they could not withstand scrutiny. Hiruzen Sarutobi's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground, his hands on the ground. "Ah!" He roared like an aged lion king, his voice hoarse and sad, and his face was full of madness. "Hokage-sama!" The Umbu, who was guarding outside the information room, pushed open the door and entered. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was red, and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared ferociously, "Get lost! All of you get lost!" The dark group was so scared that they quickly left the information room and closed the door. But from time to time, they heard the sound of smashing and Hiruzen Sarutobi's roar. "Why is it you? Why is it you?" Chapter 179, Banquet Delayed. In the evening, the originally clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. The cold wind whistled, blowing on his face, hurting like a needle. The dark clouds piled up into a hole, like a thick piece of iron, gradually sinking to the ground, as if they had covered the Hokage rock. There were only a few pedestrians on the streets of the village. They all wrapped up their cotton-padded jackets and shrunk their necks into their scarves. When the hot air from their mouths touched the cold temperature outside, it instantly turned into white gas. Uchiha Tunan walked out of the Welfare Institute and closed the door behind him. Goo-goo. In the sky, a group of birds flew past, as if they wanted to go into the forest to avoid the incoming cold. Uchiha Tunan's expression did not change as he tightened his windbreaker and slowly walked towards the Sarutobi clan. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 6 dark groups secretly monitoring him. Uchiha Tunan had a bad feeling in his heart. Just now, an assassin directly broke into the welfare home and said that Hiruzen Sarutobi asked him to go to his place for dinner tonight. But now, there were 6 assassins watching him. He thought it was an ordinary family dinner, but it seemed that this was probably a banquet. What exactly went wrong that made Hiruzen Sarutobi so abnormal? Many possibilities flashed through Uchiha Tunan's mind. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan stopped in his tracks. The Umbu hiding in the dark suddenly became nervous. Uchiha Tunan turned around and returned to the orphanage. The Umbu began to chat with each other. "What should we do? Hokage-sama only asked us to pay attention to his movements. Don't make any noise and wait for the situation to change." The sky gradually darkened. Due to the climate, there was no moon in the sky. In an environment without light, ordinary people could not even see the trees a few meters away. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the living room and smoked while looking at the family photo frame in his hand. His trembling hand gently brushed past the photo, as if he was caressing the person inside. His heart was filled with the image of Shinosuke and Asuma playing by his side when they were young. Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered their appearances and voices, but he never had the chance to experience them himself. Previously, Hiruzen Sarutobi was depressed every day due to the pain of losing his son. But in this darkest period, it was Uchiha Tunan who gave him warmth. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt that his mood was unprecedentedly complicated. The enemy who killed his son was likely to be by his side all the time, and the relationship between the two was extremely deep. The truth that he had been searching for all this time had been revealed, but it was not the truth he wanted. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. At this moment, he really felt old. He got up and put the family photo frame back to its original place. He went back to the sofa and shook off the smoke. He looked up at the dark sky outside. It was unknown when it started to snow outside. The chilly little north wind blew into the house with tiny snow particles, but Hiruzen Sarutobi did not have any intention of closing the door. He just quietly stared outside. They should be arriving soon. Is there a misunderstanding? Is it Abakira's scheme to stir up my relationship with Tunan? The closer it was to time, the more Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts flew. In an instant, he thought of countless possibilities and attempted to deceive himself. If it was Tunan, did it mean that everything he did before was fake? Why did he do this? Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The thick smoke covered his eyes and obstructed his vision. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of a possible motive. Kill Shinosuke, kill Asuma, kill Orochimaru. Could it be that Tunan had been planning the position of the Hokage all along, and he was doing this for the sake of the Uchiha clan? At the thought of this, a thick killing intent burst out from Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Ka! The pipe in his hand that had accompanied him for many years was instantly broken by the great force. Wah, wah. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying came from outside, interrupting Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts. Outside the open courtyard door, Uchiha Tunan rushed in with his head lowered. As Uchiha Tunan got closer and closer to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the cries of the baby became louder and louder. Just like that, Uchiha Tunan ran into the house and closed the door with one hand. Teacher, you don't have to open the door and wait for me. It's so cold outside. Uchiha Tunan said in a slightly reproachful tone. At the same time, he unbuttoned his trench coat, revealing the crying baby inside. Little Yenbo, be good. You're at Grandpa's house. It's not cold anymore. Uchiha Tunan coaxed little Yenbo as he sat down next to Hiruzen Sarutobi and picked up the baby. When little Yenbo saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, he seemed to be afraid of strangers. He immediately stopped crying and stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi with his black eyes. There was still some timidity on his chubby face. Hiruzen Sarutobi originally wanted to question Uchiha Tunan the moment he entered. But the appearance of little Yenbo disrupted his plan. He couldn't possibly scream in front of a baby. Uchiha Tunan glanced at the empty dining table and frowned. I was delayed by changing Yenbo's pants. I'm going to cook now. Teacher, help me carry Yenbo first. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan directly stuffed the little Yenbo into Hiruzen Sarutobi's arms and rushed into the kitchen. Because Hiruzen Sarutobi needed to free himself to hug little Yenbo, the broken pipe in his hand also fell to the ground. Little Yenbo opened his eyes wide and curiously sized up Hiruzen Sarutobi's frosty expression. Perhaps because he felt that this old man in front of him was a little scary, he immediately pouted and cried out. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face twitched, but he still subconsciously trembled and forcefully coaxed him. Don't cry. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mood was in disorder, and he could not lose his temper. He also pretended to be kind. The sound of a lighter was heard in the kitchen. Uchiha Tunan closed the door of the kitchen to prevent the smoke from pouring into the living room. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan, who had not understood the situation, began to speak to buy time. Teacher, this is the first time Yenbo has seen you, right? This little fellow is timid. It's normal for him to be afraid of strangers. When he gets familiar with you later, he won't cry anymore. Yenbo, this child's background is also quite pitiful. His family doesn't want him anymore. I can only ask Kakashi to write Yenbo into the family tree. This way, he can be considered to have a surname. When he grows up, I will be his father. You are my teacher. You can be called Grandpa. Teacher? Teacher? Uchiha Tunan's voice was very soft under the contrast of the exhaust pipe. But Hiruzen Sarutobi still heard it clearly, but there was no response. Just like that, he hugged little Yen and sat on the sofa, not saying a word. The kitchen door was pushed open a crack. Uchiha Tunan stuck his head out and sniffed. Don't smoke. You can't smell smoke. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan retracted his head again and closed the kitchen door. Chapter 180 Tunan's Confession. The moment the kitchen door closed, Uchiha Tunan's expression instantly turned cold and his eyes narrowed slightly. While cooking, he was thinking about what he should do tonight. Just now, Uchiha Tunan took the opportunity to observe the furnishings in the living room. The broken tobacco pipe that had fallen to the ground, as well as the photo frame that had been placed in the cabinet, had been taken out at some point in time. In addition to today's battle, it was very likely that something had happened to Shinosuke and Asuma. Fortunately, he went back after going out and brought Little Yen Bo with him. It was to make use of Little Yen Bo before the unknown conflict was triggered. However, Little Yen Bo could only play a delaying role, and the things that should happen would continue. He just didn't know how much Hiruzen Sarutobi knew. If he really knew that he had killed Shinosuke and Asuma, then he would definitely fall out with Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this time, there was no doubt that Hiruzen Sarutobi was stronger than Orochimaru. He could kill Orochimaru even if he hid the lightning evasion. If he really wanted to fight Hiruzen Sarutobi to the death, in a one-on-one situation, he could definitely win with all his firepower. But this was only the ideal situation. In a battle between ninjas, before their strength reached the level of 6, they could only take up most of the factors. Uchiha Tunan not only needed to prevent Hiruzen Sarutobi from using this kind of bug-like forbidden technique. He also had to prevent Hiruzen Sarutobi from directly summoning Konoha's ninjas to attack him together. In this period, Konoha was stronger than in the Shippuden period. Although he was strong, he was probably not as strong as Pain. If he fought with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato and Kushina would definitely help him no matter how much close they were. The Flying Thunder God of Minato could annoy him to death. If he killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, then he could only betray the village. When the human setting collapsed, Konoha would basically have nothing to do with him. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. The best result was that the two of them had let go of their former enmity, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had let go of the grudge of killing his son. Of course, the worst result was that he had betrayed the village and went to other places to develop his plantation. After a while, Uchiha Tunan pushed open the kitchen door and came out with delicious food. After placing the dishes on the table, he came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and hugged Little Yanba in his arms. He said with a smile, "Little Yanba isn't crying. Teacher, come and eat. Leave the food to me." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded numbly. He got up and sat down at the table. Instead of eating with chopsticks, he stared at Uchiha Tunan, who was feeding Little Yanbu. Uchiha Tunan scooped up a spoonful of porridge, put it into his mouth and chewed it for a while. Then he spat it into the spoon and fed Little Yanbu. Watching Little Yanbu smacking his lips incessantly, Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered that Shinosuke and Asuma were also so cute when they were young. For a moment, intense grief welled up in his heart. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes turned red, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Tunan, you are Abakira, right?" Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan stopped what he was doing, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He looked at Little Yanbo in his arms silently. The room fell into a tense and silent atmosphere, and only the cold wind outside was still whistling. A dim yellow light hung over the dining table, setting off a subtle atmosphere. A moment later, Uchiha Tunan continued to feed Little Yanbo expressionlessly. He said softly, "Teacher, after dinner, let's go out and talk alone. Don't scare Yanbo." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the change in Uchiha Tunan's expression and his heart sank. He glanced at Little Yanbo, who was staring at him with innocent and curious eyes. In the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of food, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. It was clearly a delicious delicacy, but at this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi tasted like chewing wax. After a few bites, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his chopsticks and sat there blankly, staring at the food on the table as if he was in a daze. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Tunan put the full Little Yanbo back on the sofa and then separated a shadow clone to look after him. The real body came to the clothes rack at the door and took off Hiruzen Sarutobi's coat. He walked to Hiruzen Sarutobi and put on his coat. "Teacher, it's cold outside. let's go out and talk. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, got up and followed Uchiha Tunan out of the yard. The two of them faced the wind and snow and left the Sarutobi clan side by side. As time passed, Uchiha Tunan and Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in silence. It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not want this matter to spread out. He took Uchiha Tunan through the Konoha encampment and came to the forest near the Orochimaru's secret base. The forest was dark, and most of the tall trees had turned into bare branches. There were only a few sparse lines of light on the ground, making the forest particularly mysterious and strange. At the same time, there was a drifting mist, and the whole forest was strangely quiet. The two people passed through the forest and continued to walk away from Konoha. When they first went out, there were only small snowflakes floating in the sky, but now, the snow was getting heavier and heavier. One could only hear the increasingly raging cold wind whistling. The snow became fiercer as the wind blew, and the snow became denser and denser. The snowflakes also became larger and larger, as if they were woven into a white net. In just a short while, they hung all over the branches. A thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was walking in front, stopped. Uchiha Tunan also stopped. He reached out and adjusted his glasses, saying softly, "Teacher, if you have anything to ask, just ask." Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his back to Uchiha Tunan and said coldly, "Are you Abe Akira?" "Yes." "You killed Shinosuke." "Did you kill Asuma as well?" "Yes." Hiruzen Sarutobi turned around and glared at Uchiha Tunan. Then, he raised his right hand and made a seal with one hand. In the next moment, the soil under Uchiha Tunan's feet turned into a whirlpool of mud and dragged him into it. Uchiha Tunan did not struggle at all. Soon, he only left his head outside and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi quietly. "Don't you have anything to say?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan coldly. Uchiha Tunan said with a calm expression, "Teacher, I don't want to fight you." Hiruzen Sarutobi clenched his fists tightly. He was already furious in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't call me teacher. I won't accept it." Uchiha Tunan said lightly, "Teacher, I still have dreams that haven't been realized, so I can't die here. I'm sorry." Bang! In the mire, Uchiha Tunan turned into a ball of white smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned around to form a seal in the distant forest. Composite Ninja Art, Multi-Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The earth trembled wildly, and in a flash, more than 10 earth dragons broke out from the ground in the forest. Moreover, these earth dragons spat fire from their mouths as they surrounded and attacked a certain area in the forest. The impact of the earth dragon and the burning effect of the fire escape merged together. In an instant, the trees where the earth dragon passed by collapsed one after another, igniting a raging fire. The mist in the forest was instantly dispelled by the high temperature of the burning flames. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had used a killing move from the beginning, Uchiha Tunan's low voice rang out in the forest. "Immortal technique, heavy 9 rock pillar technique." Boom! In an instant, dense and hard stone pillars rose up in the forest, piercing through every earth dragon that attacked. The forest within a radius of more than 10 miles had already turned into a stone forest, and below the stone forest were raging flames. The two of them had completely changed the landscape of this place the moment they exchanged blows. In the middle of the stone forest, a stone pillar slowly rose to the highest point. Uchiha Tunan stood on top of the stone pillar, his eyes sparkling as he looked down at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Teacher, don't waste your energy. You can't do anything to me. Let me go. This is my fault. I don't want to continue lying to you. When I realize my dream, I will come back and apologize to you. When the time comes, you can kill me, cut me, and do whatever you want." Hiruzen Sarutobi's face looked extremely gloomy under the light of the fire. He shouted angrily, "Do you really think I am that old and can't keep up with you?" Chapter 181, The Reason. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately used the spirit communication technique to summon the Enma. The moment the Enma came out, before he could say anything, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, "The Enma! Transform into adamantine staff!" Without any hesitation, the Enma immediately transformed into the adamantine staff and landed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands. In the next moment, the adamantine staff in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand became bigger and longer, like a pillar that held up the sky. It swept towards Uchiha Tunan. Wherever the adamantine staff passed, the stone pillars summoned by the immortal arts exploded one after another. Uchiha Tunan slightly raised his eyebrows, and he was slightly surprised in his heart. Such a simple move was actually more powerful than he had imagined, and it could easily break the stone pillars summoned by the immortal arts. However, this kind of move might be invincible on the battlefield, but in a one-on-one situation, it was not so powerful. Just as the adamantine staff was about to hit Uchiha Tunan, Uchiha Tunan activated Thunder God Flash and jumped, avoiding the attack of the adamantine staff and quickly forming seals in the air. Immortal Technique, How Flame Dragon Technique. A huge flame dragon shot out from Uchiha Tunan's mouth. As soon as it appeared, it lit up the entire sky. After the dragon head appeared, it seemed to roar towards the sky and then quickly circled towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not afraid at all. He secretly used Earth Escape ninjutsu and also raised a stone pillar under his feet, raising it into the air. He held the giant adamantine staff with both hands and began to spin it quickly. Adamantine staff, fierce wind. Boom! In an instant, the staff shadows of the adamantine staff joined together, and the strong wind was like an air bomb, blowing away everything in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The forest fire that stretched for several miles suddenly became violent, and was blown away by the strong wind. The broken stone pillars could not withstand the fierce wind, and they were broken into pieces. Uchiha Tunan's immortal art, Bold Flame Dragon, stubbornly endured the strong wind. He continued to rush towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the closer they got, the slower the How Flame Dragon became, and it gradually became difficult for them to move. Finally, it reached a critical point. The How Flame Dragon opened its dragon mouth and let out an unwilling wail, turning into a sky full of fire that was blown back. The moment the How Flame Dragon dissipated, Hiruzen Sarutobi put away the adamantine staff and quickly made a series of hand seals. Composite Ninja Technique, Multi-Wind Palm Sword Technique. In an instant, the flames in the sky combined with the strong wind and turned into many rapidly spinning swords in their hands, attacking Uchiha Tunan, who had already fallen to the ground. Uchiha Tunan stood still and raised his head indifferently, looking at the dense wind and fire swords covering his body. Boom! The glaring fire lit up the nearby area. He didn't dodge? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said in disbelief. He immediately made a hand seal and cast a perception ninjutsu, but he did not find the life aura of Uchiha Tunan. Impossible, how could he die so easily? Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered. He felt his heart suddenly become empty. He didn't believe it and used perception ninjutsu again, but he still found nothing. It seemed that he really died. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi found that he didn't have the pleasure of revenge. Instead, he felt that he had lost the most precious thing. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. The heavy snow drifted in a dense manner and fell from the sky. When it touched the forest fire, it melted into a wisp of smoke. The fire gradually became smaller, and the smoke around became thicker and thicker. Just like that, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the spot in a daze. Time passed by bit by bit. The fire was completely extinguished, and the surroundings were completely shrouded in a fog that could not be seen with one's fingers. The clothes on Hiruzen Sarutobi's body were also gradually soaked in moisture, becoming bone-chilling cold. Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt that he had never been this confused before, not knowing if he had done the right thing. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a fatal danger coming from behind him. ZZZZZZZZZZZZT. When the ear-piercing sound of a bird's cry appeared, it was already within reach. Hiruzen Sarutobi instinctively turned around and stabbed the adamantine staff in his hand towards the lightning in the fog. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere and landed on the ground, creating bright blood flowers. The scene seemed to freeze at this moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Tunan looked at each other. They both had expressions of disbelief on their faces. The adamantine staff pierced through Uchiha Tunan's heart. The Kusanagi sword in Uchiha Tunan's hand only cut off a strand of Hiruzen Sarutobi's hair. Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes wide, and a bitter look appeared on his face. Ho ho ho, you really want to kill me. You have no mercy. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand that was holding the adamantine staff trembled slightly, and he said with a complicated expression, Tunan. Uchiha Tunan lay down with tears in the corner of his eyes, and a nervous smile appeared on his face. He said hoarsely, My Kusanagi sword deliberately deviated, but your adamantine staff is aimed at the heart. Haha, haha, no matter how good I am. In your heart, I will never be comparable to those two pieces of trash. In the next moment, Uchiha Tunan's 3 Magatama Sharingan rotated rapidly and changed into the form of a mangekyo. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was immediately stunned. Could this pair of eyes be? The mangekyo in Uchiha Tunan's eyes slowly rotated, revealing a sense of despair. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly fluctuated. Hiruzen Sarutobi woke up and looked around, but there was no sign of battle. So it was an illusion. For some reason, Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them were still in their original positions. The difference was that Uchiha Tunan was half kneeling on the ground at this time. He kept his head down and kept shaking. Drops of blood fell on the snow, soaking up blood. The soft, light snowflakes were dense and fluttering, as if jade scales were millions of falling from the sky, or like goose feathers fluttering in the sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan in front of him with an inexplicable expression. He felt that the anger in his heart seemed to have subsided, and he could not raise any resentment against Uchiha Tunan. He whispered in a hoarse voice, Tunan. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan raised his head and roared. I have nothing left. Why did you investigate the truth? His voice revealed endless sorrow. The moment Uchiha Tunan raised his head, Hiruzen Sarutobi clearly saw that the 3 Magatama in his eyes had changed into the same mangekyo as in the illusion. Moreover, the mangekyo in his eyes was still rotating slowly. He really awakened the mangekyo. Was it because I killed him in the illusion and hurt his heart? Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes and sighed, Tunan, why did you kill Shinosuke and Asuma? Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan smiled bleakly. I'm not stupid. I know everything. As long as Shinosuke and Asuma are here, you won't even look at me. You don't even bother to look at the birthday present I bought for you. No matter how hard I work, no matter how much I do for you, I can't compare to a blood relationship. Chapter 182 Tunan Susanoo. It turns out that you killed Shinosuke and Asuma not for the family and power. Is it because you think I favor them and snubbed you? As Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of this, a strong sense of pity rose from the bottom of his heart. He said with a face full of pity, Tunan, don't you wake up? You are blinded by jealousy. Uchiha Tunan forced himself to stand up and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yes. I am jealous. I have always regarded you as my father. Even if you killed my parents, I have never hated you. How can the two of them, who can't support the wall, receive your attention just because of the so-called blood relation? Can't you see who is good to you? When Orochimaru betrayed you, who stepped forward? It was me. I, Chunin, dared to fight against Konoha Sannin for you. Maybe because he was too engrossed in acting, Uchiha Tunan used too much strength. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face slowly turned red. In the end, he was still panting. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled. His hands trembled, and his eyes were slightly moist. Especially Uchiha Tunan's last sentence, it really broke his defense in an instant. The wind blew by his ear, and the cold wind actually made his ears feel a bit of pain. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire forest fell into darkness. The snow was even heavier, and there seemed to be a curtain of broken flowers between the two, making Hiruzen Sarutobi unable to see Uchiha Tunan's face clearly. In a blur, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only see the strange red light in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. Yes. In this world, the only person who cares about me the most seems to be Tunan. He immediately took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Who told you? I was the one who killed your parents." Uchiha Tunan secretly absorbed Hiruzen Sarutobi's negative emotions and said with a miserable smile, "Great Elder told me that you transferred my parents to the front line of Kirigakure. That place is covered in fog all year round. Is it useful for the Sharingan to go there? Or could it be that fire-release ninjutsu and lightning-release ninjutsu could restrain water-release ninjutsu? I am not stupid, but I deliberately avoided this fact. Because I have no parents. Now I don't even have a teacher. I have nothing left." As he spoke, the speed of the mangekyo in Uchiha Tunan's eyes suddenly accelerated, and a strong chakra flow burst out from his body. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly explained, "Tunan, I am indeed responsible for your parents' death. Because at that time, the village really couldn't have any manpower. I know that you are good to me, and I also know that you have been caring about the village. We can talk about the matter between Shinosuke and Asuma. There is no hatred that cannot be solved. You must calm down. Don't fall into darkness." Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little flustered, and he almost stumbled when he spoke. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi himself did not notice that he was clearly taking revenge for his son. Why did it involve Uchiha Tunan's parents? In all honesty, he really had no intention of killing Uchiha Tunan's parents. He had only discussed it with Danzo. After that local war, he had considered that the contribution of Uchiha's clan in the Second Ninja War was too great. He simply wanted to suppress their arrogance and beat them up. It was aimed at the entire Uchiha clan. Most of the ninjas in the village actually understood, but they had a tacit understanding. But can you say that? You can't say it. It's too late. From the moment you killed me in the illusion, it was all too late. We will never be like before. Even if I still don't hate you, every time you recall it, you will definitely hate me. I know I can't compare to Shinosuke and Asuma. But it doesn't matter, teacher. Let's go to the world of the dead and start over again. When we get there, I will personally apologize to Shinosuke and Asuma." Uchiha Tunan's face was full of indifference, and he slowly opened his hands. A pitch-black pitchfork that sat cross-legged appeared around him, and it was even larger than the nearby mountains. As soon as it appeared, it gave off a fatal sense of oppression. Yiksha's face was that of a ferocious demon, and he had 2 horns on his head and a mouth full of fangs. Like Uchiha Tunan, he opened his arms. 10 long and sharp fingers spread out like sharp claws. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Could this be the legendary Susanoo of Uchiha? But why was it so different from the appearance in the intelligence records? Instead, it was so similar to the death god drawn on the ghost's sealing scroll. He shouted anxiously, "Tunan! Wake up! Don't get lost in the darkness." Uchiha Tunan looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi indifferently. A nervous smile appeared on his face. "Teacher, I'm unprecedentedly sober now. I used to lie to myself. The dream of bringing peace to the world was ultimately a dream. If I can't even save myself, how can I save the world? I am an unknown person to begin with, and living is quite tiring. You can go down with me. Please forgive my last selfishness." As he spoke, Uchiha Tunan waved his right hand at Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the same time, the Uchiha also waved his arm, ruthlessly swinging down towards the place where Hiruzen Sarutobi was. The earth was like tofu in front of the Uchiha, easily drawing 5 deep ravines. The moment the Uchiha waved his hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly summoned the Enma and turned it into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen Sarutobi enlarged the adamantine staff in an attempt to block the Uchiha's attack. However, the giant adamantine staff was no different from a chopstick in front of the Uchiha. Just as it touched the Uchiha's sharp claws, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an unparalleled force, and even his staff was thrown away. Of course, this was because Uchiha Tunan had gone easy on him. Only when the right eye could no longer absorb Hiruzen Sarutobi's negative emotions would Uchiha Tunan stop. "Don't you hate me for killing your son? I don't need to quibble. I just need to transfer the cause and effect of this matter to you to show how good I am to you. In the end, I will say that you killed my parents. You see, I won't care if you kill my parents. If you still blame me for killing your 2 sons, are you still a human?" After landing on the ground, the adamantine staff automatically removed its transformation form and transformed into the Enma. The Enma reached out to touch the bloodstains on his face and said with an ugly expression, "Hiruzen, why are you fighting with Tunan? How did he summon such a monster?" "It injured me," Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a solemn expression. "That should be the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha clan." The secret scroll recorded that Uchiha Madara had this pair of eyes. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan controlled the Uchiha to slowly move towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. He waved his sharp claws again and again, attacking Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the same time, he was crazily absorbing the negative emotions that Hiruzen Sarutobi was constantly emitting. This was also one of the reasons why Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't hate Uchiha Tunan. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Enma couldn't do anything about this move for a while, and could only continuously flee in a sorry state. "I heard that Susanoo has unparalleled defense, ordinary ninjutsu is useless. Enma, can the Vajra prison wall trap him?" Hiruzen Sarutobi saw that this was not the way to go, and he was not willing to release a unique skill like the 5-style, Great Chain Bullet, for fear of hurting Uchiha Tunan. Enma ran for his life in a panic, and said anxiously, "This damn thing can hurt me. And he still has an even sharper Kusanagi sword in his hand to boot." Chapter 183, Will of Fire reunited. The two of them fled in a sorry state. At this time, they had already fled to a valley. They attempted to rely on the narrow terrain to avoid the pursuit. The stone walls on both sides of the valley stood tall. The surface of the wall was very smooth. There were even some small drops of water dripping onto the ground, making a sound. As Uchiha Tunan chased, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher, do you see this pair of eyes? It represents endless pain and despair. If it is possible, I would rather it never awaken. Unfortunately, there are no ifs." After saying that, the Uchiha stabbed his right arm into the mountain wall in front of him and stirred it. The entire mountain collapsed, and countless rocks fell into the valley. Rumble! A world-shattering sound rang out. When Enma saw this, he quickly turned into dozens of adamantine staff and formed a cage to protect Hiruzen Sarutobi. In an instant, Enma and Hiruzen Sarutobi were buried by the falling rocks. The next moment, boom! With the adamantine staff in hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi broke through the pile of broken stones and jumped out. He landed on the pile of stones and stared at Uchiha Tunan. Seeing that the Uchiha was still about to continue attacking, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was at his wit's end, shouted, "Tunan! Have you forgotten about the Will of Fire?" The Uchiha's attack suddenly stopped. There was a flash of confusion in Uchiha Tunan's eyes as he muttered, "Will of Fire." There was a chance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He quickly continued to shout, "The place where Konoha is flying. The fire is endless." Uchiha Tunan pretended to be confused, feeling very embarrassed in his heart. This sentence was not appropriate in this situation. The illiterate Sarutobi really thought that this sentence was omnipotent. Uchiha Tunan even suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi had never understood the meaning of this sentence for so many years. Even if he wanted to use it, could he add some content to this sentence to change the meaning? He didn't know how to respond at all. But at this time, Uchiha Tunan already felt that the Mangekyo's eye technique could not absorb Hiruzen Sarutobi's negative emotions. This farce should also end. Everything had to be paid attention to a degree. If this continued, it would instead make the impatient Hiruzen Sarutobi feel like he was being unreasonable. After all, Konoha was too important for Uchiha Tunan. Although there were many blood limit realms outside, there were no Asuras or Indra reincarnated outside of Konoha. The Rinnegan was the door that knocked open the door of the Six Paths. This was the safest path. Especially since he had caused a mess if he walked away. Later, Hiruzen Sarutobi would destroy Uchiha's clan in advance. Then his eternal eyes would be gone, and there was no place to cry. Will of Fire. Konoha. The confusion in Uchiha Tunan's eyes became more and more intense. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, and the light in his eyes could not be seen clearly. It was just chaos. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan covered his head with both hands, as if he was suffering a great deal of pain. The veins on his forehead bulged, as if blood was about to burst out of his veins. He saw Uchiha Tunan's hand tearing his hair with all his might. It was as if he was suffering a great deal of torment. At the same time, he roared, "What's the point of all this? I'm such a selfish person, how could I care so much?" Seeing Uchiha Tunan like this, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to advise. "You still have me. I never thought of killing you. I was also blinded by anger before. Can you forgive your teacher?" As soon as he said this, Uchiha Tunan knew that today's matter was completely settled. He immediately half-knelt on the ground and raised his head to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi in the distance. Tears slowly flowed down from the corners of his eyes. "Teacher." There was a bit of a sob in his tone, like a child who had been wronged. The originally crazed expression disappeared and was replaced with a deep feeling of gratitude. The next moment, Uchiha Tunan controlled the Uchiha around him to make a final struggle. Then, he quietly transformed into the second form of the Great Heavenly Hound mode, Buddha form. The pitch-black Uchiha seemed to be howling silently, and that malevolent evil spirit seemed to reveal an unwilling expression. A bit of golden spots gradually covered the surface of the Uchiha. Soon, the horrible Uchiha disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of him was a Buddha with a golden light and a merciful look. Enma removed his transformation and stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was stunned and said, "It has changed." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan in front of him with a gratified expression, nodded and said, "Very normal, the Sharingan is known as the Eye of Insight." After all, in his heart, the reason why Uchiha Tunan Susanoo was able to change from a terrifying Uchiha to a merciful Buddha was because of him. This child was so attached to him, but he wanted to kill him. He really is inhuman. I'm afraid that in this world, other than my dead father, only Tunan cares about me the most. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the sky behind the Buddha that was gradually breaking through. Unknowingly, the sky was about to light up and some birds were already coming out to hunt. The snow gradually stopped, and a ray of morning sun rose from the horizon. He closed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Tunan again. With such a disciple who regarded himself as his life, what son did he want? Emotions were far more precious than blood ties. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, as if his understanding of the will of fire had risen to another level. He looked at Uchiha Tunan with eyes full of love. Enma looked at the Buddha that covered the sky and said with a shocked face, "So that's how it is. Is this power of emotion? It's really incredible." At this time, Uchiha Tunan seemed to have passed his confusion. He stood up and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in a daze. He reached out to wipe the tears on his face and said with a tearful voice, "Teacher, thank you." Enma looked at Uchiha Tunan and sighed deeply. He patted Hiruzen Sarutobi on the shoulder and said, "Hiruzen, no matter what happened to you before, just let it go. Tunan is really selfless to you and Konoha. Don't be ungrateful. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of you." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded heavily and said, "I understand. I almost made a big mistake and lost a good disciple." Enma removed the summoning spell on his own and left the good time for the two master and disciple. "Tunan, I'm sorry," Hiruzen Sarutobi said to Uchiha Tunan with a warm smile. Uchiha Tunan's face was full of gratitude. His mangekyo Sharingan dispersed, and his original black pupils were restored. The golden Buddha around his body also disappeared without a trace. He subconsciously took a step forward and walked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Each of his feet sank deep into the snow. However, after only a third of the distance, Uchiha Tunan lost his strength and fainted on the snow. The remaining two-thirds of the distance was naturally for Hiruzen Sarutobi to walk. After all, only by paying a price would one treasure it, even if it was a trivial matter. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw this, he quickly ran to Uchiha Tunan and carried him on his back. He slowly walked in the direction of Konoha. Right in front of him, a red sun jumped out of the morning fog. Thousands of rays of light illuminated the snow and dyed the morning fog, making the shadows of the two people long. The breeze gently blew, like an invisible big hand caressing the earth, like strands of silver hair floating, like threads trembling. Goo goo. Above the sky, a group of white doves flew over and chirped. Uchiha Tunan seemed to be disturbed by the voices of these white doves, and the hands hanging around Hiruzen Sarutobi's neck tightened slightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and looked at the sun that had just risen from the horizon. His body bowed a little so that Uchiha Tunan could sleep more comfortably. Chapter 184 Espionage. Just like that, Hiruzen Sarutobi carried Uchiha Tunan all the way back to the house of the Sarutobi clan. Walking into the courtyard, Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out and patted the arm that Uchiha Tunan had hung around his neck. "We're home. It's time to get down." Uchiha Tunan silently rubbed against Hiruzen Sarutobi's shoulder and reluctantly got off Hiruzen Sarutobi's back. "Come in. I have something to talk to you about." Hiruzen Sarutobi led Uchiha Tunan into the house. Uchiha Tunan first held the sleeping Lilianba in his arms and sat opposite Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two of them lowered their heads and remained silent. No matter how harmonious and close the two of them were before, it was a moment of passion. What the two of them needed now was to calm down and analyze rationally. Hiruzen Sarutobi touched his body and looked at the broken tobacco pipe on the ground. He got up and went to the cabinet. He opened the cabinet and took out a new tobacco pipe from it. He put it into the tobacco pipe and lit it. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Let bygones be bygones. It is inevitable that people will make mistakes. I will destroy the evidence." Uchiha Tunan hugged Lilianba and looked like a child who had done something wrong and was being criticized. "Teacher, I'm sorry." Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out to pick up the family photo frame and placed it in the drawer. He sighed and said, "You are young after all. It is easy for you to act on impulse, regardless of the consequences. I have indeed neglected you because of them. I have a responsibility for this." After saying that, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down opposite Uchiha Tunan. Obviously, Hiruzen Sarutobi also understood that this situation should not continue to discuss the matter of Shinosuke and Asuma. He immediately found a topic to talk about. "Right, I remember that Mangekyo Sharingan have special eye techniques. What is your eye technique? Is it fine to tell, teacher?" Uchiha Tunan touched his glasses and thought. "My mangekyo seems to have changed. In the beginning, my abilities seemed to be very evil, but I didn't notice it at that time. Now the left eye of my mangekyo is called transcendence, able to guide the souls who have just died to the carefree world of bliss. The eye technique of the right eye is called redemption. It can pull out the darkness in the heart of others. But it will be injected into my heart, and I will bear the pain for others." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and smoked his cigarette. After a long time, he sighed. "A great eye technique." Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and shook the cigarette ash. He looked up at the clock and said, "But you better not use that eye technique called redemption. Don't put yourself in danger in order to save others." Uchiha Tunan nodded. "I will be careful." Cough cough, Lilianba seemed to be choked by Hiruzen Sarutobi's smell of smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi was so scared that he immediately put out the cigarette. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he reached out to pinch little Yanba's chubby face and said, "You don't have to go to the honorary Chunin competition. Your strength has already surpassed Jiaonan. I will go to the Hokage building later and change your ninja level." Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and said with hesitation, "But my mission completion rate is far from enough." Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I can manage it." Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. Have a good rest." "Yes." Hiruzen Sarutobi withdrew his hand and leaned back on the sofa. He closed his eyes and nodded. At this time, although the two of them had forgiven each other, they still needed a certain amount of time to heal the scars. Uchiha Tunan also did not need to worry about Hiruzen Sarutobi changing his mind in a short period of time. Because men were a type of decision-making creature, after making a decision at a certain time, it was equivalent to building a mental wall that could hold on for a long time. Just as he walked out of the Sarutobi's territory, he took advantage of the fact that there was no one around. Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and looked at little Yanba in his arms. Little Yanba's round black eyes reflected Uchiha Tunan's face. He happily reached out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. Little Yan pouted a few times, as if he was calling out to Uchiha Tunan. Ding! Obtained Hatake Yanba's recognition. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a warm smile. Then, he quickly formed a seal with his right hand, and his palm gently covered little Yanba's head, silently planting a cursed seal on him. As soon as the cursed seal was planted, little Yanba started crying because of the pain. As Uchiha Tunan walked, he gently shook little Yanba. The earlier the curse was planted, the better the assimilation effect would be. On the way, the passers-by looked at this scene and smiled knowingly. They thought that Uchiha Tunan was simply coaxing children. But what they did not know was how much pain little Yan had suffered at this moment. But little Yanba couldn't speak and could only cry to express his feelings at this moment. His body instinctively struggled, but Uchiha Tunan held him down effortlessly. His little face was red, and bean-sized tears rolled down from his chubby face. A female ninja who was walking towards him looked at little Yanba and couldn't help but say with a distressed face, "What's wrong with this little fellow? He cried too miserably." Uchiha Tunan smiled slightly and said, "I forgot to feed him milk last night. How can he not cry after being hungry for the whole night?" The female ninja frowned and looked carefully at little Yanba. She could not bear to say, "What a pitiful little fellow. His face is so red. Is he sick?" Uchiha Tunan gently placed the back of his hand on little Yanba's forehead and touched it. So hot. It seemed that he had just planted a cursed seal to stimulate his immunity. Fortunately, there is no fever. He must have cried too hard. "Be good, let's go home and get you some milk." Uchiha Tunan held little Yanba close to his chest to prevent the kunoichi from reaching out to touch him. He coaxed little Yan to brush past the kunoichi. Very quickly, little Yanba passed out from the pain. Uchiha Tunan reached out and touched his nose. He was still breathing, but it was very weak. It's good if you don't die, and it's good food if you get through it. At the same time, at the Welfare Institute. Non? Yakushi came to take care of little Yanba at this time as usual. However, after she knocked for half a day, no one answered. Did she came too early today? Non? Yakushi thought in his heart. She turned around to look at the ground. However, the snow on the ground had almost melted away, covering up all traces. She immediately used a special method to open the locked door of the room and walked in. He also closed the door to avoid being seen by Might Dai and his father. After entering the room, Non? Yakushi looked around. After making sure there was no one around, she immediately went to the study and began to search through the bookshelf. She was looking for valuable information. As a spy, when stealing non-emergency information, they would choose the safest time to act. It was mainly because Non? Yakushi discovered that little Yanba had been taken away today. A baby of this age would not hide his aura. As long as Uchiha Tunan brought Lilianba, even if she came back immediately, she would be able to stop in time. Chapter 185 intentionally leaks his own diary. The stove had been burning since last night. The charcoal inside was almost completely burnt out, and the indoor environment was stuffy and dry. Nono Yakushi kept his breathing rhythm at all times so that he could use his hearing to determine if there was anyone outside. He quickly flipped through the bookshelf. Suddenly, Nono Yakushi flipped open a book and saw that it was filled with Uchiha Tunan's handwriting. She immediately curled the corners of his mouth, took the book down, and opened it on the desk. Nono Yakushi only looked at the first page before her eyes lit up. Diary. Nono Yakushi quickly flipped through a few pages and felt a headache coming on. Almost every page was filled with words. The large page was either summarizing the Will of Fire or praising Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only when one calmed down and carefully read it would one be able to see a bit of the material content of the day through the lines. However, this thick diary only contained about a month or so of content. It can't be. Nono Yakushi raised her head to look at the bookshelf and subconsciously gulped. She saw that the top of the bookshelf was filled with the same kind of book cover, and he had only taken down the first book. It seemed that his idea of extracting the key content from the diary before reporting it had failed. Nono Yakushi immediately took down all the diary pages from the bookshelf. Then she took out a scroll from her pocket and spread it out. She quickly formed seals with both hands and pressed her right hand on the scroll. Secret technique, heart seal technique. The moment the secret technique was activated, Nono Yakushi seized the time to open the diary and quickly read it. Every time Nono Yakushi saw something, tiny symbols would appear on the scroll. Time passed bit by bit. A drop of sweat dripped down Nono Yakushi's chin. The workload was really too heavy. After a full 3 hours, Nono Yakushi finally recorded all the contents of the diary onto the scroll. Then, she placed the diary back into the bookshelf according to the order in her memory. Nono Yakushi put away the scroll and put it into her pocket. After carefully examining the study room and seeing that there were no traces left behind, she reached out to wipe away the sweat on her face and quickly left the study room. Squeak! The door slowly opened. Nono Yakushi's pupils instantly contracted. In the living room, Uchiha Tunan was lying beside the cradle bed, gently stroking the sleeping little Yanba. 2. Nan. SHH. Uchiha Tunan did not look at her. He only extended his finger and shushed her before gently covering little Yanba with the velvet blanket. Nono Yakushi felt her heart almost jump out of her chest. Although the rumors said that Uchiha Tunan had a gentle personality, he was someone who could kill Orochimaru. After being a spy for so many years, Nono Yakushi knew very well that she could not be fooled by appearances. Most ninjas were polite to their own people, but it did not mean that they would not be ruthless when facing enemies. If Uchiha Tunan knew that she was a spy sent by Root. But when he saw Uchiha Tunan slowly get up and come to Nono Yakushi, he whispered to Nono Yakushi in a suppressed voice. When did you come in? Nono Yakushi pretended to be calm. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. I arrived a long time ago, but I saw that you and Yanbal were not here, so I wanted to see if there was anything that needed to be cleaned. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes sized up Nono Yakushi from head to toe. Nono Yakushi only felt that at this moment, Uchiha Tunan's gaze seemed to have turned solid, and was searching her body. Gradually, Nono Yakushi noticed that Uchiha Tunan's gaze had moved to her pocket. Her heart immediately skipped a beat, and he forcefully suppressed her heartbeat to not accelerate, so as to not reveal any flaws. Fortunately, Uchiha Tunan's gaze only lingered for a moment before moving to Nono Yakushi's face. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he slowly raised his hand. Nono Yakushi only felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by a pair of large invisible hands. A strong sense of suffocation welled up in her mind. And Uchiha Tunan's smile appeared so strange in her eyes. It's been hard on you. You're so busy that you're sweating. A gentle voice rang out. Nono Yakushi discovered that Uchiha Tunan had merely used his hand to lightly scrape off the beads of sweat on her chin. Tunan-kun, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go back first. Nono Yakushi forced a smile and left the room without waiting for Uchiha Tunan to reply. The moment he walked out of the room, the sweat on Nono Yakushi's forehead suddenly fell. She didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly walked towards the Welfare Institute. The cold wind blew gently, causing Nono Yakushi, who was drenched in sweat, to feel cold all over. In the room, Uchiha Tunan pushed open the door to the study and walked in. He raised his head and looked at the bookshelf that seemed to have never moved. He lowered his eyes slightly and glanced at the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered, "That's it." After he finished speaking, he smiled and shook his head. He went to the window and opened it, extending his hand. The white pigeon on the branch outside the window flapped its wings and landed on the back of Uchiha Tunan's hand. Uchiha Tunan reached out with his other hand and gently rubbed the white pigeon's head. He said gently, "She is still useful to me." Half an hour later, at the base camp of Route, Danzo looked at the diary in front of him and felt a headache coming on. What were they writing? 7 out of 10 were the Will of Fire, and 3 were about Hokage-sama. Is the brainwashing level of Hiruzen so high? Danzo wanted to throw away the diary, but the content was not nutritious at all. It was a bit disgusting. However, Danzo held back this impulse. Although he did not know the details of the battle between Uchiha Tunan and Hiruzen Sarutobi last night. But this morning, Root ninjas had already investigated the traces of battle in that area. Judging from the traces of battle, Uchiha Tunan's strength had reached an unimaginable height. With such a powerful strength and an invisible position under the protection of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo knew that he could no longer move Uchiha Tunan. But Danzo could not allow Uchiha Tunan to grow up. Otherwise, it was very likely that after Hiruzen Sarutobi abdicated, he would leave the position of Hokage to Uchiha Tunan. Whether it was Uchiha Tunan's background or Danzo's dream, they would not allow such a thing to happen. Konoha has already decayed. Only I can lead Konoha to its true strength. Danzo said to himself, took a deep breath, and continued to read Uchiha Tunan's diary. Will of Fire. Hokage-sama. Will of Fire. Will of Fire. Hokage-sama. His parents are dead. Will of Fire. In this way, Danzo spent an entire day looking at the diary in a trance. I finally saw the content of the diary in the last half year. The experience of the fire capital made me find that most of the people in this world lived in deep water and fire. In comparison, Konoha is simply heaven. No wonder so many people are willing to buy an inch of land in Konoha even if they sell their family property. Master Jigo died. He died of guilt. He died because he couldn't figure it out. That's right, he did act according to the laws of the Fire Nation. But this was wrong. Sin should be deterred by iron and blood methods. One couldn't save this world by simply being gentle and civilized. A severe illness required a fierce medicine, and a heavy code was used in troubled times. When dealing with evil, one should be more ruthless than them. To make them afraid, to make them tremble with fear when they think of that evil idea. When Danzo saw this, he found that he was no longer bored. He said lightly, "Interesting." Wrong, the will of fire that I have always understood is wrong. It should be said that it is missing something. People should be divided into good and bad, and the village is divided into enemies and me. The will of fire should also be divided into two sides. In the place where Konoha flew, the fire was endless. That was the situation of treating the villagers and their compatriots. However, when dealing with bad people and enemies, and also using the will of fire to tolerate them, that was unfair to good people, and blasphemy to the dead heroes. In the land where Konoha fluttered, evil could not hide. The brilliant flames would finally dispel all darkness. It would bring safety and warmth to the germinating seeds. Danzo nodded in agreement. That's right. This little guy's idea is somewhat similar to mine. Then he continued to read. The more he looked, the more he became addicted. The words in the diary were no longer the beautiful idealism from before. Instead, it was cynical and revealed a deep hostility, which made Danzo feel very comfortable. My dear parents, tribesmen, and even our compatriots in Konoha died on the battlefield of the Second Ninja War. They were heroes, burning themselves and illuminating the village. But what was the result? Konoha won the war, but what did they get? For the sake of the so-called grace of the village, they actually signed a peace agreement with the enemy village so easily. Nonsense. Stupid. Well written. Danzo slammed his hand on the armrest. Unfortunately, Konoha's philosophy is missing. I understand everyone's desire for peace. But blood should be paid with blood. If you want to fight, then fight with them. Konoha's men are not afraid of death, not afraid of fighting, not afraid of fighting. If you lose, then it would be better to be broken into pieces and not to die. If they won, they would have to pay a painful price. Unfortunately, sad. Sigh. Danzo sighed heavily and shook his head, his mood slightly heavy. In his mind, he remembered the scene of Hiruzen Sarutobi signing his name under the peace agreement after the two great wars in the ninja realm. Every time he strongly opposed it, but what was the use of it? Who told him not to be the Hokage? Who told Hiruzen Sarutobi to be stronger than him? Teacher Sarutobi is a good Hokage. He has enough cohesiveness and charisma. He could unite all the forces in the village when the enemy attacked. However, once the war approached victory or a peaceful era, the village became a pile of loose sand. There was a huge gully between the ninja clan and the civilians. Talent, resources, and connections. These were all things that commoners did not have. Apart from a very small number of people, most of the commoners, even if they became ninjas, were just cannon fodder in the war. The ninja race was also competing with each other, and this kind of competition had already reached a very bad level. In a war, as long as the scales of victory lean towards us, we will be able to win. Those ninjas began to work hard to protect their own strength. At the same time, they hoped that the other ninjas would be at the front and consume their strength. Those who could attend Jounin school were either the geniuses of the clan or the last. Genius was to increase the reputation of the clan. The last part was just to fill in the quota and make a show for everyone. Most of the children were secretly taught in the clan. I've been observing Orochimaru-sama recently. He's one of the 3 Sannin that resounded throughout the world. I think he's probably someone who can change Konoha. He should be retiring in a few years. The next Hokage should be Orochimaru-sama. According to the rumors, Orochimaru-sama should be the Hokage that Konoha needs, who rule with iron fist. Seeing this, Danzo could not help but coldly snort, "You are wrong. I am the best candidate for the Hokage." I thought about it for a long time and made a difficult decision. I gathered the people who still care about Konoha and prepared to kill Orochimaru with them. Orochimaru-sama is doing human experiments and using the villagers as materials. This kind of person who is lost by power is not the person I want to find. He is a demon, and I must kill him. I can't let Konoha be destroyed in his hands. Even if I die here. I came back alive, Orochimaru-sama should be dead. I can see that teacher Sarutobi wanted to let Orochimaru-sama go. But the death of the insect is not stiff. I won't let go of such a strong person who hates Konoha, or there will be endless trouble. I don't know what to do about Konoha's future. To be honest, I am too disappointed with teacher Sarutobi. He is the Hokage, and he should prioritize everything from the perspective of the village, but he is emotional today. But I know for sure that a man with iron blood will lead Konoha to glory. I won't regret killing Orochimaru. Everything, for Konoha. Seeing this, Danzo couldn't help but silently add in his heart, "Isn't this old man a man with iron blood?" After a long time, Danzo finally finished reading Uchiha Tunan's diary. He raised his head and sighed, "It seems that my prejudice is too deep. It turns out that this little devil is the same kind of person as me. Ryoma. A black shadow flashed and came to Danzo, kneeling on one knee. "Your subordinate is here," Danzo said in a deep voice. "Tell Nono Yakushi to copy the contents of Uchiha Tunan's diary when she has the chance. It will be very useful to me." "Yes." After the Ryoma left, Danzo put down the diary and said faintly, "Maybe we should not be enemies." Chapter 186 Training. Cheers! In the barbecue shop, Uchiha Tunan was having a meal with Minato. Uchiha took a sip of juice and said enviously, "We just went out to complete a mission and you are already jounin'. It's too fast." Rin bit the straw and stole a glance at Uchiha Tunan. He said indifferently, "Obito, how can you compete with Tunan? He won against Orochimaru." Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, "I was attacking him together with my clansmen. It was an unfair victory. If Teacher Sarutobi hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I would have died there." Kakashi quickly pulled up his mask and drank a mouthful of juice without anyone noticing. "I didn't expect the gap between us to grow bigger and bigger. It seems that I can't catch up to you." Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses and said gently, "On the peak of the same mountain, some people arrive first, and some arrive later. But the height they were at in the end was the same." Hearing this, Kakashi nodded lightly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Obito looked at Uchiha Tunan in confusion, not understanding why he was talking about the mountain. When everyone saw Obito's silly face, they couldn't help but smile. Minato turned his head to look at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Tunan, this mission is over. I am going to teach Obito and the others. After the beginning of spring, Konoha will hold Chunin exam. I want to take this time to improve Obito and Rin's strength. And I just recently developed a new ninjutsu. I'm interested to see it tomorrow. I also want to hear your opinion and see if there is any need to improve this skill." "No problem, I have been very free recently." Uchiha Tunan nodded. "By the way, is Chunin's exam a team or individual?" "Team." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan frowned slightly and said, "Doesn't that mean that there is one less person? It will be very disadvantageous. Kakashi will also participate." Minato saw the puzzled expression on Uchiha Tunan's face and continued to explain. "This time, the ones participating in Chunin's exam are Amagekyo and Tsunade village. After all, if not for Konoha Ninja who won the championship, the impact would be great. Moreover, Kakashi is not old." Uchiha Tunan nodded in realization. "Don't just talk, eat quickly, it's going to be burnt." Kushina interrupted the conversation between the two, and personally put the barbecue on the barbecue plate into everyone's bowl. "Let's eat!" Obito shouted and began to eat. "Thank you, Kushina-senpai." Uchiha Tunan politely thanked him, then picked up the roast meat and began to eat, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. Chunin examination. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. While eating the roast meat, Obito, who was stealing glances at Rin, suddenly found that she was also stealing glances at others. He immediately followed Rin's line of sight and met Uchiha Tunan's gaze. Obito was slightly startled. Tunan, why are you looking at me like that?" Uchiha Tunan smiled. "I think Obito has a lot of potential." Suddenly being praised by Uchiha Tunan, Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. That's for sure. I'm the future Hokage." Uchiha Tunan said with a face full of certainty, "I believe you can do it." The next day, in the training ground on the outskirts, Minato looked at the sky helplessly, then explained to Uchiha Tunan, "Obito should be here in a while. Let me show you my new ninjutsu." Uchiha Tunan nodded calmly. Minato immediately spread out his right hand. He kept pouring chakra into his palm and controlling his chakra to rotate and compress it. Soon, a light blue Rasengan appeared in Minato's palm. Uchiha Tunan pretended to be shocked and said, "It's actually a non-seal ninjutsu. It looks very powerful." "Yes, this is called Rasengan." The mouth of the Minato smiled. It was to use the chakra form to the extreme. The main key was still to compress and rotate. The more chakra compressed, the faster the rotation speed, and the greater the power. After saying that, Minato rushed to a big tree next to him and pressed the Rasengan on the trunk. Bang! The large tree that could only be hugged by several people fell to the ground. Uchiha Tunan touched his chin and began to analyze. The power of this move is indeed very good. However, the disadvantage was also very obvious. The tension of the compressed Rasengan was too big, and it required a large amount of chakra to control it. The use of this move could only use 30% of the power, and the user had to retain 70% of the power to control it. Just this point alone eliminated 90% of the ninjas who lack chakra. In addition, this type of ninjutsu must be used in close combat, and the restrictions are too great. Minato was slightly surprised by Uchiha Tunan's insight. He could actually find the flaw of the Rasengan after looking at it once. He nodded with a face full of admiration. Yes, the flaw of this move is very big, but my chakra is still sufficient, and it is enough to break kunai. It was thanks to Kakashi's lightning that I was able to study this move. In comparison, Kakashi's lightning cut was more difficult and perfect in all aspects. But I know time and space ninjutsu, which can make up for the shortcomings of Rasengan. In general, this ninjutsu is more suitable for me. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan looked at him, Kakashi couldn't help but straighten his body and said indifferently, "Do you want to learn my Raikiri? I can teach you." Uchiha Tunan was already so close with Kakashi, so he warmly said, "Then I'll take your offer." Although Uchiha Tunan had learned a lot of ninjutsu from Hiruzen Sarutobi, he didn't know all the ninjutsu techniques. After all, the ninjutsu knowledge of this world was heavily monopolized. Especially the chakra compression technique, there was a lot of theoretical knowledge involved in it. As for the Rasengan, as long as the compression technique was mastered, it was not a difficult thing for Uchiha Tunan. At this moment, a figure ran over from the distance. Rin Noera, who had been unable to speak, immediately put his hands on his hips and said, "Abito, what time is it already? You're late again." Abito came to the crowd and panted, "Sorry, I was late for helping the old woman cross the road just now." "It doesn't matter, just be careful in the future." Minato waved his hand helplessly. "Let's go, I will take you and Rin for a special training. By the way, Tunan, I have to trouble you to teach Abito fire ninjutsu. He's really not familiar with the fire style." Uchiha Tunan smiled indifferently and said, "No problem. When Abito is done with his training, I will teach him." Just as Abito was about to agree, he saw Rin staring at him with an inexplicable gaze. He immediately felt unhappy. "I don't want it. I'm good at fire release. I don't need him to teach me." Okay." Minato didn't expect Abito to reject him. After a slight pause, he gave Uchiha Tunan an apologetic look. Then, he took Rin and Abito to start the basic training not far away. Half an hour later, Abito, who was in the middle of training, heard an ear-piercing cry. He immediately looked out of the corner of his eye at Uchiha Tunan, who had already released his lightning. Isn't it just that your talent is a bit better? I will definitely defeat you." And Kakashi. Suddenly, 2 strong gusts of wind blew at him, and 2 bitter ones were about to touch Abito's face. Abito was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Minato appeared in front of Abito and grabbed the 2 kunai. With a serious face, he said, "Abito, you are distracted again." Abito scratched his head and looked at Rin, who kept glancing at Uchiha Tunan. He lowered his head and said dejectedly, "Sorry. My bad." Not far away, Uchiha Tunan dispersed the lightning in his palm and glanced at Abito. A simple person should be easy to break through. As he thought about this, Uchiha Tunan shifted his gaze to Rin. A trace of a blush flashed across Rin's face, and she looked away in a slightly flustered manner. Women were sometimes also an obstacle. He had to find an opportunity to eliminate the hostility of Abito. Chapter 187: Abito's Jealousy. Near noon, Kushina especially sent the bento over to everyone. Seeing that everyone was willing to eat the bento, she waved goodbye. After dinner, Uchiha Tunan began to spar with Kakashi. On the other hand, Minato began to teach Obito and Rin ninjutsu. Obito and Rin didn't know much about ninjutsu. In addition to the basic 3 techniques, Obito only knew 1 fireball, and Rin had just learned the basic medical ninjutsu. Regarding these 2 ninjutsu, Minato only knew a little bit about them, and it was very difficult to teach them. Fire style, how fireball technique. Obito finished his hand seals, and spat out a small flame towards the sky, along with a little bit of black smoke. AI. Minato sighed and patted his forehead helplessly. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan felt that it was about time. He walked over and said, "Minato-sensei, it's getting late. You can go back. Let me teach Obito and Rin alone." Minato immediately understood what Uchiha Tunan meant, and immediately said with a look of realization, "Right, Kakashi and I have something to do, so I'll leave the 2 of them to you." After that, he immediately came to Kakashi's side and winked at him. The 2 of them left the training ground together. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was going to teach him ninjutsu, Obito crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head. "Hey, I didn't say that I wanted to cultivate with you." Uchiha Tunan pushed up his glasses without the slightest bit of anger, and said kindly, "If that's the case, then I will teach Rin alone. Obito, you can go back first." Tisk. Obito turned around and left. However, just as he walked out of their line of sight, Obito was worried about Rin. Then, he sneaked back and hid in the bushes to observe. Uchiha Tunan brought Rin to a big stone. "Sit down." N. Rin sat down quietly and looked at Uchiha Tunan intently. Uchiha Tunan stood in front of Rin Noara and began to tell her, "I don't know much about the palm immortal technique, but I do know a little about medicine. By the way, I know some of the acupoints and meridians of the human body." When Rin Noara heard this, she immediately praised with an expression of worship. "Tunan-kun knows a lot. I spend every night studying this knowledge, but I still don't know a thing." "That's because you haven't gone through systematic learning. Do you want to learn medicine or human knowledge first?" Rin Noara tilted her head and said, "I think all of them are fine." Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's have the knowledge of the human body. After all, the lethality of the palm technique hitting the meridians and acupoints is not bad. Medicine knowledge is not much of a help for you to participate in Chunan's exam." After saying that, he bent down and picked up a branch from the ground, then pointed it at the shoulder of Rin Noara. "Remember this acupoint, most of the fire-style ninjutsu have to flow through this acupoint." The reason why he wanted to use a branch was because Uchiha Tunan knew that Obito was secretly observing. Now, it was just a foreshadowing for the follow-up approval. He still had to consider the feelings of Obito. If he directly used his hands, he was afraid that Obito would be angered. Seeing that Obito had no intention of coming out, Uchiha Tunan pointed at a relatively sensitive acupoint of Rin. Rin only felt a burst of numbness in the place where the branches touched, and couldn't help but snort. Obito, who was hiding in the bushes, was instantly unhappy. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it. Sorry, this is the only way to make it easier for you to understand the specific location." Uchiha Tunan said to Rin with an apologetic face. Rin shook her head and said, "It's okay." Uchiha Tunan nodded. He continued to go to the next acupoint. "There is also this position." N. Rin Nohara's shout was like a curse in Obito's heart. But Obito still held it in and didn't appear. Uchiha Tunan frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you, as a woman, are too sensitive." Rin Noara had a guilty look on his face as he said, "I'm sorry, Tunan-kun. I really can't help it." Uchiha Tunan sighed and prepared to change his move. He immediately threw away the tree branch in his hand. "There is no one else here, so you can only use me as an experimental subject." As he spoke, he took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Rin Noera subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a blush appeared on her face. Uchiha Tunan pointed to the left side of his abdomen with his hand without a change in expression. Then, he slowly slid down and said, "This position follows this trajectory. It is about 2 centimeters away from the skin. Touch it and see. It is useless just looking at it. You still need to practice it." Rin Noera felt her mind go blank. He stood up and reached out to touch Uchiha Tunan's body. At this time, Obito finally couldn't help but jump out. "Hey!" This shout pulled Rin back to reality from her absent-minded state, and she suddenly retracted her hand. It was as if she had been caught in a love affair. Uchiha Tunan calmly turned to look at Obito and asked with a puzzled face, "Obito?" You. Obito felt like he was about to explode, but he didn't know what to say. Uchiha Tunan strode over to Obito and grabbed his wrist. "So you haven't left yet?" "Just in time. Can you be Rin's experimental subject?" Originally, Obito was still organizing his righteous words in his mind, but he was immediately interrupted by Uchiha Tunan's words. Looking at the blushing Rin Noera, Obito smiled and said, "Hee, no problem." Uchiha Tunan pulled Obito to the big stone and pointed to the stone. "Take off your clothes and lie on your stomach." Shwa. At this moment, Obito's ninja hand speed was completely displayed. He immediately showed the two of them what it meant to take off in a second. Suddenly, Obito felt his wrist being grabbed by Uchiha Tunan again. "There's no need for the pants. Pull up the zipper." "Oh!" Obito reacted a little awkwardly. He was really confused just now, so he didn't think too much and took it off. He saw Obito lying on the big rock with his upper body bare. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had already put on his shirt. He squatted down and gently pressed the acupuncture points on Obito's back with his fingers while explaining to Rin. Obito muttered in his heart, "Why is Tunan touching me? This is the nerve node. Once the immortal palm technique hits, it can paralyze half of a person's body for a short period of time. You try it. Rin is going to touch me." Obito only felt a surge of emotions, and a feeling of anticipation surged into his heart. However, Rin's technique was definitely a bit worse than Uchiha Tunan's. In addition, the atmosphere had been ruined by Obito just now. The little girl still had a bit of resentment in her heart, so her strength was a bit heavy. "It hurts. Chapter 188 Remembrance. The sun in the west was holding a grand farewell ceremony. The fiery red sunset dyed the entire sky red. The three of them had just finished their training and left the training ground one after another, returning home. However, after being ravaged for an entire afternoon, Obito was extremely unhappy. However, he could not vent his anger on his beloved Rin. He could only secretly follow behind Tunan, ready to find a place with fewer people, and ask him if he had any intentions towards Rin. In this way, Uchiha Tunan quietly walked toward the commercial street of Konoha, while Obito sneakily followed behind. Uchiha Tunan, who was walking in front, saw that Obito really took the bait, and his mouth couldn't help but slightly curve up. He went into a flower shop. At the corner of the street, Obito poked his head out and looked at Uchiha Tunan as he walked into the flower shop, his face full of doubt as he muttered, "What an annoying fellow. What is he going to the flower shop for? Is he going to confess to Rin?" Thinking of this, Obito's hostility towards Uchiha Tunan rose several levels. He also began to plan how to mess up Uchiha Tunan's plan. Soon, he saw Uchiha Tunan walk out of the flower shop with a bouquet of roses. Roses, as expected, he's about to confess. Obito hurriedly followed, but he followed Uchiha Tunan all the way to the door of Uchiha's home. Was he going to confess tomorrow? Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was about to enter the house, Obito couldn't wait any longer. He immediately rushed out and shouted, "Tunan!" Just as Uchiha Tunan opened the door, he turned his head and looked at Obito with a disappointed look. He forced a smile and said, "Obito, what's the matter?" Seeing that Uchiha Tunan's expression was not right, Obito asked, "I have something to ask you." Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "Wait for me. Let's talk on the way." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan walked into the courtyard. Half a minute later, Uchiha Tunan walked out of the courtyard. In his other hand, there was a wooden sculpture. "If you have something to say, just say it." As Uchiha Tunan spoke, he walked towards the outskirts of the clan. Obito didn't know where Uchiha Tunan was going, so he followed beside him and asked, Are you interested in Rin?" Thinking about how Uchiha Tunan had brought Rin to ravage him today, the anger in Obito's heart rose again, and his words were a bit emotional. Uchiha Tunan was slightly stunned and said with a puzzled face, "What do you mean?" Obito scratched his head anxiously, but he felt that it was hard to say, so as not to let Uchiha Tunan notice that he liked Rin. After all, he had always maintained his crush. He could not let others know about his crush. Uchiha Tunan took a deep look at Obito, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He smiled and shook his head. "You think too much. I have always regarded Rin as my sister." As soon as he finished speaking, Obito was stunned for a moment, and then a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. In an instant, his hostility towards Uchiha Tunan completely disappeared. "Really? I thought it was." As Obito was speaking, he suddenly noticed the wooden sculpture in Uchiha Tunan's hand. The wooden sculpture looked like a girl and looked very cute. Obito felt that the wooden sculpture looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. "You have someone you like, right? Why do you ask?" There was a hint of nostalgia and melancholy in Uchiha Tunan's tone, and his footsteps slowed down a little. He lowered his head, as if he was a little dejected. Obito had an expression of being seen through by me. He pointed at the bouquet of roses in Uchiha Tunan's hand and said, "Otherwise, why would you buy roses? They are used for confessing." Uchiha Tunan was silent when he heard this, and he continued to walk with his head down. The sun was slowly falling into the mountains, but even the last corner of the sun was releasing its light to its heart's content. The afterglow of the sky shone on Uchiha Tunan and Obito. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan had such a side to him, Obito became excited. With a gossipy expression on his face, he poked Uchiha Tunan with his elbow and asked, "Who is it? I don't see you with any girl usually." A touch of sadness appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Mainai." His voice seemed to carry a lot of longing, and his expression seemed to be reminiscing. "Mainai? Who is it?" Obito felt that he had heard this name somewhere before, and he thought about it for a long time with a distressed look on his face. Uchiha Tunan shook his head with a bitter smile, and sighed. Sure enough, not many people remember her anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito suddenly remembered something, and said, "I remember now. She was our first-year classmate." Then, Obito remembered that Uchiha Mainai was already dead. He immediately lowered his voice and said apologetically, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It's normal that you don't remember her." A forced smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's lips. His eyes were dim as he said, "In this cold and detached clan, I have only seen two people who love to smile. One of them is Mainai." Obito scratched his head and said, "What about the other one?" Uchiha Tunan stopped in his tracks and turned his head to smile at Obito. Then, he continued to walk forward. Obito was slightly stunned. He pointed at himself and said, "Me?" But Uchiha Tunan seemed to be in a bad mood and didn't answer him. Obito felt that he should find a way to comfort Uchiha Tunan at this time, so he found a topic to talk about. "Can I take a look at this wooden sculpture?" Uchiha Tunan silently handed the wooden sculpture to Obito. Obito took the wooden sculpture and studied it for a moment. The outline of the wooden sculpture was clear, and even the expression on it was very vivid. The wood was also good. The corners were spotless and flawless. It seemed that it was carefully protected every day. Obito couldn't help but praise. "It's so delicate. You carved it really well. Uchiha Tunan sighed and said, no matter what it is, as long as you put your heart into it, you can do it well. For so many years, her voice and smile had always been hovering in my mind. Accompany me every night. As time passed, not only did the memories not flow away, they became clearer and clearer. It just so happens that today is a special day, so I'm going to pay my respects to her. Obito nodded silently, recalling the memories of Uchiha Menai in his mind. Suddenly, Obito recalled a lot of memories and asked with a puzzled face. What special day is it today? I remember that when she died, it was not this season. It seems that her birthday was not this time either. When she was in her first year, she invited her classmates to eat snacks on her birthday. How could Uchiha Tunan know when Menai's birthday was? He could only make up a reason. He immediately said with a sad face, today is the day we get to know each other. Hearing this, Obito thought about it. It was not the day of school, so he immediately imagined, so you knew each other before you went to school. Uchiha Tunan took the opportunity to nod. I met her in a hurry when I was young, but I knew that I would never forget her. At this moment, Obito only felt that Uchiha Tunan was a kindred spirit. Moreover, he was much more miserable than himself. Although Rin Noira did not show that she liked him, at least she was still alive. However, the person that Uchiha Tunan liked had died a long time ago. What a pity! Thinking of this, Obito looked at Uchiha Tunan with sympathy and couldn't bear to say, Tunan, you still can't forget her until now. Presumably, if she knew about it, she would be very happy. Chapter 189, Tsunade's Wrath. At this time, the two of them had already arrived at the graveyard outside the clan grounds. Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed slightly as he found Uchiha Menai's grave. He placed the wooden sculpture and roses in front of the gravestone and knelt on both knees. Menai, I came to see you again. Obito stood behind Uchiha Tunan and looked at the weeds on the grave. This grave seems to have not been cleaned for a long time. As he spoke, he prepared to go forward and pull out the grass. Uchiha Tunan quickly stopped him. Don't move around. Menai loved to wear flowers and plants on her head when she was alive. Obito was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, so that's how it is. I thought no one cleaned it for a long time. Uchiha Tunan finally cleared the hole and looked at the tombstone with a face full of sadness. He said in a low voice, Menai, you don't have to worry about me. I am very happy. I don't have many friends, but I know my friends. Today, I specially brought my best friend here. He is also a member of Uchiha. He likes to laugh like you. He immediately waved at Obito and said, Obito, come over and greet me. Obito came to Uchiha Tunan's side, and after a moment of hesitation, he knelt down like Uchiha Tunan. Hello, Menai. Uchiha Tunan seemed to be a little excited, and his knees moved forward. Did you hear that? Obito, you shouldn't have forgotten about it, right? He is our classmate, just like me. His potential is great, and he is also very kind. He is a worthy partner. Obito never thought that in Uchiha Tunan's heart, he was already his best friend. He could not help but look at Uchiha Tunan and murmured, Tunan. Then he looked at Uchiha Menai's tombstone seriously and solemnly said, Menai, don't worry. I will take good care of Tunan for you. We are very good partners. Ding, get the recognition of Uchiha and Obito. Sure enough, after eliminating hostility, it was easily settled. It's really a waste of my expression. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth secretly outlined a little. He stood up and reached out to pat the dust on his pants. All right, we won't disturb your rest. Obito was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going to spend more time with Menai? His mood had just arrived, and the worship ceremony had already ended? Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? However, for Uchiha Tunan, as long as Obito agreed with it, it was fine. Right now, Obito was just a scum, and he didn't deserve to put too much effort into pretending. Uchiha Tunan smiled indifferently and said in an inexplicable tone, "There is a difference between yin and yang. It is not good to disturb her for too long. Obito, do you want to become stronger?" Obito nodded, yes. Uchiha Tunan looked around, and at the same time secretly used Wind Whisper to confirm that there was no one else around, and said in a bewitching tone, "I have a secret technique that can open up the ren and do meridians of the human body and stimulate the potential. However, the process is very painful." Obito's eyes narrowed. "As long as I can become stronger, I can endure the pain." Uchiha Tunan smiled even more. He bent down and patted Obito on the shoulder. "I will open the ren and do meridians for you now, and dig out the great potential in your body." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan's face turned cold. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and slammed it on Obito's head. This time, Uchiha Tunan increased the source of the curse. As long as Obito wasn't at the 6 paths level, his life and death would be in the hands of Uchiha Tunan. Obito felt as if his skull had been torn open by something. A cold and gloomy aura suddenly rushed into his mind. Even though he was already prepared in his heart, Obito still realized that he had underestimated the pain that Uchiha Tunan was talking about. It hurt so much. The cold and gloomy aura kept stirring in his mind like a swimming snake, as if it was swallowing his own brain. Pain, pain, a heart-wrenching pain. A heart-wrenching pain, so painful that he wished he were dead, living worse than death, living between life and death. Ah! Obito's shrill roar resounded through the entire cemetery. Uchiha Tunan had experimented with the curse seal for so many times, and knew that this curse seal would not be fatal, so he was not worried about Obito's safety at all. He considerately gave Obito enough space to roll around. He came to Uchiha Mainai's tombstone, reached out to caress it, and said in a low voice, "Mainai, thank you." Uchiha Tunan suddenly thought of his left eye's Shuten Dojutsu ability. He raised his head and looked at the surrounding graves. With the thought of giving it a try, he turned his back to Obito and opened the mangekyo. Uchiha Tunan closed his right eye tightly, and his left eye suddenly opened. The mangekyo quickly rotated, producing a suction force. Gradually, in Uchiha Tunan's vision, a white soul was pulled up from the edge of the grave and floated towards him. As the soul got closer to Uchiha Tunan, it floated faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the space of his left eye. Uchiha Tunan only felt a strange sense of comfort rise from his heart, making him intoxicated. However, there was only one new soul nearby. Uchiha Tunan looked around and closed the mangekyo. This kind of instinctive pleasure was really addictive. The dojutsu swallowed the space. The souls of the Uchiha clansmen who had just been attracted looked at the surrounding scenery with confusion. The blood-red sky was covered with magma. There was a desolate and dead scene everywhere. Did I do too many bad things? After I die, there really is hell. This Uchiha clansman muttered and wandered aimlessly. However, he had only taken a few steps when he accidentally stepped on the lava that splashed on the ground. He was immediately scalded to the point that his saws emitted green smoke. As for the rising green smoke, it gradually floated above the blood-colored sky. The Uchiha clansmen took a few steps back with shock on their faces, and the white light on their bodies dimmed a little. As a soul, he should not feel pain, but he clearly felt as if he was being devoured by something. He raised his head and looked around seriously. A feeling of despair erupted from the bottom of his heart. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now he noticed it. The earth was full of lava streams. But what was even more terrifying was that there seemed to be a dark cloud flashing with lightning on the horizon, slowly moving, and constantly pouring lava rain on the earth. In the real world. Half an hour later, the sun had completely set, and the cold crescent moon rose up. Uchiha, Obito, was covered in sweat. He lay on the ground, his eyes slightly unfocused. In his line of sight, a human-shaped shadow covered the crescent moon. Obito's eyes narrowed, and an expression of survival appeared on his face. He said weakly, "Tunan. Did I succeed?" Very successful. Your potential will awaken within a certain period of time. Uchiha Tunan said lightly. At that time, no matter what ninjutsu you learn, it will be very easy. Thank you. As soon as Obito finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Uchiha Tunan quietly looked at Obito's face, and a strange smile flashed across his face. He slowly said, "No need to thank me." After saying that, he picked up the fainted Obito and walked towards the territory of Uchiha. This time, he had spent too much of his life essence to cast the curse on Obito, and he still needed some time to recuperate. Life essence was something that could grow with the increase in strength. This was also the reason why the average life expectancy in the ninja realm was so low, but many strong ninjas could live for a long time. Of course, Uchiha Tunan didn't know much about life expectancy. It seemed that the life source was related to the soul source. However, judging from the fact that a person had a soul after death, it meant that a person's lifespan was over and their soul source could not be used up at all. In this regard, Uchiha Tunan boldly guessed that perhaps when a person's soul source was consumed to a certain extent, a mechanism would trigger a certain mechanism to force a person to die of old age. As for what mechanism it was, it would probably take a certain amount of time to explore. A month later, Konoha finally welcomed a new year. Uchiha Tunan pasted the Spring Festival couplets on the door of the welfare home. The corridor of the house in the welfare home, as well as the red lanterns that he had weaved on the court. This style was quite unique in Konoha. In order to celebrate this special day, Uchiha Tunan had set up several tables in the orphanage space. He personally cooked and burned several tables full of dishes. There were not only people from the welfare home who were celebrating the new year together. Uchiha Tunan also invited Minato and the others to the welfare home to celebrate the new year together. Of course, after thinking about it for a long time, Uchiha Tunan still went to invite Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, in the reception room of the Hokage building, the staff said that Chunan's exam was about to be held, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was busy with work and refused to see Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan knew that without the Tamamoto Jutsu, the ocular ability absorbed Hiruzen Sarutobi's negative emotions. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi definitely had a grudge against him in his heart. However, due to his previous experience, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of attacking him again for the time being. The best way was to not contact Hiruzen Sarutobi and wait for the war to start. Late at night, everyone had eaten their fill and went back to rest. Uchiha Tunan returned to his room and teased little Yanba, who was crawling on the ground with a toy. Little Yanba had an innocent smile on his face as he stretched out his chubby little hand to grab the toy. However, the height was just too high for him to reach, and he did not touch it after grabbing for a long time. Little Yanba was a little anxious and looked at Uchiha Tunan with his big round eyes, as if he wanted to seek help. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was only looking at him with a smile, he did not seem to give the toy to him. Little Yanba staggered a few times before finally standing up left and right. However, the moment he stood up, he fell to the ground because he could not control his center of gravity. After repeating it over and over again, little Yanba finally stood up and reached out to hug the toy. Then he sat down on the ground with his toy and laughed happily. A trace of surprise flashed through Uchiha Tunan's eyes. Generally speaking, the later generation of ninjas had a relatively fast physical development. Half a year old could be said to be able to walk, and around 1 year old could help to buy soy sauce. However, compared to his peers, little Yanba's physique had already reached an inhuman level. He was only 3 months old, but he was already able to stand up. It seemed that the assimilation effect of the curse seal was very good. If Uchiha Tunan remembered correctly, Uchiha seemed to be about the same size as little Yanba. However, Uchiha was definitely still curled up in his swaddling clothes and could not move around. He had only planted a curse seal for little Yanba after opening the mangekyo. If the assimilation effect of the curse seal reached a certain level, little Yanba might even be able to open his Sharingan in the future. Little Yanba played with the toys for a while and raised his head to see Uchiha Tunan sitting there silently. He struggled to stand up with the toy in his arms and stumbled into Uchiha Tunan's arms. He held up his beloved toy, his mouth moved a few times, and he spat out 2 muffled sounds, ba-ba. Uchiha Tunan quietly looked at Lil Yanbo, reached out to rub his little head, and said lightly, "Be good, it's time to sleep. Go to bed." As he spoke, he picked up Lil Yanbo and placed him in the cradle bed. Then, he turned around and headed to the study room, preparing to complete today's diary. Under his deliberate indulgence, Nono Yakushi would leak his diary to Danzo every once in a while. And Danzo seemed to have become a loyal reader of Uchiha Tunan. He could not sleep at night even if he did not read the hot and passionate contents of the diary for a day. He wished that he could lock Uchiha Tunan up and add more. Uchiha Tunan opened the diary, and without thinking much, he picked up the pen and his right hand turned into an afterimage. Generally speaking, Uchiha Tunan had to write a diary with tens of thousands of words every day. Anyway, it would not take long. Ba! Ba! Little Yanba's shouts could be heard in the living room. Uchiha Tunan was not in a hurry to coax him. He just wanted to train his language ability. When he grew up a little more, Uchiha Tunan planned to teach him how to hold a pen and write with both hands. This would also be good for him to learn how to make hand seals in the future. In the dark night, there were stars, flickering, like gems. On the night of the new year, Konoha was brightly lit. Especially in the commercial street, the ninjas who were on vacation invited 3 to 5 civilian girls to drink and chat happily together. However, not everyone was immersed in joy. The Hokage building trembled violently. Then, 2 black shadows rushed towards the welfare home at an astonishing speed. Uchiha Tunan, who was riding furiously, suddenly stopped moving. His entire body was instantly filled with lightning as he rushed towards the living room. Rumble. At the welfare home, the ground around the house where Uchiha Tunan lived collapsed, and the entire house collapsed. Tsunade, don't do anything here. Get lost. Beside the ruins, Tsunade punched the ground with her fists and her eyes were red. At the entrance of the welfare home, Jiraiya grabbed Might Guy with one hand and Might Guy with the other. Might Guy said in disbelief, "Jiraiya-san, don't worry about what you shouldn't care about." Jiraiya interrupted Might Guy's question and raised his head to look at the figure on the top of the building. Wow! Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and looked at little Yanba, whose right face had been torn by the debris. He immediately summoned his shadow clone and hugged little Yanba, leading far away. Uchiha Tunan's eyes widened, and his 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly circulated. He expressionlessly looked at Tsunade below, and his right hand slightly raised. A cold light rose from the ruins and fell into the hands of Uchiha Tunan. The spies are so arrogant now. They dare to break into the orphanage and kill people. They won't even let 3 months of babies go. Uchiha Tunan's voice spread throughout Konoha under the support of Wind Whisper. For a time, countless Konoha ninjas heard the news and rushed to the orphanage. Tsunade clenched her fists and glared at Uchiha Tunan with her misty eyes. She shouted, "Uchiha's little devil, I will kill you and avenge Orochimaru." Uchiha Tunan sneered and shouted, "So you are a survivor of the living experiments. Die!" Chapter 190. Another Sannin defeated. With that, Uchiha Tunan suddenly disappeared without a trace. This kind of person who already hated him was only an obstacle. What's more, Tsunade doesn't have much ability, and Uchiha Tunan doesn't take her seriously. If there was no value and only trouble, then he would just kill them. It just so happened that the other party provoked him first and sent an excuse to him. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Tunan flashed and appeared right above Tsunade. The Kusanagi sword in his hand vibrated with a shrill cry. So fast. Tsunade's pupils shrank and she instinctively jumped back, narrowly avoiding Uchiha Tunan's fatal blow. However, the moment she moved, the necklace on her chest was split into 2 by Kusanagi's sword because of inertia. Tsunade, who was already furious, saw that she was almost killed by Uchiha Tunan. Even the relic left by Hashirama was destroyed. The instant Uchiha Tunan landed on the ground, chakra erupted from her body, and she used collapsing fist, smashing his fist on the ground. A huge crack rapidly spread towards Uchiha Tunan. However, this level of attack was simply too easy to dodge. Uchiha Tunan's expression remained unchanged, and he easily dodged to the side. But the crack went straight to the Sunset Building. During the battle, Uchiha Tunan was not interested in saving the old people in the building. If he died, he would kill Tsunade, and the lives of these old people would be the most righteous reason. No! Might Dai shouted and was about to open the 8 gates escape armor to save the old people in the building. The still rational Jiraiya was one step ahead of him and immediately made a series of hand seals. The art of lion hair. Jiraiya's hair instantly grew longer and extended to the surrounding of the building, and the entire building was wrapped in it. Tsunade, are you crazy? There are so many old people in the building. Jiraiya was also furious and shouted at Tsunade. Although he was also sad about Orochimaru's death, it did not mean that he could kill innocent people. Tsunade was slightly stunned and realized that she was too impulsive to notice the old man in the building. Therefore, he began to control her strength and attack range, fighting with Uchiha Tunan in a state where people would not be injured accidentally. With the artifact Kusunagi's sword, Uchiha Tunan naturally was not afraid of Tsunade's strange punch. No matter how hard the fist was, it was still a flesh body. Tsunade naturally knew that she could not fight with Kusunagi's sword head-on, so she kept looking for an opportunity to attack. Being in the hinterland of Konoha, Konoha's ninjas arrived at an extremely fast speed. At this time, there was already a circle of ninjas outside, but they were blocked by the Umbu. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan couldn't help but stare. Hiruzen Sarutobi definitely knew the situation here. It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi's hatred recovered very quickly. He knew that Tsunade and Orochimaru had a good relationship, so she would definitely find trouble with him, but he didn't stop them. At this time, after receiving an order, the Umbu bypassed the place where the two fought and went to the building to pick up the old people. This time, Tsunade admitted that she had no restrictions and could completely let go of her hands and feet. One punch after another smashed into the ground. There seemed to be a giant reptile that kept breaking through the ground and rising up. Tsunade tried to change the terrain to affect Uchiha Tunan's attack. As long as Uchiha Tunan dared to land, he would be affected by the aftershock of the collapsing fist. Rumble. The orphanage occupied a large area, and without anyone using large-scale ninjutsu, it was enough for the two of them to fight. Jiraiya frowned and shouted at the crowd. Not good, quickly retreat and move the surrounding residents away. With me here, no one will die. As long as Tsunade's anger disappears, it will be fine. At this moment, Minato and Kushina, who were far away, had just arrived. When he saw that it was Tsunade and Uchiha Tunan who were fighting, he wanted to stop them. But when he heard Jiraiya's order, he hesitated for a moment and retreated a little. Little brat Uchiha quickly apologized to Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted. If this continued, the entire Welfare Institute would cease to exist, and the nearby residents would also be implicated. It was best to stop this battle in time. It had only been a few years since the end of the second battle, but the friendship between Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had not broken yet. That was why Tsunade was so furious when she heard that Uchiha Tunan killed him. However, it was different for her. Perhaps she had seen too much human suffering in the past few years, so she was more inclined to justice between justice and feelings. Looking at the thrilling fight between the two, Kushina frowned and said worriedly, Jiraiya-sensei, what did Tunan do to make Tsunade-sensei so angry? Jiraiya took a deep breath and said in a low voice, it's because of Orochimaru. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding Konoha ninjas all frowned. Speaking of Orochimaru, everyone's emotions were a bit complicated. Minato's face sank, and his squatting body slowly stood up. He lowered his head and said, Teacher, do you know that Orochimaru is doing human experiments? Jiraiya didn't look at Minato, but sighed and said, I know, it's not the kid's fault, but Orochimaru is, after all, a partner of Tsunade and me. You also know Tsunade's temper. Sometimes, you understand right and wrong, but you need to vent the sadness in your heart. Don't worry, if she really wants to kill someone, she won't take the initiative to reveal her aura. Minato looked at Uchiha Tunan, who seemed to be forced to run around on the battlefield, and shook his head. I'm sorry, teacher. Tunan used to be my disciple. He has endured too much injustice and grievances. I can't let Tsunade-sama bully him like this again. When Kushina heard Jiraiya's ridiculous words, she was already furious. He immediately shouted, Minato, stop talking to this old man. I'll stop her. You go and save Tunan. Minato nodded and took out kunai, ready to enter the battlefield. Jiraiya sighed and whispered. Don't worry, with me here, that kid will be fine. Besides, if I am not wrong, that kid's strength is not weaker than Tsunade. Minato hesitated for a moment and slowly lowered his hands, gently pulling Kushina's arm. In any case, Jiraiya was Minato's teacher. Since Jiraiya promised that Uchiha Tunan would not be hurt, Minato pulled Kushina to a stop. In this battle, the only one who could watch was Jounin. As for Genin, he was already stopped by the Umbu outside. After all, Tsunade's identity was special, and today's matter was so unreasonable that it would not be good to hear about it. At some point in time, Jounin of the Uchiha clan in the crowd began to shout. Tunan, you can do it! Long live Uchiha! Long live Uchiha! Although Tsunade had a special identity and was known as the first medical ninja, and she had always been respected. However, the people of Uchiha clan did not care about that. As long as their own people could defeat the Sannin in front of everyone, they felt that they had face. Even if they were not interested in Uchiha Tunan. As for the other Konoha's Jounin, even if the balance in their hearts was leaning towards Uchiha Tunan. However, Tsunade's image had always been deeply ingrained in their hearts, so it was not good for her to cheer for Uchiha Tunan. They could only remain silent. Tsunade's eyes were already bloodshot with anger. The veins on her forehead were almost bursting out due to the force of her moves. Her chest heaved up and down, and she wanted to vent all her anger on Uchiha Tunan. Different standpoints represented different views. For Tsunade, Orochimaru had done so much for the victory of World War II, and he had made so many contributions. Even if it was wrong to do human experiments, he should not be killed. At the very least, he should be caught and handed over to the villagers to decide how to deal with him. Even in the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi also told Tsunade that he was planning to raise Orochimaru's position. However, Uchiha Tunan caught up with him and took the opportunity to injure Orochimaru, which led to Orochimaru's death. Today, Tsunade came here to beat up Uchiha Tunan. But now, with the help of the Uchiha clan outside, Tsunade's rationality was completely overwhelmed by emotions. Sure enough, what Knight and Grandpa said was right, the Uchiha clan was an evil clan. Damn it! Tsunade shouted angrily, finding an opportunity. He immediately dodged Uchiha Tunan's sword tip, turned her body sideways, and used heavenly feet to raise high, and chop down towards the top of Uchiha Tunan's head. The leg wind rushed towards him, but Uchiha Tunan was still fearless, and his three eyes were like jade rapidly spinning. The mangekyo level eye power granted Uchiha Tunan super powerful dynamic vision, so he easily used Thunder Spirit Wind Flash to dodge the heavy blow. Bang! With a single step, the entire Welfare Institute was left in a deep pit. A huge cloud of dust rose up, enveloping the two of them, making it hard for others to see what was happening inside. Jiraiya frowned. His perception was on the verge of exploding, and he was worried that there would be casualties among the two. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya's hair grew crazily and rushed into the dust. The hair hit very fast, and the dust was penetrated by Jiraiya's hair, revealing a clear phenomenon. In the dust, Uchiha Tunan appeared in front of Tsunade, and a smile flashed on his face. Tsunade was about to punch him. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan spat out a mouthful of blood on Tsunade's face. No matter what trick it was, as long as it was useful, there was nothing despicable. The moment Tsunade seized the blood, Her whole body immediately became weak, and she could not even stand steadily. Puchi. Uchiha Tunan's Kusanagi sword stabbed into Tsunade's abdomen. It's just that the moment the Kusanagi sword just pierced, Tsunade was dragged out of the smoke by Jiraiya's hair. At the same time, a huge stick in the sky stabbed into Uchiha Tunan. He prevented Uchiha Tunan to give Tsunade a fatal blow. What a pity! He almost killed her. Tsunade was in a different situation. She was in the hinterland of Konoha, openly attacking Uchiha Tunan. In such a situation, there was no turning back for the two of them. Tsunade! Tsunade-sama! Jiraiya was holding Tsunade, who had fainted from the blood on her abdomen, and her face was extremely ugly. From a distance, Shizun quickly ran over and began to treat Tsunade's injuries. Step, step, step. Heavy footsteps sounded from the dust. Jiraiya also arrived in front of Tsunade in a flash, staring at the figure coming out of the smoke. He saw that Uchiha Tunan's eyes were red, and the tip of Kusanagi's sword was still dripping with Tsunade's blood. Tunan, are you okay? Kushina saw Uchiha Tunan coming out and quickly ran over to look at him up and down. Minato saw that Jiraiya was also staring at Uchiha Tunan. He hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Uchiha Tunan and made his stand clear. Uchiha Tunan reached out and adjusted his glasses. He turned his head to look into the distance and said in a clear voice, "Teacher, why did you stop me from killing this outlaw? She destroyed Konoha's orphanage and almost killed the baby and old man inside." A breeze blew past, and Hiruzen Sarutobi led a group of Umbu members to appear beside Jiraiya. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked down at Tsunade's injury and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Uchiha Tunan with a complicated gaze and said, "You know her." "Of course," she said that she wanted to avenge Orochimaru, the scum who used innocent villagers for human experiments. It must have something to do with human experiments. Uchiha Tunan looked at Tsunade with hatred. After a pause, he stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi in disbelief and said, "Does she have a powerful background? Teacher, you have to let her go. Have you forgotten about the dead villagers?" Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a gloomy face. "She is Tsunade. Don't say that you didn't notice what others called her when you were fighting." At this moment, a figure walked out from the shadows at the end of the street. "So what if she is Tsunade?" "Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. Orochimaru deserved to die for doing human experiments. Tunan was the hero who defended Konoha. Tsunade actually took revenge on Tunan for a criminal. Not only did you not ask Tsunade, but you also questioned Tunan here. Even if Tunan knew the identity of Tsunade from the beginning, so what? Is it because Tsunade has a noble identity that she can do whatever she wants in Konoha?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo, who was walking towards him, and coldly said, "Danzo, that's not what I meant. And this has nothing to do with you." Danzo snorted and said loudly, "How is it not? I am a part of Konoha. If someone is using authority to take revenge on Konoha's hero, I won't sit idly. Then one day, if someone uses the same method to deal with me, who will speak up for me?" Saying this, he went to stand beside Uchiha Tunan, looking straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and said with conviction, "Justice is in the heart, justice does not fear power." Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a sentence he had recently written in his diary. He did not expect that Danzo's perception was much higher than Hiruzen Sarutobi's, and he was already able to use it flexibly. He immediately said to Danzo in a deep voice, "Thank you, Lord Danzo, for speaking up for justice." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the two of them and narrowed his eyes. He said slowly, "It's really surprising. I didn't expect you to stand on Tunan's side one day." Danzo looked straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi without any fear. "I stand on the side of justice." For a moment, everyone present could feel that the two of them seemed to be opposing each other. In the next moment, the group of Uchiha and Jounin looked at each other and stood behind Uchiha Tunan. As for those Konoha ninjas, they were somewhat indecisive. The main reason was that Hiruzen Sarutobi had so many Hokage in the past, and his prestige had long been deep in the hearts of people. Even though they knew that this was Tsunade's fault, these Konoha ninjas didn't dare to stand against Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, they looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with slight dissatisfaction. At this moment, the warning line formed by the Umbu in the distance shouted angrily, "Take him down!" Sizzle! A bolt of lightning broke through the defense line of the Umbu and appeared beside Uchiha Tunan. The lightning dissipated, revealing Kakashi. Kakashi gasped heavily for breath and said, "Tunan, I'm late." Uchiha Tunan helped Kakashi up with a grateful face and said, "Kakashi, thank you." Seeing this, Danzo immediately said, "Hiruzen, why did you let the Umbu seal this place? It was better to take this opportunity to let the villagers judge it together." Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally knew that this matter was his own fault. If the villagers were to participate, then his authority as the Hokage would plummet. Even now, it seemed that Konoha's ninjas were at odds with him. No need, this is just a misunderstanding. Tsunade didn't want to do anything to Tunan, but when she returned to Konoha, she heard the news that her companion died. She couldn't control her emotions and wanted to find someone to vent. It just so happens that I understand Tunan's abilities and know that nothing will happen to him. Just treat him as a sparring partner for Tsunade. I just didn't expect the commotion to be so big. This is my negligence. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth and turned Tunan into his disciple sparring partner, turning a big matter into a small matter. Jiraiya also immediately reacted and echoed, "That's right. Before we left, the teacher specifically instructed me to watch the two of them so that no one will get hurt." Sure enough, after hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya's explanation, most of the dissatisfaction of the Konoha Jounin present dissipated. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt relieved and quickly changed the topic. He asked Shizune, "How is Tsunade? How is she?" At this time, she had stopped treatment and saw that the wound on Tsunade's abdomen had almost healed. "No big problem." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, "Take her to the hospital to rest for a while. I will enlighten her when she wakes up." After saying that, he turned his eyes to the protagonist of the night, Uchiha Tunan, and said in an inexplicable tone, "Tunan, I have already explained the misunderstanding to you. Can you understand?" Uchiha Tunan and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at each other for a long time. Finally, he pushed up his glasses and said with a gentle smile, "I didn't expect Tsunade to be so loyal. I can understand her feelings of losing a partner. As long as teacher doesn't blame me because I accidentally hurt Tsunade." Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment and looked deeply at Uchiha Tunan. Immediately, a kind smile appeared on his face and he said, "No, I won't." After saying that, he waved his hand and sighed. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Everyone, disperse. Chapter 191, Confessing Secrets. A moment later, the ninjas on the scene left under the evacuation of the Umbu. Minato and the others still had a lot to say to Uchiha Tunan. Danzo looked at Minato and the others who were still around Uchiha Tunan and said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to leave, why are you still here? I also want to represent Konoha to talk to Tunan about the reconstruction of the orphanage. Do you think I will make things difficult for Konoha's hero?" Minato and the others looked at Danzo, and then looked at Uchiha Tunan with worry in their eyes. Uchiha Tunan smiled at the crowd and said, "You guys go back first. I'm fine." Minato patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Tunan, if you need anything, remember to look for us. Don't take responsibility alone." Late at night. The crescent moon was like a lone boat traveling in the sea of clouds, occasionally shining a faint silver light through the clouds. On the rooftop above the Hokage rock, the cold wind howled, and the dead grass and leaves flew all over the sky. Uchiha Tunan and Danzo stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at Konoha, which was lit with the lights of thousands of houses. The previous battle did not affect the enthusiasm of most villagers for the new year. Danzo looked at the scenery of Konoha and said, I am very curious about one thing. Why did you and Hiruzen suddenly break up? Uchiha Tunan reached out and grabbed a fallen leaf that floated in front of him. He said calmly, because I killed Shinosuke and Asuma. Danzo was slightly stunned and looked at Uchiha Tunan. He thought of a possibility, but immediately denied it. He said with a puzzled face, I don't quite understand. Uchiha Tunan chuckled and let go of the fallen leaves. He quietly watched the spinning leaves and slowly drifted downwards. After the fallen leaves drifted away, Uchiha Tunan turned his head and said softly, I am Abakira. As he spoke, Uchiha Tunan's expression did not change at all. Such a major secret was like a casual chat. A hint of horror flashed across Danzo's face. He took a deep breath and stared at Uchiha Tunan in silence for a long time, not knowing what to say. Ever since the incident in Fire Capital, all forces had secretly inquired about Abakira's true identity. However, he never expected that this person was actually the Uchiha Tunan in front of him. Danzo gradually frowned, unable to understand the meaning of Uchiha Tunan's actions. He said in a deep voice, Then why did you tell me so easily? Aren't you afraid that I will leak the secret? Uchiha Tunan reached out and touched his eyes. He smiled and shook his head. Secret. The fewer people who know about it, the higher the value. Then, Uchiha Tunan pointed to Konoha below and looked at Danzo. Danzo-san, if the people below know my secret, what do you think they will do? They will have an additional discussion after dinner, that's all. The reason why Uchiha Tunan said the secret was only to obtain the right to make the first move. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi already knew this secret, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a state of breaking off with him, then it was destined that this secret would not be hidden for too long. As long as one person knew about this secret, it would no longer be called a secret. Taking advantage of the fact that Danzo still did not know about this secret, if he took the initiative to say it, it would make Danzo less vigilant and more trusting of him. It could also be considered as displaying the final value of this secret. After all, he estimated that he would be associated with Danzo for a period of time. If Danzo suddenly found out about this secret, there might be estrangement between the two of them. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, Since you broke up with Hiruzen because of this, I don't know why Hiruzen didn't summon Konoha's ninjas to kill you. Uchiha Tunan looked up at the crescent moon in the sky and said lightly, You should know that I have fought with Teacher Sarutobi not long ago. In a one-on-one fight, he can't do anything to me. Moreover, I killed Orochimaru and almost killed Tsunade today. I have already killed 1.5 of Konoha's Sannin. Once I shed all pretense of cordiality and start fighting in Konoha, I don't need to win. As long as I can maintain my calm for half an hour. Do you think Uchiha's clan will participate? What exactly are you trying to do? Obviously, when mentioning the Uchiha clan, Danzo's eyes seemed to become much sharper. Uchiha Tunan looked at Danzo without the slightest fear, shaking his head and saying, In fact, I thought that Teacher Sarutobi was the kind of person who would be selfless for the sake of the village. His will of fire could be said to be the enlightenment of my will awakening. Until later, I gradually found some clues. I found that Teacher Sarutobi was not as selfless as he seemed on the surface. His selfishness was greater than anyone else, and his desire was never satisfied. Especially the Fire Capital, it almost caused my belief to collapse. Danzo raised his eyebrows. What exactly happened in the Fire Capital? Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and said with a look of reminiscence, I am the temporary captain of the city guards in the Fire Capital. I have always abided by my duty and punished the residents of the area. I killed batch after batch of sinners and rescued hundreds of orphans from the human trafficking organization. In order to not delay the growth of those orphans, I disguised myself as Abakira and taught these orphans. For some reason, I actually attracted the attention of the daimyo and was invited to teach the two princes. After entering the daimyo mansion, I finally discovered Shinosuke's true face. Danzo became interested and said in a deep voice, Is Shinosuke not only going to be the guardian of the 12 ninjas, but also secretly carrying out a secret mission? Uchiha Tunan nodded with a serious face. When I was teaching the two highnesses, I accidentally heard that Shinosuke often instilled the power of Konoha ninjas to the highness at that time. He wanted the daimyo to abolish the other 11 ninjas after succession, and all of them were replaced by Konoha's ninjas. I think you should know the consequences of this. Danzo was silent, and the consequences of this situation were obvious. The life and death of the daimyo was in the hands of the Hokage, and the so-called village and country system was simply useless. Thousands of years of thinking had long been rooted in the hearts of the people in the ninja world. This kind of thing, even during the Warring States period, no one dared to do it. Danzo had been plotting for so long for the position of the Hokage, but he never dared to touch it. I didn't expect that you would be so ambitious. Uchiha Tunan continued to explain. His Highness was ignorant of the world at that time and did not know the stakes. Although I am a Konoha ninja, I know that the hands of the village cannot reach to Daimyo Mansion. If he did this, it would be treason. Obviously, Teacher Sarutobi was not satisfied with controlling the village. He wanted to control the whole country of fire. Under my secret advice, the Great Prince seemed to reject Shinosuke's proposal, and he was more vigilant about Konoha. Shinosuke was angry and tried to assassinate the Great Prince. Fortunately, his method of framing was full of loopholes and was exposed by the other 11 guardians. Then they had a great battle in the capital of fire, and almost 1/3 of the capital was destroyed. I hesitated for a long time and finally decided to kill this unstable factor in the ninja world with my own hands. In this way, the murderer died, and Teacher Sarutobi's plan fell through. The daimyo and Konoha wouldn't go against each other. After listening, Danzo subconsciously nodded, and then he thought of something and asked. No, if you really said that, then why did you kill Asuma? Uchiha Tunan looked up into the distance and sighed. Cut off his selfishness, so that he can wholeheartedly govern Konoha. Of course, I know that this is unfair to Teacher Sarutobi, but I can think of a way to make up for him. I am even willing to replace Shinosuke and Asuma and serve him as a son. Everything, for Konoha. A strange look flashed in Danzo's eyes. He felt that the brain of this kid in front of him was really abnormal. However, such a stubborn and powerful person might be most suitable for cooperation. He immediately coughed and said, "What kind of person do you think this old man is?" Uchiha Tunan glanced at Danzo and said bluntly, "He is vicious and unscrupulous. He repeatedly sent his men to find trouble with me." As soon as these words came out, Danzo clenched his fists, thinking that Uchiha Tunan was ready to turn against him. But what Uchiha Tunan said next dispelled his worries. However, a general success is like the withering of 1,000 bones, and those who achieve great things do not care about minor details. If it was before, I would think that Lord Danzo, you are an absolute villain. But after coming back from the fire capital, I secretly observed you several times. Especially today when I suffered unfair treatment, you are willing to stand on the side of justice. I suddenly found that I used to think a little biased towards you. If I am right, you are interested in the position of Hokage, so you used all kinds of methods to cut off the wings of Teacher Sarutobi. For example, Lord White Fang, and me. Yes, I did all of those things. Danzo immediately admitted. Konoha has already decayed under the leadership of Hiruzen. Only I can lead Konoha to a new life. Tunan, if you support my becoming the Hokage, I can guarantee that Konoha will be 1,000 times better than it is now. Uchiha Tunan immediately stared at Danzo solemnly and said, "This matter is very important. Can I hear your philosophy?" Danzo knew that the critical moment had arrived. As long as he managed to convince Uchiha Tunan, he would be able to obtain a follower comparable to the Sannin. He immediately took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "As long as I go on stage, the first thing I will do is..." Following Danzo's narration, Uchiha Tunan's expression was sometimes frowning, sometimes full of admiration. In the end, Uchiha Tunan looked at Danzo with deep admiration. I really didn't expect that Danzo-san would have such a deep understanding of the will of fire. Many of your ideas even coincide with mine. When the war is over, I will do my best to support you to become the Hokage. War? Danzo frowned. Uchiha Tunan nodded. I feel that it won't be long before the war breaks out. During this period, I don't want Konoha to experience too much civil strife. As the leader of Konoha's route, they receive news from each country every day. As for the war that Uchiha Tunan mentioned, it was not too surprising. After all, from all aspects, there was a possibility of a war breaking out. It was just that the specific time was not certain. I hope you remember what you said today. The Welfare Institute's funds will probably not be given to you. But it doesn't matter. I can allocate the funds to you. A hint of joy appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply to Danzo and said, "Thank you very much, Danzo-san." Danzo looked at Uchiha Tunan's behavior and nodded with satisfaction. A talent like Uchiha Tunan would definitely be able to provide him with great help in the future. We can't be too hasty in recruiting talents. Today is just the foreplay. He immediately reached out and patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder, then turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Danzo seemed to think of something. He paused and slightly looked sideways. By the way, a few days ago, Hiruzen Sarutobi has demoted you from Jounin to Chunin. The reason is that you don't have enough mission. In addition, you are the one participating in the honorary Chunin competition. I can't change this either. You have to be careful. After Danzo left, Uchiha Tunan straightened up, narrowed his eyes, and murmured, "It seems that you want me to die in the fire capital." Then, Uchiha Tunan turned around and looked at the brightly lit Konoha Hospital. After this incident, Tsunade, this old woman, should not find trouble for him for a short time. In this case, he did not have a legitimate reason to kill her. Uchiha Tunan pondered for a while, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. If there was no reason, then she might as well create a reason for herself. This reason had to make it seem like Tsunade had no reason, but it had to be enough to stimulate her. As the saying goes, if you have enmity, you are not a gentleman. Uchiha Tunan was a gentleman who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. A leaf fluttered and fell on the top of Uchiha Tunan's head. When it was about to touch Uchiha Tunan disappeared from the rooftop. At this time, in the hospital, Tsunade was still lying on the bed in a coma. It was not that her injuries were serious. It was just that the side effects of the phobia were too big, so she could not wake up. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Silent were all in the ward. Tsunade's identity was too important. If she was killed by an expert like Uchiha Tunan who sneaked in, then it would be a big problem. In the ward, Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking non-stop. He immediately took out his pipe, went to the window, put his head close, lit the cigarette, and smoked one mouthful after another. Jiraiya, when Tsunade wakes up, you must hold her back. Don't let her find trouble with Tunan. Jiraiya nodded and said, I know, I am not an unreasonable person. Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking and his eyes narrowed. The scenes of him and Uchiha Tunan appeared in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He could only say, you have to be careful with Tunan in the future. He may not be as simple as you think. Hearing this, Jiraiya in the ward picked up the fruit from Tsunade's bedside and took a bite. Old man, can you make it clearer? Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a mouthful of smoke and slowly shook his head. There are some things that I can't tell you right now. You just have to remember to keep your distance from him. In addition, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, and his reputation among the villagers was very good. If I let Tsunade find trouble with him again, it will be very difficult for me to deal with it. Well, since you are not willing to say it, forget it. Shizune, you go back to rest first. I and the old man will guard here. If Tsunade doesn't wake up tomorrow, you have to continue to treat her. You have to keep enough energy. Hearing this, Shizune looked at the unconscious Tsunade and nodded. Well, then I'll have to trouble the Hokage and Jiraiya-san. Chapter 192 Midnight Terror. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Konoha gradually calmed down. It was already very late, and the forest in the distance was shrouded in a layer of dark aura that seemed to be spreading towards the village. The lights in the village were extinguished one by one, and the whole village was restored to peace. There was no one on the streets, only a few doves on the eaves shouting. Shizen dragged her tired body back. Tauntaun. Tauntaun. In the dark corridor on the second floor of the ancestral home, the night breeze actually made people shiver. Shizen looked around and called out a few times carefully, but there was no response. In the entire corridor, other than the echo brought by her own voice and the dong sound of shoes stepping on the floor, there was no other sound. Shizen carefully groped about in the darkness. In this kind of environment, Shizen seemed to be able to hear her heart thumping. As a woman, Shizen was not brave to begin with, and it was inevitable for a person to be afraid of the dark. She wanted to turn on the lights in the corridor, but she did not want to get up and turn off the lights later. After all, because of the gamble, their pockets had never bulged. Shizen naturally formed a habit of frugality. Goo goo. A few blackbird shadows suddenly flashed past the corridor, shocking Shizen to the point that he instinctively shivered. A bad premonition suddenly rose in her heart. Her heart was also beating faster and faster. Goo goo. Ka. There was a little sweat on Shizen's head, and he began to feel a little anxious, calling out anxiously all the way. She went to the bedroom where she lived and reached out to touch the light switch on the wall. Soon, Shizen touched the switch. The light lit up and the room was empty. The room was warmer than the outside. Looking at the familiar decoration of the room, Shizen breathed a sigh of relief. Being in a bright environment, Shizen's slightly tense nerves relaxed. This guy, I don't know where he went to play again. Shizen complained and closed the bedroom door. She went to the window, closed the window, and closed the curtains. Finally, she looked at the tightly enclosed room. For some reason, she still felt a little scared. Perhaps it was because women were born timid. Shizen did not dare to turn off the lights, so she just lay on the soft bed and began to rest. Goo goo. Coo. Coo. Crash. A gust of wind blew outside, causing the trees in the courtyard to rustle. At the same time, it disturbed the birds resting on the trees. Perhaps it was because she was worried about Tsunade she could not sleep. In the end, she lay sprawled out on the bed, staring at the chandeliers on the ceiling. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. The intense incandescent light was a little dazzling, and the light made her feel a little dazed. She closed her eyes, wanting to shift her gaze elsewhere, but she was always a little afraid. Even though she was staying in the room, her heart was still not at peace. She began to imagine whether there was someone else in the room, whether there was something dirty that could not be seen with the naked eye. Her mind was constantly thinking about all kinds of scenes, and the more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. After a moment, Shizen decided to keep staring at the chandelier. At the very least, this would give her a sense of security. Hoo-hoo! The wind started blowing again, and it seemed like someone was pushing the window with force. Because the ancestral home was too old, many places had already rotted away. With the wind blowing like this, there were clanking sounds everywhere. Zzzzzzzzzzzt. The light seemed to flash weakly a few times because of a problem with the electric road, and finally went out. The whole room fell into a dead Shizen of darkness. Only the shadow of the window was visible on the curtain. Gulp. Shizen swallowed his saliva subconsciously and shrank her feet into the quilt, allowing the warmth brought by the quilt to help stabilize his mood. After an unknown period of time, the sound of the wind outside seemed to have lessened, and it was no longer as noisy as before. Shizen yawned, feeling sleepy, and slowly fell asleep. In a daze, Shizen was woken up by a strange sound. As a basic accomplishment of a ninja, Shizen judged that this sound came from downstairs. However, this sound seemed to be a little small, and it could not be heard without listening carefully. Shizen tiptoed to get up, then knelt beside the bed and slowly lowered her head, pressing her ears against the floor to listen to the sound coming from below. Swish! Swish! This was. It seemed to be the sound of friction. Did someone break in? Shizun narrowed her eyes and quickly got up, preparing to go to the first floor to investigate. However, just as she was about to move, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind, and she was stunned. She slowly bent down, staring straight at the bottom of the bed, and slowly lowered her head. Suddenly, Shizun's pupils contracted, and his body seemed to have become a machine. She saw a pearl necklace lying quietly under the bed. Shit! Shizun grabbed the pearl necklace in her hand, got up suddenly, pushed open the door and ran to the first floor. The pearl necklace had been worn on the Tauntaun's neck from beginning to end, and it had never been removed. But now that the necklace was left under the bed, it was likely that someone had entered her room before. The electric rod in the entire ancestral home seemed to have malfunctioned, and the lights on the corridor were still on energy-saving mode, unable to be turned on. Soon, in the dim environment, she went down the stairs to the corridor on the first floor. However, the strange thing was that the room opposite the corridor was lit up. Moreover, this room was directly below her bedroom. This was the kitchen. Shizun took out the kunai and carefully stuck to the innermost part of the corridor to the kitchen door. Shizun held her breath and observed that there was a gap in the kitchen door. She immediately moved her head closer, wanting to observe the situation inside through the crack in the door. However, the moment her eyes reached the crack in the door, the lights in the kitchen instantly went out, making it dark in front of her eyes, and she could not see anything. Click, click, click. At this moment, a creepy chewing sound came from the inside. Shizun was about to push open the door and rush in. Suddenly, a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared on the other side of the door, staring straight into Shizun's eyes. Shizun felt her mind go blank for a moment, and the necklace and kunai in her hand fell to the ground. She wanted to scream but found that something seemed to have blocked her throat, and she couldn't make a sound no matter what. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Shizun suddenly sat up straight from the bed. Goo goo! Goo goo! Bang! 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 The sound of birds chirping and the sound of the wind blowing through the window could be heard from outside the house. At this time, Shizun was already soaked in sweat and was gasping for breath. Turning her head to look at the curtain that reflected the outline of the window, Shizun subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. A pale smile appeared on her face as she self-deprecatingly said, "So it was a nightmare. I was scared to death." After saying that, she completely relaxed. She closed her eyes and lay on the bed. Shizun, who had been in a tense state all this time, only felt extremely comfortable at this time. She lazily turned over, her back facing the window. Suddenly, Shizun widened her eyes. She saw a figure standing beside her bed. The figure was holding a long knife mechanically, looking at him quietly. Through the faint light coming from outside the window, Shizun recognized the person in front of her. Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. His twisted face seemed to carry a strange smile as he slowly raised his long saber. Shizun felt her blood turn cold and stiff, and her entire body lost consciousness. She could only watch as the long saber pierced his abdomen and slowly slid down. This feeling. It was as if the specimen on the operating table was being dissected. Creak, creak, dong. In the kitchen on the first floor, Uchiha Tunan ignored the violent vibrations coming from the ceiling above his head. He was concentrating on sprinkling the boiling wine on the golden and crisp roasted suckling pig. After pouring the wine, Uchiha Tunan calmly tied the white napkin around his neck and picked up the knife and fork to enjoy it. Cutting off a small piece of meat and putting it into his mouth, Uchiha Tunan frowned slightly and shook his head. The smell is a little less than before, but the ingredients are a little too fatty. Although the taste is not very good, it is still a rare ingredient. Uchiha Tunan ate the roasted suckling pig one bite at a time. Not to mention, after eating, Uchiha Tunan not only did not feel greasy and disgusting, but had a kind of fragrance left in his lips and teeth, which was full of aftertaste. High-end ingredients, Uchiha Tunan muttered. Then, he took off the napkin and gently wiped the oil stains on the corner of his mouth. The only pity was that there was only wine here and no tea. He could not scrape the oil after a meal. At this time, the vibration sound on the ceiling had gradually subsided. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head with a chuckle and got up to clean up the table. After all, he had come uninvited and had a full meal at someone else's house. No matter what, he had to clean it up and leave without leaving a trace. Uchiha Tunan poured the leftovers into the trash can and wiped every corner of the kitchen with a tissue, after making sure that there were no traces left behind. After cleaning up, Uchiha Tunan picked up the trash in the trash can and turned off the kitchen lights. Everything seemed so natural, as if it was his own home. When he arrived at the electric home at the end of the corridor, he took out all kinds of tools from his ninja backpack and began to connect the previous circuit. At this time, Uchiha Tunan no longer seemed to be a ninja, but a professional electrician. The movements of his hands were very fast, as if he was so skilled that he could not be more skilled. This was what he said. There was no need to suppress one's skills. When the different threads connected, others would be dazzled just by looking at it. They could not tell the end of the line, but Uchiha Tunan was like a fish in water, everything smooth. When all the lines returned to normal, only then did Uchiha Tunan succeed. He put away the tools, picked up the garbage bag, and left. In the quiet and empty alley, a group of stray dogs huddled around the trash can to warm themselves. They were hungry and cold, and they were making noises. According to the rules, as long as they could survive until tomorrow morning, someone would throw away the trash. This way, they could dig up some food to fill their stomachs. Suddenly, the noses of these stray dogs twitched slightly. As if they smelled something, they stood up at the same time. At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. The moment the figure appeared, the group of stray dogs fled into the alley and hid at the other end of the alley, watching the figure from afar. Uchiha Tunan glanced at the pitiful stray dogs and then at the garbage bin in the alley. He threw the garbage bag in his hand lightly and accurately fell into the garbage bin. The tempting aroma drifted into the noses of these stray dogs, and saliva spilled out of their mouths, dripping onto the ground. In the end, these stray dogs still couldn't resist the temptation. They ran to the trash can and jumped in one by one. The next moment, the sound of tearing and chewing echoed in the narrow alley. Seeing this, the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curved slightly, and he whispered, "Happy New Year." After saying that, he tightened his windbreaker and strode towards Uchiha's home. The next day, the sunlight shone through the corner of the curtain and entered the room. It was like a pillar of light standing in the room. Shizun tossed and turned on her bed. She subconsciously used her hand to block the light, frowning as she opened her hazy eyes. Her mind paused for 2 seconds, and then she felt that all the cells in her body were screaming and aching. What's going on? Shizun endured the pain and sat up. She reached out to press her temples and shook her head, trying to shake the pain out of her head. However, it was of no use. It even made the pain even more intense. The memories of last night came to her mind in bits and pieces. What a terrible nightmare. Shizun looked at the ray of sunlight that shone into the room in a daze, and a feeling of sudden realization rose in her heart. Looking down at her sweaty clothes, she murmured, "Is it because the nightmare was too long, causing the body to tense up for too long?" Thinking that she still had to take care of Tsunade, she planned to change into a clean set of clothes and go to Konoha's hospital. But when she came to the wardrobe and was about to open it, she suddenly remembered the man standing beside her with a strange smile. She could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she did not dare to open the wardrobe. The image of the man standing in her dream had already appeared in her mind when the wardrobe was opened. Who? Shizun let out a light breath, shook her head, and threw away the wild thoughts in her mind. How could it be? It was just a nightmare. It was not real. Don't think about it blindly. After saying that, she comforted herself in her heart for a few words before gathering her courage again. Then, she opened the wardrobe. She saw rows of clothes hanging in the wardrobe in an orderly manner. There was no such boring scene as she had imagined at all. Shizen heaved a sigh of relief, and her hanging heart was finally at ease. Therefore, she laughed at herself and said, "I am so useless without Tsunade-sama." After a while, she changed her clothes and was about to take away the clothes that were full of sweat. But for some reason, she looked at the bottom of the bed. Chapter 193 Nervous Breakdown, Gulp. Shizen swallowed his saliva subconsciously and hesitated for a moment. However, she still slowly lay down under her curiosity and looked at the bottom of the bed. In just a few seconds, Shizen's heartbeat seemed to have stopped. She held her breath and slowly stretched her head to the bottom of the bed. However, there was nothing at the bottom of the bed. What? What am I thinking about every day? Shizen sat down on the ground and scratched her head in frustration. She blamed herself for being too sensitive and suspicious, causing their emotions to be unstable. Take another look. She immediately lay down again and carefully observed the scene under the bed. This time, Shizen noticed something strange, and her face gradually became pale. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stretched out her trembling hand, and touched the floor under the bed. There was no dust. An ominous feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. She reached out her other hand again and touched the other side of the floor under the bed. There was dust. Bang! Shizen leaned heavily against the wardrobe, her heart gradually filled with speculation. Logically speaking, the floor under the bed should be evenly covered with dust. But why was there a place where there was no dust? If a thief passed by the bottom of the bed, even if there was no dust below, it should be in the shape of a footprint. It was not a whole piece. Thus, why would there was such a large area under the bed that was not stained with dust? Tauntaun. She thought of the nightmare last night. Shizen panicked. She staggered up, pushed open the bedroom door, and ran to the first floor. She ran down the stairs as fast as she could, not even caring that her arm was hit by the wall again and again. Soon, Shizen arrived at the kitchen door. The nightmare yesterday happened in the kitchen. If there is nothing in the kitchen, it means that there is nothing happened. Hopefully so. Shizen shook her head and tried her best to chase out the horrible images in her mind. Then, she took a deep breath and pushed open the kitchen door. The kitchen was as clean as new, without any traces of disorder. Everything was neat and tidy, just like what she had seen before. Seeing this scene, Shizen breathed a sigh of relief. This guy must be deliberately messing with me. Shizen turned around and shouted at the empty courtyard with her hands on her hips, "Tauntaun, come out." But the sound of Shizen was like drifting in the air. The trees and flowers in the entire courtyard swayed with the wind, swaying their bodies, but no creature responded to Shizen's words. "Where the hell did you go to fool around?" Shizen muttered. She only felt that Tauntaun had just gone out to play and would naturally come back when the time came. She touched her stomach and had a nightmare for the entire night. She seemed to feel a little hungry. She walked into the kitchen and prepared to get something to eat. She immediately went to the kitchen refrigerator. She stretched out her hand and pulled the fridge open. Shizen sat on the ground, her hands covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. In the fridge, a pig head was placed on a white plate. The pig head's face was still frozen with a frightened expression before he died. Blood had already spilled out of the plate and dyed the refrigerator red. Now, it was still left on the ground along the fridge, slowly spreading towards Shizen. Looking at the scarlet blood, the figure beside the bed last night appeared in Shizen's mind. The figure continued to enlarge in the memory of Shizen. Finally, only a pair of bright red Sharingan was left. In a flash, Shizen found herself in another place. It was dark all around. Her body seemed to be fixed by something, and she lay flat on the ground. Where is this? Shizen struggled for a long time and finally found that she could turn her neck smoothly. She immediately turned her head to the side. The dim moonlight shone on the ground not far from him, leaving a square window outline. This was the bottom of the bed. Suddenly, a sound of running came from outside. The bedroom door was quickly pushed open and closed. A black shadow darted under the bed and came to his side. Shizun turned his head to look at the wardrobe and found that the black shadow was Taunton. Shizun wanted to speak. She opened her mouth but could not make any sound. In the end, she could only stare at Taunton, who was extremely flustered, and her heart also became nervous. Taunton was lying beside her, her hands holding her head, her eyes tightly closed, her whole body trembling, as if she was afraid of something. After a while, heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor. Step, step, step. The footsteps were steady and rhythmic. Shizun's breathing began to become rapid, but she calmed down and turned her head to the other side of the window. Because of the obstruction of the bedboard, she could not see the window. But she could clearly see the moonlight falling on the floor through the window. Step, step, step. The footsteps were getting closer. Even though Shizun did not look at Taunton, he knew how terrified it was at the moment. Suddenly, Shizun's pupils shrank. She saw a human-shaped shadow appear on the ground. She immediately held her breath instinctively. The shadow seemed to be standing outside the window, staring at everything in the room. After a long time, the black shadow moved. Then there was the sound of the bedroom door being pushed open. Step, step, step. The black shadow wandered in the room, looking around. She was not flustered at all, and all her movements and steps seemed to be leisurely. It seemed to be playing a cheerful hunting game. Not long later, a pair of legs appeared in Shizun's sight. Don't squat down, don't squat down. Shizun stared at the pair of shoes, not daring to blink, praying crazily in her heart. Fortunately, the legs only stayed for a moment before they began to move again. As for Shizun, her head also turned, constantly observing the movements of the legs. Soon, the legs stopped at the side of the wardrobe. It's over, Shizun suddenly thought in her heart. Sure enough, her legs were slightly bent. A pale arm reached under the bed and grabbed onto Taunton's tail. Taunton struggled hysterically and screamed like a pig being killed, but was still dragged out bit by bit. Shizun wanted to reach out to grab it, but she couldn't control his body at all. She could only watch as Taunton was dragged out of the bed. She couldn't see what the person had done, but she knew that Taunton was in danger. Her eyes were wide open, and she couldn't make a sound. Tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, and it was unknown whether she was afraid or worried about Taunton. It was unknown what the figure had done after grabbing Taunton. Taunton let out a high-pitched and shrill cry, and then it fell Shizun. Step, step, step. The figure left the bedroom with the Taunton in her arms and walked past the window. At this time, Shizun was already full of tears, and her spirit was about to collapse. After an unknown period of time, Shizun found that she seemed to have regained control of her body. She immediately moved her body under the narrow bed, trying to go out and see if she could save Taunton. Bit by bit, she gradually came to the bedside, and Shizun moved her head out first. Suddenly, both her legs and hands were stretched straight. Wow! Ha! 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 Shizun's body began to twitch, and an erotic smile appeared on her face. She did not know when, but there was a figure standing outside the window. There was a strange and cold smile on her pale face as she quietly watched Shizun, who was poking her head out of the bed. The scene changed. In the kitchen, Shizun stood up with a numb expression. She turned around and walked out like a walking corpse. At this time, there was only one voice in Shizun's mind. Following Tsunade would be safe. Following Tsunade would be safe. In the hospital, Tsunade woke up from her sleep and sat on the bed in Shizun. Jiraiya sat on the windowsill and looked into the distance. To be honest, I am as sad as you. But we can't be confused because of sadness. Tsunade lowered her head and said in a slightly hoarse voice, but Orochimaru has contributed so much to Konoha. If the three of us didn't try our best to stop Hanzo, who knows how many people we would have sacrificed. Jiraiya sighed and turned to Tsunade. This is not the reason why Orochimaru can kill the villagers. Wrong is wrong. Sometimes, the method to distinguish right from wrong is very simple. That is, can you make it public? After a long time, Tsunade nodded. I know, I just can't accept it for a while. Why did Orochimaru become like this? We clearly weren't like this when we parted a few years ago. Jiraiya looked a little sad, and the memories of the three of them together appeared in his mind. Maybe, he has always been like this. It's just that we didn't notice it. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. They saw a numb face walking in. Tsunade looked at it and immediately asked with concern, Shizune, why is your face so bad? Did you not sleep well last night? Last night, Shizune murmured, his eyes lost in thought, his body still trembling. Tsunade felt that something was wrong and asked, what happened? Shizune's eyes gradually turned red, and tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. Tsunade-sama, Tonton, is dead. Tsunade was stunned and suddenly jumped down from the bed. She came to Shizune and grabbed her shoulders. She said in disbelief, What did you say? A neurotic smile appeared on Shizune's face. Tears rolled down his face and he smiled bitterly. Tonton died. He killed. Yes, he must have killed. He was a demon, a demon. Tsunade's face was ugly. Don't be afraid, calm down, tell me who he is. Shizune shook his head and his lips trembled, Uchiha Tunan. Jiraiya jumped down from the window and said seriously, tell me what happened. Tsunade gritted her teeth and asked, you saw it with your own eyes? Shizune seemed to be a little confused. After a few breaths, a frightened expression appeared on his face. He nodded repeatedly and said, I saw it. I saw it. Then he grabbed Tsunade's sleeve. He could not control his emotions and his tears kept flowing out. Jiraiya said with a heavy face, what happened to her? Tsunade took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, this is the symptom of severe mental breakdown. She must have suffered a very powerful attack. Jiraiya immediately said, I'll go find the teacher and ask him to send the Umbu to investigate. After that, he walked out. Jiraiya, you don't need to interfere in this matter. Tsunade grabbed his arm and said with a gloomy face, the teacher told you not to find trouble with Uchiha Tunan. If there is anything, let the teacher handle it. Tsunade's body trembled slightly, as if she was in a dilemma. After a long time, Tsunade sighed heavily and nodded sadly. I got it. Seeing this, Jiraiya was relieved. Fortunately, Tsunade was still rational and cared about the situation. Bang! A hand knife heavily hit the back of Jiraiya's neck. Jiraiya immediately fainted on the ground. For Tsunade, who was proficient in medical treatment, even if the outside world was dark, she would not wake up. Tsunade reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. You stay here and have a good rest. I will take revenge for Tonton. Hearing this, Shizune was stunned. He shook his head in horror and said in a pleading tone, Tsunade-sama, don't leave me. I'm afraid. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, well, you go with me. But during the battle, you should stay away. Today, Konoha was particularly lively. Most of the ninjas who were on duty, except for a few guards, had returned to the village. The shopping street was crowded and many shops were lined with dragons. Early in the morning, Uchiha Tunan invited Kakashi, who was also an orphan, to hang out on the shopping street together. Although the two of them were not very interested in eating, drinking, and playing, it was important to participate in the new year. It was better than staying at home alone. Uchiha Tunan glanced sideways at little Yenbo, who had his fingers in his arms and his eyes constantly spinning. He said gently, Kakashi, if you are tired of hugging me, then give me a hug. Kakashi shook little Yenbo in his arms and said indifferently, this little weight is fine. Yae. Little Yanbo looked at the children gathered outside the toy store and happily waved his two chubby hands, as if he wanted to participate. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan's ears trembled slightly. He immediately stopped and turned his head to Kakashi with a faint smile. It seems that little Yan likes those little things very much. Take him to play. I'll go somewhere else first. Kakashi nodded chiselly and carried little Yan to the toy store. The moment Kakashi turned around, the smile on Uchiha Tunan's face disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He quickly walked into a large game hall at the crossroads. There was a sea of people here, and almost 90% of them were children. These children were usually not allowed to play even if they wanted to. However, it was the new year after all, so it was rare for the adults at home to let them indulge for a while. Uchiha Tunan stood in the middle of the game hall and nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he turned around and looked at the door of the game hall. At the entrance of the game hall, Tsunade stood there, looking at Uchiha Tunan through countless people. Uchiha Tunan looked at Tsunade's clenched fists and smiled. Not bad, you can still maintain your rationality. Tsunade wanted to throw a punch at Uchiha Tunan, but there were too many children around. If he punched, he would definitely hurt the innocent. Suddenly, Tsunade saw Uchiha Tunan pick up a pearl necklace with one hand. His other hand stretched out a finger and hooked it towards himself. His lips moved slightly. Come and hit me. Chapter 194 Endangering Civilian. Tsunade's face was twitching and her teeth were trembling. It was obvious how angry she was. The moment the two of them started to fight, Uchiha Tunan wanted to kill Tsunade. Especially when Hiruzen Sarutobi was already on the opposite side of Uchiha Tunan, Tsunade and Jiraiya just happened to return to the village. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi had the Tsunade, Jiraiya, and 2 Hokage consultants, as well as a bunch of ninjas who supported him. On the other hand, Uchiha Tunan only had Danzo as well as the roots of his subordinates, including the Uchiha clan. On the surface, they were several levels lower than Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Minato and the others, even if they had enough individual strength, they did not have enough reputation and prestige. If Hiruzen Sarutobi's hatred accumulated to a certain extent, he could play big. In that case, Konoha's civil war would break out, and the Third World War could basically be directly surrendered. What Uchiha Tunan needed to do now was to cut off Hiruzen Sarutobi's wings to balance the forces on both sides. No matter how much Hiruzen Sarutobi hated him, he had to hold back his hatred. One of them died. At least in terms of high-end combat power, Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely not dare to fight against Uchiha Tunan, who had the mangekyo. It had nothing to do with winning or losing. But once they started fighting in Konoha, both sides would quickly gather a large number of people. At that time, it would become an internal strife in the village. As for ordinary combat power, the Uchiha clan was enough for Konoha. Not to mention the many civilians who supported Uchiha Tunan. In general, Tsunade, who had special prestige, must die. If it was possible, it would be even better to add Jiraiya. Bang! Tsunade gently stomped on the ground with her right foot. The ground cracked like a spider web. The entire game hall suddenly shook, and countless fragments fell from the ceiling. Tsunade shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" When the children in the game hall saw this scene, they were all scared silly for a moment, and then they fled outside. Why is Tsunade-sama so angry today? Did the doctor in Konoha's hospital give you the wrong medicine? Uchiha Tunan's eyes slightly opened, and his 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly circulated. His hand kept fiddling with the pearl necklace, and he crushed one by one. At the same time, the children who passed by Uchiha Tunan were affected by the illusion and fainted to the ground. Soon, more than a dozen unlucky children were lying around Uchiha Tunan. Tsunade naturally noticed that Uchiha Tunan was using an illusion to attack these children. She immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Uchiha Tunan threw away the bear necklace rope in his hand, spread out his hands, and said innocently, "I don't know what you are talking about. I want to ask Tsunade-sama. Why did you shout so loudly when you came in, and even scared so many children? Do you know what courtesy is? In the face of Uchiha Tunan's continuous provocation, Tsunade couldn't care less and immediately shouted, "Die!" Rumble. The game hall kept making earth-shattering sounds. At the same time, the movement here was also noticed by the surrounding ninjas. What happened over there? Someone is fighting. Damn, there are children there. Hurry up and support them. Tunan, in the toy store, Kakashi suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the game hall. In the game hall, Uchiha Tunan used the instant clone technique to split two clones and attack Tsunade together. Puff. When Uchiha Tunan's real body approached Tsunade, he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't talk about being despicable, as long as the battle between ninjas was useful. However, the moment before Uchiha Tunan spat out blood, Tsunade closed her eyes. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! A cold light flashed, and Uchiha Tunan stood with his back to the outline. He reached out his finger and picked up a strand of golden hair from Kusunagi's sword. On the other hand, Uchiha Tunan's two clones were hit by Tsunade's punches and kicks and hit the wall of the game hall. The wall immediately caved in. This was also the reason why Tsunade was worried that the game hall would collapse and hurt the unconscious children on the ground. Otherwise, if Tsunade released her hands and feet, how could she hit the wall? Uchiha Tunan immediately released the two clones. After all, the clones would split their physical strength, causing their individual strength to be insufficient. Uchiha Tunan looked at Tsunade, who had her eyes closed and was ready to attack. She chuckled and said, "You actually know how to judge the location by sound." Tsunade closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. "If you have the ability, go out and fight with me." Uchiha Tunan glanced at the unconscious children on the ground. A smile flashed across his lips and he said warmly, "I won't." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan activated Lightning Wind Flash and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Tsunade frowned and her ears began to tremble rapidly. "This guy is moving around me at a high speed." Humph! Naive. The roast suckling pig last night tasted good. It's just a little fat. I have to ask Tsunade-sama. How did you raise such a fat pig? By the way, your subordinates are a little timid. They are not brave at all. It should be very difficult to treat a severe mental breakdown. This is a psychological trauma. What a pity. As the saying goes, a heart disease needs to be treated with medicine. If you are helpless, I can help you. I am very good at this kind of operation. Why don't I give her another illusion and turn her into a puppet? Don't worry, she will be very obedient in the future, just like a puppet doll. Anyway, she is just a subordinate. Give it to me to practice. Uchiha Tunan used the sound of wind to stimulate Tsunade. Tsunade only felt that these angry words seemed to come from all directions and poured into her mind. The method of listening to the sound and positioning was useless. If Uchiha Tunan launched an attack at this time, then she would be in danger. Shut up! Tsunade finally couldn't hold back. At this time, there was only one thought in her mind: kill Uchiha Tunan. She quickly made a series of hand seals and slapped the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, Katsuyu. At this moment, the surrounding ninjas had just arrived outside the game hall. At a glance, he saw Tsunade, who was using the summoning spell, and the dozen children lying on the ground. No! A group of ninjas recognized Tsunade's tactic and immediately shouted. Bang! Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and countless rubble flew everywhere. The instant the giant slug appeared, it exploded the game hall due to its size. Tsunade stood on top of the slug, her face filled with cold hatred. This time, it should be dead. Being pressed down by such a heavy thing, how many ninjas could resist it? In the distance, a group of civilians rushed to the game hall like crazy, but they were held back by the ninjas around them. Don't come over, we are fighting here. My child just came to the game hall. I am looking for my child. Did you see my child? Several mothers begged Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, where is my child? Tsunade was stunned, the anger on her face dissipated. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and said, I am killing a criminal in Konoha. I am very sorry about your child. As soon as these words came out, those parents immediately understood. One by one, they sat on the spot and collapsed and cried. Suddenly, Tsunade found that there was something wrong with the slug, as if something was pushing up from below. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan's miserable laughter sounded from the ruins below. Wow, haha. Princess Tsunade. Lord Tsunade. Not dead yet? Tsunade frowned, but she didn't dare to open her eyes, worried that she would trigger a phobia of blood. Everyone saw a dazzling golden light suddenly emit from the bottom of the slug. A pair of huge palms held up the huge slug. Tsunade stabilized her body and exclaimed, What's going on? Tunan! At this time, Kakashi carried Little Yin to the roof not far away. His eyes widened as he stared at the golden Buddha below the slug. However, because he was carrying Little Yin bow in his arms, it was not convenient for Kakashi to make a move. He could only look at the current scene nervously. However, the surrounding Uchiha ninjas noticed Uchiha Tunan's unique Sharingan at the first moment. They immediately trembled with excitement and said, This pair of eyes. Quick, go inform Patriarch Fuyue and inform the clan members. The Uchiha clan is about to rise. Go quickly! If there is a battle later, we will all rush up and protect Tunan. The second ninja world Azura is born. No, he is stronger than the ninja world Azura and awakened early. Several Konoha ninjas saw that the person below was Uchiha Tunan and thought of what Tsunade said before. They immediately said in disbelief. What? Konoha's criminal is actually Tunan? Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Konoha's ninjas who had participated in the previous Children's Welfare Institute battle clearly guessed something and signaled their companions not to talk nonsense. They all looked at Tsunade with inexplicable eyes. The parents who were sitting on the ground saw the pool of meat in the ruins and immediately shouted, Child! Don't go over there! It's dangerous there! The ninjas around them held them back tightly, and they were also furious in their hearts. However, they also knew that their strength did not participate in this battle at all. Now, they could only wait for the Hokage-sama. Uchiha Tunan knelt on the ruins, trembling as he held up the pile of meat in front of him with both hands. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes as he said absent-mindedly, Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong to kill Orochimaru? I always thought that Konoha's Sannin were heroes who protected Konoha. As a result, one person used the villagers for human experiments. One person didn't care about the lives of the villagers at all. You are all in the same group, all in the same group. Uchiha Tunan shouted at the top of his lungs, controlling Buddha to throw the slug above his head. The sea slug that was thrown away fell heavily onto a residential area, along with a few unlucky ghosts that fell from the sky. Uchiha Tunan looked at the pool of flesh and blood around him with a sad face and said with tears in his voice, Children, children. I'm sorry. I dragged you guys into this. Tsunade half knelt on the head of the slug. When she heard Uchiha Tunan's voice, she immediately shouted angrily, Put away your disgusting act. Why didn't you have any kindness when you killed Tonton? When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he looked up at Tsunade in disappointment. His eyes were full of confusion. Tun-Tun? Who was Tun-Tun? As time passed, more and more Konoha ninjas gathered. This place was relatively close to Uchiha's clan, and Uchiha Fuyue had already led a group of Uchiha clansmen to the scene. The moment they arrived at the scene, Uchiha clansmen looked into Uchiha Tunan's eyes. That's right, this is the mangekyo recorded in the records. It seems that Great Elder really did not make the wrong person. Uchiha Fuyue stopped the people of Uchiha who wanted to intervene and was ready to listen to what happened first. After all, from the current situation, Uchiha Tunan should not be in danger. The Konoha ninjas who had stayed here before asked Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, you must make things clear today." "Yes, you said that Tunan killed the person called Tun Tunnel. Who is he? Is there any conclusive evidence?" "I know. That is Tsunade-sama's pet pig. I have seen Shizen come to the gambling house with the pig." Uchiha Tunan suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, "What? A pig?" Immediately, a nervous smile appeared on his face. He pointed his trembling finger at Tsunade and said with a bitter smile, "Ha ha ha. Laughable, laughable. It turns out that I, Uchiha, am not even comparable to a pig in the eyes of Konoha's Sannin. Even if I, Uchiha Tunan, have a lowly life. I am an orphan whose parents died, and no one cares about me. What about these children? They are the future of Konoha. More than a dozen lives, just for a pig? Does the higher-ups regard our lives as grass and mustard?" Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, but she knew that she could no longer make a move in this situation. She immediately explained. "What do you know? Taunton has been with me for so many years, and you scared Shizen to death." Uchiha Tunan sat down on the ruins and looked at the Konoha ninjas around him with a nervous smile. Then he looked at Tsunade and smiled. "You saw me do it with your own eyes? Or is there any evidence?" Tsunade snorted and shouted. "Shizen said that she saw it with her own eyes." Uchiha Tunan turned to look at Shizen, who was hiding in the corner, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Shizen, when did you see me?" Shizen subconsciously swallowed her saliva and saw that the surrounding Konoha ninjas were all looking at her. She walked out with a strong scalp and took a deep breath. "Last night." "What time was last night?" Uchiha Tunan asked blankly. "At night." Obviously, Shizen's answer made the Konoha ninjas unhappy. At this time, Uchiha Fuyue, who knew the situation, stood up and asked to Shizen. "Master Shizen, Tunan is asking you to tell us the specific process." Tsunade heard Fuyue's voice and shouted coldly, "Your Uchiha clan doesn't believe us anymore." Fuyue took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "If we want to know the truth, we need an explanation." Shizen suddenly recalled the specific process and did not know how to explain it. Tsunade frowned and said, "Why didn't you say it when it was?" Shizen, who was already in a trance, was already sweating profusely. Under everyone's gaze, he stuttered, I saw it in my dream." As soon as she finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan suddenly became hysterical. He controlled the Buddha to slap the slug. He roared, "Die!" Chapter 195, Forced into Becoming Traitor. At the same time, the voices of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya rang out in the distance. "Kuchios no Jutsu, Gamabunta. Kuchios no Jutsu, Enma." The sky suddenly darkened. The huge toad, Gamabunta, descended from the sky and sat on the Buddha, pressing the Buddha to the ground. Following that, dozens of adamantine staffs stabbed into the Buddha's body, binding him tightly. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan was like an angry lion, constantly controlling the Buddha to struggle. However, it was as if the strength was insufficient, completely useless. "I want to kill you, you bastard." Uchiha Tunan's roar filled the ears of the surrounding ninjas, causing their anger to rise. One after another, these ninjas spoke. "Hokage-sama, Tsunade just killed more than 10 children. The Uchiha clan wants you to give us an explanation. We need an explanation. We need an explanation. My child. Jiraiya, what the hell is this thing? Why is it so strong?" Gamabunta seemed to be sitting on a rocking chair, his head fluctuating up and down, and his huge pipe swayed. He placed his hands on the adamantine staff to maintain his balance. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya also appeared not far from Tsunade, followed by a group of Umbu ninjas. The reason why Hiruzen Sarutobi came late was because he spent a bit of time to wake up the unconscious Jiraiya. An Umbu came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and whispered the story. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he was stunned. There was only one thought in his mind. "Oh no!" Suddenly, Tsunade on the head of Katsuyu took advantage of the moment when everyone relaxed after seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi and decided to kill first and play later. She immediately jumped up high and raised his fist towards Uchiha Tunan, who was in the diamond prison wall. "Stop!" Uchiha clansmen and Kakashi roared at the same time and rushed towards Uchiha Tunan, wanting to stop Tsunade. However, due to the speed and distance, they could not arrive in time. Tsunade's fist gradually enlarged in Uchiha Tunan's crazed eyes. However, Uchiha Tunan did not respond. Vajraseal! Just at the moment of life and death, a shout sounded. Suddenly, countless golden chains appeared between the two of them, forming a thick golden whip and swinging it towards Tsunade. Pa! Tsunade's fist and the golden whip collided. A huge shockwave burst out from the contact point. The golden whip was instantly broken into countless golden chains. Tsunade was also pushed back by the huge backlash force. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and two figures appeared in front of the diamond prison wall. It was Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina's face was full of anger, and the dense Vajraseal chains were flying behind him like tails. "Kushina, after all, that is Tsunade-senpai, you just started a little too hard," Namake's Minato said in a low voice. Kushina snorted, and there was no fear on her face. The angry Kushina kept releasing a huge amount of Kyuubi chakra, which made everyone around feel depressed. The next moment, a dense amount of diamond chains spread out, wrapping around Gamabunta and the dozens of adamantine staff. "Get up!" Along with Kushina's angry shout. Everyone saw Gamabunta and dozens of adamantine staff being swept up by the chains and thrown into the distance. After Uchiha Tunan was rescued, he did not remove the Buddha state. He only stared at the flesh and blood on the ground with a sad face. Tsunade returned to the head of Katsuyu with no remorse. She was so angry that her entire body trembled, and her chest kept fluctuating. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that he could not let the situation continue to escalate. Taking advantage of the fact that the situation had not yet fully expanded, he quickly coughed and said, "This matter is very important. First, bring Tsunade and Uchiha Tunan to the interrogation room to investigate." At this moment, Danzo led a group of root ninjas to appear in front of Uchiha Tunan, and together with Minato and Kushina, they blocked the Umbu that was preparing to move. At this time, Danzo's face remained unchanged, but he was excited. This situation was too advantageous to him. As expected of someone who could disguise himself as Abe Akira. Danzo silently looked at the dejected Uchiha Tunan, then raised his arms and shouted, "Hiruzen, do you want to bend the law for personal reasons, or do you want to bend the law into the truth? What reason is there to arrest Tunan?" As his voice fell, Uchiha Fuyua led the Uchiha clansmen to stand behind Danzo. Next were the Konoha ninjas, as well as the villagers watching from afar. They all consciously came to Danzo and formed a human wall, protecting Uchiha Tunan behind them. As time passed, the group on Danzo's side became larger and larger. Hiruzen Sarutobi was anxious and said in a low voice, "He is a participant in this matter and can be considered a witness." Danzo snorted and pointed to the crowd behind him. "If the information I know is correct, the people here should be witnesses." Immediately, the crowd burst into an uproar. "We can testify that it was Tsunade who summoned the summoned beast to kill our child." "I can also testify." "The Uchiha clan can all testify." "If you don't want the Uchiha clan to testify, we civilian can all testify for Tunan." Tsunade couldn't help but open her eyes and wanted to explain. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Uchiha Tunan secretly give her a provocative smile. Tsunade took a deep breath and pointed at Uchiha Tunan with a trembling finger. Then, she fainted. Danzo glanced at Tsunade, who had fainted, and said, "Hiruzen, as the Hokage, you should give everyone an explanation, right?" Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a heavy face, "Danzo, what do you mean?" Danzo snorted and pointed to the ground. "If there is anything, just settle it here. As a member of Konoha's upper echelon, I won't allow any unfair things to happen in the village. even if you dismiss me from my position. The will of fire burning in my heart won't allow me to bow down to power." These words of Danzo naturally came from Uchiha Tunan's diary, making it sound dignified. The people behind him couldn't help but look moved. "Lord Danzo. Who is this lord? You don't even know this. This is the head of the Shimura clan, the once all-powerful Lord Danzo. I didn't think that there would be such an upright and selfless high-ranking person in the village." Naturally, Jiraiya also saw the grim situation. If this continued according to the normal rules, Tsunade would only be executed. Then, she whispered to Hiruzen Sarutobi with an ugly expression, "Teacher." Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer Jiraiya. Instead, he looked straight at Danzo and said in a deep voice, "What do you think we should do about this?" Danzo saw Hiruzen Sarutobi throwing the bag over, and he was also in trouble, not knowing how to deal with Tsunade. If he kills Tsunade, but doesn't kill him in the end, then he will have a deadly vengeance with Tsunade. But if he didn't kill her, the prestige that he had just built up would probably be gone. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan's mournful roar resounded through Konoha. "A life for a life." This was equivalent to igniting a barrel of gunpowder. The parents who had lost their children shouted, "A life for a life." Immediately, both the ninjas and the civilians began to shout in unison, "A life for a life! A life for a life!" Jiraiya couldn't help it anymore and wanted to plead for Tsunade. After all, Tsunade has contributed so much to Konoha, and she even saved the lives of so many ninjas. Today, she was just impulsive, and I believe that she didn't do it on purpose. Uchiha Tunan's voice sounded again from behind them. "A moment of impulse. Ha ha ha. A moment of impulse and you want us to just let it go?" Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly found that everyone looked at him with disappointment and hostility. Even the members of the Umbu behind him seemed to be shrouded in a subtle atmosphere. His heart skipped a beat. "It's over. The hearts of the people have scattered." Jiraiya also found that the situation had developed to an uncontrollable point. He immediately made a difficult decision and whispered to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "Teacher, you can issue a wanted order later." Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a long time and nodded imperceptibly. Although doing this, Jiraiya and Tsunade will become Konoha's rebels. But as long as the war starts, Konoha will hire them back. Under external pressure, these things can be solved easily. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed heavily and said loudly, "Don't worry, everyone. As the Hokage, I will never allow anyone to kill people from the same village." It did not matter whether Tunan killed Tsunade's pet or not. Tsunade could not involve the innocent and kill the children. Since everyone saw it with their own eyes, the evidence was conclusive. I've decided to execute Tsunade and give the children justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiraiya kick Hiruzen Sarutobi's back, sending him flying into the crowd. "Jiraiya, what are you doing?" Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended to be angry. He saw that Jiraiya's hair was growing crazily, and he pulled Tsunade and Shizen to his side. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands and slapped the ground. Toad mouth binding spell. A huge stomach bag appeared on the ground. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen were all wrapped in the stomach sack. Bang! As the huge smoke rose, the stomach sack disappeared before everyone's eyes. However, Jiraiya also removed the spell and teleported to Mount Maiboku. An angry look appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face as he shouted, "Immediately issue an arrest warrant, and we will call Jiraiya and Tsunade S-class rebels. The whole world should chase after them." Most of the ninjas and civilians thought that their Hokage-sama wasn't telling the truth, and their faces were full of anger. As for the others, even if they could see the trick behind it, they could only pretend that they did not know. After all, the one who died was not their child. And if they really fought hard, it would not be good for themselves. What they wanted was a sense of security to prevent themselves from encountering the same treatment in the future, instead of really caring about justice. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. "Look, What is Tunan doing? Everyone looked behind them. They saw Uchiha Tunan kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped together. His face had a compassionate expression as he muttered something. The golden Buddha around him also clasped his hands together. He seems to be chanting scriptures. It should be a ritual for monks to transcend the dead. When did Tunan learn this? The mangekyo in Uchiha Tunan's left eye slowly rotated, and he activated the Shuten Dojutsu technique. At the same time, he used the wind whisper to spread his voice in all directions. The morning bell and evening drum like chanting echoed throughout the Konoha. The three preaching universe master converts to 10 Buddhas. I have made a great wish today and recited the Diamond Sutra. Reported to the 4th level of grace, the lower half is bitter. If there is anyone who has seen it, feel free to release the Bodhi heart. I will do my best to repay this kindness and give birth to the paradise. Uchiha Tunan had been thinking about this for a long time. They were all scriptures that had been gathered together from all directions, and even Uchiha Tunan himself did not know what it meant. As long as the last sentence had the word bliss in it, it would be fine. The surrounding ninjas did not disturb Uchiha Tunan, only looking at him with curiosity. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Uchiha Tunan's slowly spinning left eye, his eyes slightly focused. This was Tunan's Shuten Dojutsu technique. What is he chanting? I don't know. It sounds very powerful. It should be some kind of spell. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "That is, soul." When the crowd saw this, they all gasped. On the ruins, the spirits of the dead children had blank looks on their faces as they slowly floated towards Uchiha Tunan. The Eye of Shuten was a soul-type eye technique, so it was still possible to simply manifest a soul. Of course, it was only for others to see. It could not give these souls the ability to communicate with the living. My child. Am I under an illusion? It's not an illusion. It's not an illusion. It's really a soul. When the spirits of these children floated to Uchiha Tunan's side, Uchiha Tunan stood up, opened his hands, and said with tender affection in his eyes, "Children, the Elysium welcomes you." Then, Uchiha Tunan no longer suppressed the Shuten Dojutsu technique. In an instant, the spirits of the children were sucked into the dimension of Uchiha Tunan's left eye. Ding, gained the recognition of Asajiri Tenka. Ding, gained the recognition of Satoshi Asauka. Ding, gained the approval of Hiroshi Kamiya. Ding, gained the approval of Korisuk. Ding, gained the recognition of the Chisein Isana. Ding, gained the recognition of Uchiha Renjo. Ding, gained the recognition of Murasaki Hokage. It was a great harvest. However, the harvest this time was basically in Uchiha Tunan's calculations. The only unexpected thing was that Jiraiya was forced to become a traitor of Konoha. As for Tsunade, who was going to be killed, Uchiha Fuyua looked at Uchiha Tunan's mangekyo excitedly and finally couldn't help but ask, "Tunan, what was that ninjutsu you just used?" Uchiha Tunan released his Buddha form and let out a long sigh, as if he was calming the sorrow in his heart. After a long time, he looked at Uchiha Fuyue and said, "This is a special eye technique of my mangekyo, it's called Shuten. It can bring the dead souls to the paradise." Chapter 196 The Death of Tsunade. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. The young people still didn't feel anything, but the old people were excited and looked at Uchiha Tunan in a different way. Paradise. This name sounded like a good place. However, the brain circuits of the Uchiha clan were a little different. On the contrary, each and every one of them seemed a little disappointed. After all, in their opinion, the rumored mangekyo should be paired with a very powerful killing eye technique. As for the so-called salvation or the paradise, they did not feel too much about it. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed to himself and gestured to the surrounding umbu. "Let's go." Then, he led the umbu away. Uchiha Tunan and Danzo looked at each other quietly, in order to prevent Hiruzen Sarutobi from secretly attacking Danzo. "Lord Danzo, thank you for standing up for justice today," Uchiha Tunan immediately said in a clear voice. "Although I, Uchiha Tunan, am young, I also know the principle of repaying a debt of gratitude. In the future, if you have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. In front of everyone, Danzo's face showed a rare kind look, and it looked a bit strange. It's okay, this is what I should do. You are the future of Konoha. After that, Danzo led Root to leave. Today's matter was not completely over, but the follow-up political struggle had to be carried out privately, and it was not suitable for the villagers to know. In the distance, when Hiruzen Sarutobi heard Uchiha Tunan's words, his footsteps slightly paused, and the expression on his face became even uglier. If he had known earlier, he should not have allowed Tsunade to find trouble with Uchiha Tunan from the beginning. But now, he had lost 2 generals, not to mention. Even Uchiha Tunan, who had always followed his lead, seemed to be biased towards Danzo. At this moment, a deep sense of regret rose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. After Root and the Umbu left, the civilians and ninjas seemed to be a little restless. They wanted to make friends with Uchiha Tunan and get a good place for themselves or their relatives after they died. However, they were blocked by the people of the Uchiha clan. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan looked at Minato and the others with gratitude. Minato-sensei, Kushina-senpai, thank you for saving me. Kakashi, take care of Yenbo first. I need to have a good talk with my clansmen and seek shelter. Kakashi patted little Yenbo in his arms and nodded. I won't let anyone hurt you. Tunan, don't worry. You still have us. At this time, Kushina had returned to her usual cheerful and gentle self, completely different from her previous fearless image of a demoness. Uchiha Tunan smiled, looked around, and bowed deeply to everyone with his hands on his knees. Thank you, everyone. Then he looked at Uchiha Fuyue and said, Patriarch. Uchiha Fuyue nodded and said, let's go. We'll talk about it when we return to the clan. Just like that, Uchiha Tunan walked towards the clan grounds under the protection of a group of Uchiha clansmen. At the same time, Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune appeared on a patch of grass. Jiraiya looked at the pale and haggard Shizune, and then at Tsunade, who was lying unconscious on the ground. His heart was heavy. Little Jiraiya, why are you here? Isn't this little Tsunade? Why did she faint? Fukasaku and Shima jumped onto his shoulder. Jiraiya sighed and said, Tsunade and I have become Konoha's rebels. Are you kidding me? You and Tsunade are Konoha's Sannin. What happened? Shima was confused. Jiraiya said with a heavy face, Tsunade fought with others and killed more than a dozen children. Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other. They didn't expect this to be the reason. This kind of thing was neither big nor small. In a war, the lives of more than a dozen children would not be cared much. But now was a peaceful era, and the one who died was a child from the same village, so it was hard to say. Jiraiya looked at Shizune, who was still in a trance, with a haggard face, and asked, Shizune. Tsunade will probably wake up in a while. Shizune was startled awake from his daze. He lowered his head and looked at Tsunade, and his eyes were lifeless. It should take 2 days to recover. If I use the Palm Immortal technique to nourish my body, it should be faster. Jiraiya nodded. Can you help Tsunade now? Yes, I can. Shizune was like a walking corpse, squatting down beside Tsunade, her hands covering her heart. Jiraiya also felt a little tired these days, sitting on the ground, staring at the ground in a daze. Suddenly, Jiraiya frowned, touched his chin and said, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling all day, and now this feeling has become stronger. Could it be that something happened to Konoha? Could it be that this matter can't be settled? Jiraiya shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked up at Tsunade and Shizune. He saw that her eyes were unfocused and her whole body was trembling, as if she had seen something terrifying. What's wrong with you, Shizune? Jiraiya said with concern. Pfft. Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes wide open as she stared at Shizune. Ugh! Tsunade's body trembled, and then her head tilted. Jiraiya also rushed over and pushed Shizune away violently. He grabbed Tsunade's shoulder and shook it desperately. "Tsunade! Tsunade!" Shima and Fukasaku jumped down from his shoulder. Shima made a seal and pressed his hands on Tsunade's body to sense it. Then he said with a shocked face, "Her heart was cut off by the scalpels." Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned and reached out his hand to touch Tsunade's nose. Breathing heavily, his eyes were bloodshot and his other hand grabbed 5 finger marks on the grass. He turned his head and looked at Shizune, who was sitting on the ground, with a look of disbelief on his face. Bang! The furious Jiraiya also grabbed onto Shizune's throat and pressed her down on the ground. With a look of wanting to devour someone, he roared, "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, Jiraiya was stunned, and he saw that Shizune's pupils gradually enlarged. A pair of strangely shaped Sharingan was slowly rotating in her pupils. Jiraiya growled, "Mangekyo Sharingan! Uchiha Tunan!" At this moment, the revolving seal that Uchiha Tunan had stored in her eyes was activated. Shizune suddenly screamed in horror. Then, she bled from his 7 orifices and lost her breath. Dead. Jiraiya put away the hand that locked his throat and sat down on the ground, completely dumbfounded. Shima quickly came to Shizune and felt it again. Her face was ugly as she said, "Her brain has been destroyed." Hearing this, his eyes were filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "The seal of the root of the tongue." Danzo. Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Looking at the abnormal appearance of the usually jumping Jiraiya, he immediately said with a worried face, "Little Jiraiya, are you okay?" A hint of a bitter smile flashed across Jiraiya's face. He shook his head, put his hand on his forehead, and closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears rolled down from the corner of his eyes, and with a hoarse voice, he said, "I thought that one day, the 2 of them might leave me. But I didn't expect that they didn't die in war, but in the hands of Konoha ninjas. In fact, I knew that the deepest reason behind this was the power struggle in the village. So Tsunade and I left Konoha when the war was about to end. I didn't expect that this time Orochimaru was dead, and Tsunade was dead. I was the only one left in Konoha." Jiraiya wiped his tears and said, "Konoha has been rotten to the root. At this time, someone has to step up and remove the broken place. Fukasaku, Shima, please take me to Konoha." Hearing this, Fukasaku took a deep breath and said with a serious face, "Little Jiraiya, I can understand that you want to avenge your companion. But I'm afraid your current strength is not enough. I suggest you ask the Toad Immortal first." "The Toad Immortal?" "Yes, maybe the Toad Immortal has a way." Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had grasped a chance of survival. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Tsunade and Shizune's bodies, and ran towards the temple at the top of Mount Maiboku. At the same time, in the living room of Uchiha Fuyua's home, Uchiha Tunan, who had just sat down, suddenly raised his eyebrows. All kinds of mantra seals contain their own origins of life, and there will be a special induction in the moment when the mantra seals dissipate. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly outlined. He had spent so much effort last night, and it was scary to kill pigs, but it was not just to anger Tsunade. Killing pigs was a special way to anger Tsunade. As for the Shizune, Uchiha Tunan wanted to plant a type of curse seal on her body, Hypnosis Eye, and turn seal on her. Turning seal was the special eye technique of Uchiha's clan. However, it consumed a lot of eye power, and the effect was relatively short. Even the 3 Tomo Sharingan could only release it on ordinary people or genin who had just graduated. It had always been relatively weak. However, Uchiha Tunan had opened the mangekyo after all, and even among the same level of mangekyous, this eye power could be considered top-notch. Hypnosis was used on Shizune. First, it was to make her instinctively stick to it. The second was that when she used her palm technique, she would subconsciously use it as a chakra scalpel. When Tsunade successfully died, she would trigger the conditions to change the seal and detonate the curse. Of course, Shizune was still quite powerful. In order to ensure that the hypnosis eye and the spinning seal would not be detected or lose its effect. That was why Uchiha Tunan had worked so hard to injure her spirit, making her unable to resist at all. Originally, Uchiha Tunan's plan was to let Tsunade make a mistake, then beat Tsunade in battle and trigger her phobia of blood. At this time, it would definitely be Shizune to treat Tsunade. In the end, it was Shizune to kill Tsunade in front of everyone and then be detonated to die. At that time, even if someone suspected him, it would be useless. There was no evidence of death. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi sent people to investigate the memory of Shizune, they would only find that Shizune was planted with a similar curse seal. At that time, everyone only suspected that Shizune was the root ninja, and the person carrying the blame was naturally Danzo. Of course, it could only be limited to suspicion. No matter if it were for Uchiha Tunan or Danzo, they were no longer ordinary ninjas in Konoha. Suspicion could never be fixed. Even in order to maintain the stability of the village, the various forces had to help keep the secret. The current situation was even better. Tsunade and Shizune had both died outside, so it had nothing to do with Uchiha Tunan. The only one who was at the scene of death was Jiraiya. Who was Jiraiya? Konoha's S-class traitor. Now that Jiraiya had just become a traitor, there was still a bit of prestige left in everyone's hearts. It was estimated that Jiraiya would appear in Konoha after a period of time. Uchiha Tunan didn't need to talk nonsense with him, just kill him directly. Whoever dared to help Jiraiya would be a traitor. At that time, the whole village would probably applaud him. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi had to force a smile in front of the big picture. He added a sum of S-rank mission on Uchiha Tunan's ninja calendar. Uchiha Tunan believed that he was a person who knew how to think from another's perspective and understand the difficulties of others. He immediately stood in his place and thought for a while. To be honest, it seemed a little helpless. Tunan, are you worried about something? Why are you shaking your head and sighing? Uchiha Fuyue said with concern. Uchiha Tunan was a little lonely. I was just thinking that I was too naive and thought that Konoha's higher-ups were good people. I never expected. Uchiha Fuyue agreed inside. He said earnestly. It's good that you can see it clearly. In this world, only the family will treat every family sincerely. Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, actually, I've always known about this. The Great Elder really didn't misjudge you. However, you were able to activate the mangekyo because of the death of those unfamiliar children. This is enough to show that you are too kind. If you don't change your personality, you will suffer a great loss. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan pursed his lips and nodded. Seeing this, Uchiha Fuyue felt a little helpless. It seemed that this child could not change his character for a while. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto carried a half-year-old baby in one hand and a steaming teapot in the other. Mikoto, you're here. Uchiha Fuyue took the teapot and filled the cup for Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Mikoto knelt down next to Uchiha Fuyue and smiled. I heard that Tunan woke up the mangekyo. I came here to take a look. This is, Uchiha Tunan looked straight at the baby in Uchiha's arms. Uchiha smiled gently and said, this is my child. He is called Itachi. Uchiha Tunan picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He smiled and said, this child is very cute. Can I hug him? Of course. Uchiha Mikoto handed the meerkat over. Uchiha Tunan quickly put down his teacup and carefully took Itachi. He held it in his arms and coaxed it. With his experience of using small words, Uchiha Tunan quickly teased Itachi in the swaddle and laughed non-stop. Uchiha Fuyue looked at this scene and an inexplicable look flashed across his eyes. He then smiled and said, I can see that Itachi likes Tunan very much. Uchiha Tunan nodded. I adopted a child called Hataki Enba, the same age as Itachi. Hearing Uchiha Tunan say this, Uchiha Fuyue and Uchiha Mikoto exchanged glances. Uchiha Mikoto quickly picked up the teapot and bowed down to Uchiha Tunan. Tunan-kun, if you like it, why don't you let Itachi be your disciple? I have no problem with that. Uchiha Tunan casually replied, as if he did not know the significance of becoming a disciple. A hint of joy flashed through the eyes of the couple. Mikoto said happily, "Really? Then we thank you on behalf of Itachi." Fuyue said this, which was equivalent to finalizing the matter. Unless Uchiha Tunan was willing to offend him, he could only accept Itachi. However, how could Uchiha Tunan not know what they were thinking? After all, from Uchiha Tunan's accomplishments and the awakening of the mangekyo, he would definitely be the strongest person in the future. As a parent, he naturally wanted his child to have a good teacher and a good backer. Uchiha Tunan made a funny face at Itachi in his arms and said without looking up, "There is nothing to thank me for. I can see that you are very talented." Uchiha Fuyue coughed lightly and took a sip of tea. Then, Tunan-kun feels that it is better to hold the apprenticeship ceremony. We can prepare for it. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan raised his head, frowned and thought for a moment. I have to go out for a mission in a while. How about this, wait until Itachi is 1 year old and then hold the apprenticeship ceremony. Okay. No rush. Uchiha Fuyue was much more polite to Uchiha Tunan than before. You guys talk first, I won't disturb you guys. Uchiha Mikoto left the living room as if she had forgotten about Skunk. After 10 minutes, Uchiha and Fuyue saw that Uchiha Tunan had been teasing Skunk and had no choice but to start talking about the important matters. Tunan-kun, your previous plan, the Great Elder actually revealed a little to me. But looking at today's situation, it seems that the plan has changed. Uchiha Tunan held a meerkat, raised his head and said with a serious face, "My relationship with Hiruzen Sarutobi has deteriorated. I guess he will not be willing to pass the position of Hokage to me." Uchiha Fuyue leaned forward slightly and whispered, "Then what are your plans in the future? Do you want to take the path of martial arts?" Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and shook his head. "I am still young and not qualified enough. There is still a lot of room for improvement in strength. Everything can be considered later. After all, Lord Danzo is on my side now. I'm not in any danger for the time being." Uchiha Fuyue picked up the teapot on the table and carefully held up a cup. "Then do you want me to tell the people about your past? After all, there are still many people who don't really understand you." Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, "There is no need. Unless it is time to use force. Letting them know too much is not good for me to act. Besides, peace has been so long, maybe there will be a war at any time. At that time, as long as I have enough battle achievements, the position of Hokage will be easy to obtain." Uchiha Fuyue's eyes lit up. He picked up the teacup and said, That's good. It's best if we don't use force to harm the foundation of the village." After all, Uchiha Fuyue himself was not willing to use force to seize power. In his eyes, the series of actions of the Great Elder were quite radical. He did not expect that Uchiha Tunan, who was secretly cultivated by the Great Elder, would actually think the same as him. He could not help but feel relieved. Chapter 197 Return from Death, in the Temple of Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya was sitting cross-legged next to Tsunade, who was lying down. He was worried about his gains and losses. He said worriedly, "It has been a day. She has already recovered her breath. Why is he still not awake?" "Don't worry, little Jiraiya. The Immortal Talisman is a treasure passed down from ancient times by the Toad Kingdom. As long as the damage isn't that serious, it can be revived." Immortal Shima comforted. Hearing this, Jiraiya rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. In ancient times, will it expire? Suddenly, Jiraiya noticed that Tsunade's eyelashes moved, and he immediately said with joy, "You're awake." "Where am I?" Tsunade sat up in a daze and rubbed her head. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya also hugged her tightly and said with a trembling voice, "That's great. Tsunade, you are alive." "Duong!" Fukasaku and Shima saw a black shadow flash in front of them. Bang! Jiraiya was smashed into the wall, and his whole body was deeply embedded in the wall. 2 streams of blood flowed down, and his face began to swell. Fukasaku and Shima quickly ran over and pulled Jiraiya out of the wall. Jiraiya, who successfully got out, immediately covered his red and swollen face, took a deep breath and shouted, "It hurts! It hurts! How dare you take advantage of me?" At this time, Tsunade had already stood up. She looked around with her hands on her hips and said with a puzzled face, "But where is this? Where is Shizune?" Jiraiya heard Tsunade mention Shizune. The joy of Tsunade's resurrection disappeared in an instant. He immediately covered his face and walked to Tsunade and said in a low voice, "Shizune is dead. Died from a special control seal. She must have been controlled by the illusion to kill you. After killing you, Shizune's brain was destroyed by the curse seal. I buried her in Mount Maiboku." Tsunade was stunned when she heard this, and the moment she was killed by Shizune appeared in her mind. Then, she lowered her hands weakly and lowered her head deeply. After a long silence, she said in a low voice, "The curse that destroyed the brain? It seems to be the seal of the root." Jiraiya sighed heavily and nodded. "Thanks to the great Toad Immortal giving me an immortal talisman, I was able to save you." The immortal talisman was the treasure of the Toad Country and could help people recover from their near-death state. This thing was too precious and rare, and only one remained. Tsunade silently nodded, and after a long time, she whispered, "I want to go back to Konoha." Jiraiya said with a serious face, "Don't be impulsive, the 2 of us are already traitors of Konoha. If we go back now, we will only be besieged." "What?" Tsunade raised her head and looked straight into Jiraiya's eyes, her face full of disbelief. Who was she? She was the Sannin of Konoha. She was the princess of the Senju clan. He was actually regarded as a traitor because of this matter. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade could not accept this fact for a moment, so he explained in a low voice. "After you fainted that day, the whole village shouted for you to pay with your life. The old man could not protect you. I can only take you away from Konoha to make plans. Let's put the revenge for a while. That little brat Uchiha is no weaker than you and me. Moreover, you have a phobia of blood, which severely binds your strength. Let's ask the Great Toad Immortal first. The Great Toad Immortal is an all-knowing existence. Perhaps he can give us some hints." Tsunade nodded and then pointed to the deepest part of the right. The behemoth sitting on the chair said, "Are you talking about this great toad that is snoring?" Jiraiya was stunned and scratched his head awkwardly. After all, the great Toad Immortal is old and sleepy. In addition, he had been waiting for you to wake up for too long. At this time, Fukasaku and Shima had already jumped onto the armrests of the great Toad Immortal. The 2 immortals shouted a few times before waking the big Toad Immortal up from his sleep. The big Toad Immortal trembled slightly and immediately opened his turbid eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "Ah! Thank you. I was having a nightmare just now. Thank you for waking me up." Jiraiya was puzzled. "Nightmare? Great Sage Toad, isn't your dream a prophecy?" Deep Immortal said with a solemn expression, "Could it be that something has happened in the future and is heading in the wrong direction?" The great Toad Immortal felt like he was about to die in the next second. He said weakly, I saw in my dream that this world was being toyed with by demons." Jiraiya frowned and asked, "Who is the demon? Is it the person that the prophet wants to defeat?" "The prophesied child, the son of the demon." As the great Toad Immortal spoke, he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. When he heard that it was a critical moment, Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Great Toad Immortal, Great Toad Immortal." Great Toad Immortal slowly opened his eyes and said slowly, "Oh, sorry, I fell asleep again just now. When did you come, little Jiraiya? I saw you in my dream, and your companions. I saw you 2 returning to Konoha. After returning to Konoha. After returning." Dead. After saying that, the snoring of the great toad returned to sleep. When Jiraiya and Tsunade heard the last words of the great toad immortal, they were stunned. Shima and Fukasaku continued to call, but they couldn't wake up the great toad immortal. They could only look at Jiraiya seriously. Looks like I won't be able to wake him up. Tsunade clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She said in a deep voice, "All right, don't wake him. In the end, it's because we're not strong enough. As long as we are strong enough, we can go back to Konoha and get rid of those scourges." "What are you going to do?" Jiraiya frowned. Tsunade thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "I want to go to the Shikatsu forest to cultivate with the slug immortal. When the time is right, I will go back to Konoha to take revenge." Jiraiya nodded. "Well, if you want to go to Konoha, let me know. I will go with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Fukasaku thought for a moment and said to Jiraiya, "Since you two have decided, you can stay in Mount Maiboku and cultivate." "Jiraiya, you can stay in Mount Maiboku and cultivate." Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and said, "But what about the prophesied child?" "Some things are fated." Immortal Shima explained. "Perhaps you have found the prophesied child and completed your mission. Or perhaps he will only meet you after your cultivation ends." Hearing this, two figures, one red and one yellow, flashed through her mind. She immediately nodded and said, "I understand." At this time, Tsunade had already turned around and walked out of the temple. "I will go to the temple first to pray for Shizune." Chapter 198, True Meaning of Love, the next day. Konoha, the land of Uchiha. The sky was blue, and the fine wind of spring was a little chilly, sending wisps of peace and freshness. Uchiha Tunan got up and made himself a pot of green tea, rinsed his mouth with. He saw that the wooden sculptures on the altar had already been covered in dust. He took out some cloth and carefully wiped the wooden sculptures one by one. While wiping, he said with a regretful expression, "It's a pity that you didn't make it in time. Otherwise, you can go to my paradise to be my companions." After wiping the wood carvings, Uchiha Tunan lit 3 sticks of incense for the wood carvings. He packed his things and left home. Now that there was no Jiraiya and Tsunade, Uchiha Tunan could safely farm in Konoha. It was just that previously, Uchiha Tunan had relied on Hiruzen Sarutobi to go against Danzo. Now that the situation had changed, it had turned into relying on Danzo. The reconstruction of the Welfare Institute was going to start today. Uchiha Tunan naturally had to go take a look and be the supervisor. After all, with Hiruzen Sarutobi taking care of them in the past, no one dared to stop them on the surface. But now it was different. The reconstruction work was arranged by Danzo. What if one of Hiruzen Sarutobi's subordinates ran over without any eyes? It was also possible to use the excuse that the materials were not qualified and the house design was not suitable for the wood and leaf rules. As for the people from the orphanage, those old people were temporarily placed in the orphanage. Uchiha Tunan had to take some time every day to comfort and put on a show. It was only limited to putting on a show, because these old people had basically gotten their approval. Matt and his father had also gotten their approval. So there was no need to care about them. As a person, one still had to be realistic, otherwise, it would be too tiring. Little Yanball was entrusted to Kakashi by Uchiha Tunan. For a while, he had no plans to take it home and raise it himself. Anyway, Kakashi seemed to like Little Yanball very much. At this time, what Uchiha Tunan hoped most was for the war to come soon. A good harvest. As he was thinking, Uchiha Tunan had just closed the door. Suddenly, his ear moved and he heard a sobbing sound not far away. Yo-ho! It seemed that there was a confused little lamb in the land of Uchiha. Wasn't this a good opportunity to take advantage of the weakness? Uchiha Tunan looked in the direction of the voice. Wasn't this home of the previous great elder? Shishui came to reminisce about his grandfather? Regarding Shishui, Uchiha Tunan was still a little concerned. After all, Koto Amatsukami was a very useful skill. He might even be able to use it to attack some troublesome and delicious prey. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Tunan tidied up his attire. With a refined and easygoing expression on his face, he walked towards the Great Elder's home. Pretending to pass by the Great Elder's home by accident, he glanced sideways at the courtyard, sitting under the eaves, hugging 3 wooden sculptures and crying. "Shurshui, why are you crying here alone?" Uchiha Tunan pushed open the half-closed courtyard door and walked in with a face of concern. Shurshui raised her head pitifully and said with a sobbing tone, "Tunan, I miss my grandfather. I miss my father and mother." Uchiha Tunan sat down beside Shurshui and reached out to rub his hair. He said gently, "Can you let me see them?" "N." Shurshui nodded and gave the 3 wooden sculptures to Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan first placed the first elder's wooden sculptures to the side and picked up the wooden sculptures of Shurshui's parents. Although this carving was slightly rough, it had a hint of charm. It could be seen how diligent it was when carving. However, were these 2 Shurshui's father and mother? Why did they look so familiar? Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered. During the battle with Orochimaru, Shurshui's parents seemed to have participated. Of course, the 2 of them didn't seem to be very strong. They were swallowed by the 8-headed great snake from the very beginning. Uchiha Tunan naturally couldn't remember such little cannon fodder. That was also true. At that time, Uchiha Tunan's secret was very important to the Great Elder. Naturally, he would first tell his son and daughter-in-law. Not good. In the original plot, the Great Elder and Shurshui's parents did not die so early. After changing so much, it was unknown if Shurshui would successfully awaken the other gods. No, he had to brainwash Shurshui when he was still young. He didn't want to hate Konoha because of the death of his relatives. After all, Shurshui's grandfather was forced to death by the village, and his parents were killed by Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Except for Naruto, who could always maintain his original heart, normal people would fall into hatred. After thinking about it, Uchiha Tunan began to brainwash. This time, it was not to gain recognition. It was just to plant the love of the village in Shurshui's heart. It was still the same old routine, the first step of brainwashing, and he felt it. Uchiha Tunan gently placed the wooden sculpture on the floor next to him and sighed deeply. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, "Shurshui, I didn't expect you to suffer such great pain when you were a child like me." Shurshui stopped sobbing and looked at the side of Uchiha Tunan's face with tears on his face. "Tunan-san, did your father, mother, and grandfather also die?" A look of reminiscence appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face as he slowly said, "When I was 6, my father and mother went to the battlefield and never returned. As for grandfather, I don't even know his name. I heard that he died many years ago." When Shurshui heard this, he suddenly found that Uchiha Tunan was even more pitiful than him. Compared to Uchiha Tunan, he had at least one more grandfather. He immediately reached out his small hand and pulled Uchiha Tunan's arm. "Tunan, don't be sad. What a silly child." When he was sad, the first thing he thought of was to comfort others. Uchiha Tunan chuckled and took the opportunity to pull Shurshui into his arms. "Don't worry, I'm fine. The death of my father and mother did not break me. Brother, classmate, the death of my lover did not break me. In this world, there is no pain that can break me." Shurshui listened to Uchiha Tunan while counting with his fingers. "Tunan, have you lost so many people you care about?" Uchiha Tunan pinched Shurshui's face with his other hand and said with a relaxed expression, "Have you forgotten about the wood carvings in my house?" Hearing this, Shurshui recalled the rows of wood carvings that he had seen at Uchiha Tunan's house. He was secretly speechless and felt that Uchiha Tunan was much worse than him. "It's all right, Tunan. You still have Shurshui and your clansmen." He took the bait. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly as he began the second step of brainwashing. Showing off the results. Uchiha Tunan smiled gently at Shurshui and said, "After the storm, there will finally be a rainbow. After losing the people I cherish, I finally have the power to protect others. In the future, I will not let this tragedy happen again." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan opened his mangekyo and pointed at his eyes. "Do you see this pair of eyes? After awakening this pair of eyes, I can already defeat the 3 Konoha ninjas. No one can take the life of the person I cherish." Shisui stretched his head and curiously looked at Uchiha Tunan's mangekyo Sharingan. Then, he closed his eyes and opened them, revealing his scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. He also pointed at his eyes and said, "Tunan, your eyes are different from mine. How can I awaken your eyes?" Uchiha Tunan stared at Shisui's 3-tomo Sharingan, slightly surprised in his heart. He had evolved to 3 tomos so quickly. Was it because his parents died? Shisui was only 4 years old. What was a genius? This was a genius. Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and decided not to simply brainwash Shisui. He had to nurture him well. After all, it was already a prey that had been hooked. The more fat it was, the better. The third step of the brainwashing technique. What's the use of being envious? If you want to act, listen to me obediently and do it according to my method, you will succeed. Uchiha Tunan's words suddenly became deep, and he said slowly, "Shisui, do you know what the strongest power of Uchiha clan is?" Shisui was slightly stunned. He tilted his head and thought, "Sharingan?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "The Sharingan is just an appearance. The real power is love. Especially the Mangekyo Sharingan, you need to understand what great love is to awaken." Great love, Shisui clearly did not quite understand what great love meant. Uchiha Tunan patiently explained. The Uchiha clan is the clan of love. The power of love is the greatest power in this world. People who have love will want to protect them. But when our strength is not enough to protect the people we love, then the bloodline of Uchiha will grant us power and help us awaken higher level eyes to protect the people we love. The blood love from instinct can only awaken to 3-tomo Sharingan. Only by understanding what great love is, can you awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Possess the power to rival everything. After hearing this, Shisui had a face full of yearning. However, after a moment, a distressed expression appeared on Shisui's face. "But what exactly is great love? I don't understand." Uchiha Tunan patted Shisui's shoulder lightly. "In the past, I only loved my relatives, friends, and clansmen. But later on, I understood the true meaning of the Will of Fire. From then on, I gradually fell in love with everyone, and I fell in love with the entire Konoha. The village is the love in my heart. This is great love." After hearing this, Shisui was completely stunned. He said with a blank face, "I don't know what to do." Uchiha Tunan pulled his hand back and gently rubbed Shisui's head. "Wait for me." After that, Uchiha Tunan quickly went to his home. Soon, Uchiha Tunan took the book he had written before and sat down next to Shisui. "Here, this is a small gift for you. I will open the door of love for you." Shisui took the book from Uchiha Tunan and read it on the cover. The summary of the Will of Fire. Under the trend of curiosity, Shisui opened the front of the first page and read it word by word. Perseverance, resolutely carry out the Will of Fire with the third Hokage as the center. Follow the footsteps of the third Hokage-sama. Uchiha Tunan saw that although Shisui recognized the words on it, because of his age and knowledge, he could not understand the meaning of the words. He immediately interrupted Shisui and took out 2 scrolls from his storage bag. He handed them to Shisui and said, "When you finish chewing this book, you will definitely understand what great love is. In addition, these 2 scrolls are for you." Shisui took the scrolls and said with a puzzled face, "And what is this?" Uchiha Tunan faintly smiled and said, "One of these 2 scrolls contains records of all kinds of ninjutsu and illusions of the Uchiha clan. The other one contains the profound mysteries of the Uchiha clan that Great Elder passed to me. Now that the item is returned to its original owner, I will pass it to you." When Shisui heard this, her small mouth slightly deflated. She looked at Uchiha Tunan's eyes with a touched face and said, "Tunan, you are so good to me." Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and said, "Remember, no matter what you do, it is important to persevere. This is especially the summary of the Will of Fire. Take a look every day if you have nothing to do." Shishui nodded heavily and said, "I will remember. I will read it every day. I still have something to do. Then I will go first. Good luck." After Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, he gently flicked Shishui's forehead with his finger. Shishui immediately covered his forehead with both hands, and his narrowed eyes were full of smiles as he said, "It hurts so much." After Uchiha Tunan's figure disappeared completely from Shishui's sight, Shishui silently held the book and scroll in his arms, staring blankly at the courtyard gate. After a long time, Shishui came back to his senses, opened the book, and started studying seriously. Perseverance, determination to carry it out. With love in your heart, Konoha is heaven. The secret to grasping happiness is to use other people's happiness as happiness, and other people's joy as joy. The seed does not fall in the fertile soil and falls in the rubble. The seeds with vitality will never be pessimistic and sigh, because there is resistance to temper. Chapter 199 Reconciliation is impossible. After leaving Uchiha's land, Uchiha Tunan came to the old site of the orphanage. The war had destroyed this originally warm and loving family, and the people inside could only move to the orphanage and live there temporarily. The construction efficiency of Konoha was quite high. Only a day had passed since the orphanage was destroyed, and the ruins were almost cleaned up. What was left was to build after laying the foundation. At this time, the construction class did not have such a wood element ninja like Yamato, so it could only be built according to the rules. Speaking of Yamato, he should have been cultivated long ago. When he found that the cells of the Senju could be fused with the child, Orochimaru began to experiment with the Sharingan and the cells of the Senju clan. In other words, Yamato should be at least the same age as Shishui now. But Yamato was not in the orphanage, so he should have been transferred to a special department. In a few years, he might be transferred to the Dark Group. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan snorted in his heart. Such an early human experiment, but it did not enter the roots but entered the Dark Group. It would be weird to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not know about Orochimaru at the beginning. "Hey, you are the contestants of the Hidden Rain Village this time, right?" Not far away, there was an arrogant shout. Uchiha Tunan glanced sideways, and it turned out that it was Ebisu and Marino Ibiki's team members who had bumped into Mangekyo Jinin, who was participating in Shunen's competition. "Yes, we are Mangekyo Jinin, hello." The Mangekyo Jinin was a little cautious in the face of Marino Ibiki's questioning, which meant that he was terrified. Marino Ibiki coughed lightly, Ahem, hello. In this case, as long as one side admits defeat, there will be no conflict. Especially since the other side is a ninja from the small village. Konoha cannot lose face. It seemed that other than a few famous Konoha ninjas, the rest of the ninjas had died in the 3 battles. That's right, the war was about to begin. Which village would dare send a true genius to participate? If the war really started, who knew how many years the war would last? Then a true genius could quickly grow up in the war. The leaders of the villages could also distinguish between the light and the competition. This time, Uchiha Tunan was completely uninterested in this Chunin exam. Originally, Uchiha Tunan was going to look for a few special outer village blood limit realms to try to establish a non-country friendship. But looking at it now, it was just a pile of dregs, and there was no value in harvesting them alone. It was a waste of time to spend time on them. At this moment, an assassination unit came to Uchiha Tunan and said in a regular tone, "Picture." At this time, Uchiha Tunan had one hand behind his back and one hand on his chest. He looked over slightly. This dark group was obviously not strong enough. It was probably just a Chunin. Seeing Uchiha look over, the dark group thought of the battle between Uchiha Tunan and Tsunade. Especially next to the two of them was the orphanage that had been destroyed in the first battle. At that time, everyone saw the situation, and Uchiha Tunan's strength made people have to be shocked. Thinking of this, the Umbu immediately stopped talking, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and couldn't help but weaken a bit. He lowered his head and said, "Lord Tunan, the Hokage-sama has invited you." Uchiha Tunan smiled faintly and said, "I got it. Sorry to trouble you." He stretched out his hand and patted the man on the shoulder. In the next moment, he used the body blink skill and disappeared from where he was. The moment Uchiha Tunan disappeared, the 3 teenagers from the mangekyo who were walking in this direction were stunned. How did that guy disappear? It should be the instant movement technique that only Jounin can use. How is that possible? He looks about the same age as us. I guess he is a genius of Konoha. If we meet him in the exam, just surrender. The few little guys looked at each other, and a sense of frustration arose in their hearts. Is this strength of a big village? The Hokage building. This time, when Uchiha Tunan came in, the receptionist did not say anything to stop him. She did not even dare to ask, and just smiled at him. Uchiha Tunan directly went to the office and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Uchiha Tunan saw Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting at his desk smoking, and in front of him stood a familiar and strange figure. "Teacher Yuan Fei called me here so early. Is there a mission?" Uchiha Tunan walked in and said indifferently, "Tunan, long time no see." The figure turned around and said excitedly. Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "So it's Teacher Naruto. It's really been a long time." A kind smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face as he said, "Today is the day that the Shang people advance to Jounin. I was thinking of calling you over to take advantage of this great day to let you catch up." "Oh right, the Shang people are the main examiners of this Chunin exam." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he gently nodded at Naruto Umino and said, "Congratulations, Teacher Naruto." Naruto Umino narrowed his eyes and smiled. He subconsciously reached out to rub Uchiha Tunan's hair. In his eyes, the Uchiha Tunan in front of him was still the little boy from back then. However, Uchiha Tunan tilted his head slightly and dodged Naruto Umino's hand. Naruto Umino's hand was suspended in the air, and the atmosphere was awkward. Uchiha Tunan smiled and looked straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi. He said in an inexplicable tone, "Teacher Naruto, I am no longer a child." Seeing that Uchiha Tunan did not even look at him, Naruto Umino could only take back his hand. He scratched his head and said with a forced smile, Haha, you're right. I forgot about it." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette. His deep eyes looked at Uchiha Tunan for a long time before he exhaled heavily. "Naruto, you should go back and prepare. I still have something to discuss with Tunan." "Okay, Hokage-sama." Naruto Umino bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi and left with his tail between his legs. In fact, the strength of Naruto Umino had not reached Jounin. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to use this opportunity to show his goodwill to Uchiha Tunan. At the same time, using the relationship between Naruto Umino and Uchiha Tunan was equivalent to being a middleman to help him negotiate with Uchiha Tunan. Unfortunately, Uchiha Tunan did not care about trash like Naruto Umino at all. From beginning to end, Uchiha Tunan had always looked down on your attitude. Naruto Umino might feel sad. But in this regard, Uchiha Tunan said one sentence. "Sorry, I am such a powerful person." In the empty office, the atmosphere was silent, and neither of them spoke. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and broke the silence. "I can't stop Tsunade either." Uchiha Tunan quietly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and didn't reply. The expression on his face didn't change at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment. He was slightly angry with Uchiha Tunan's attitude today. But now, if Uchiha Tunan stood on Danzo's side, he would be evenly matched with Danzo. The feeling of having power held back was worse than having his son killed. Especially with the large amount of funds from the famous government, Danzo could slowly eat up the ninjas who were on the fence. The only thing he could do was the will of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi had to admit that in the face of practical benefits, the will of fire could not withstand a single blow. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi realized that Uchiha Tunan was so important. Not to mention that he had the strength to fight against the three ninjas. Behind him stood Konoha's #1 clan. Moreover, Uchiha Tunan was still young and had an unfathomable space to grow. Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed the hatred and anger in his heart and continued to try to repair his relationship with Uchiha Tunan. You may not know much about Danzo. He is not what you see. Uchiha Tunan said indifferently, I believe that seeing is believing. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and took out a scroll from the drawer. He placed it on the table and said, take a look at these things. Uchiha Tunan lowered his eyes slightly and roughly guessed the contents of the scroll. It must be something that Danzo had been hiding for years. It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi found that he could not redeem himself with old feelings, and wanted to use the so-called justice to get him out of Danzo. Bang! At this moment, the door of the office was violently pushed open. Uchiha Tunan turned around and saw Danzo staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a gloomy face. He said word by word. What do you mean, Hiruzen? Seeing that his little trick was caught by the real person, Hiruzen Sarutobi silently put away the scroll. Then, he smoked his cigarette. He wanted to use this as an excuse to cover up the embarrassment that he had just done. After all, no matter how intense the struggle between the higher-ups was, he and Danzo had never exposed each other. Because they were not clean, once they exposed each other, it meant that both of them were finished. The atmosphere in the office was a little depressing. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair and ignored Danzo's angry eyes. He said to Uchiha Tunan, Tunan, last time I promoted you to Jounin. However, the competition for honor Chunin is very important, and there is only one person in each village. The victorious village can be rewarded with high value. So this time, we cannot afford to lose. I have already reduced your ninja rank to Chunin. In 2 months, you will have to go to the capital of fire to participate. Uchiha Tunan reached out and adjusted his glasses. He said lightly, I have no problem. If there is nothing else, I will go first. After saying that, he decisively turned around and walked out. Just as Uchiha Tunan walked in front of Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi coldly said, Tunan, if you have any problems in these 2 months, you can come to me anytime. This sentence was equivalent to an ultimatum. Just like a husband and wife in a quarrel, one of them slammed the door and left, and the other was unwilling to give in, so he could only say, if you don't come back tonight, don't come back in the future. Uchiha Tunan paused slightly, then nodded to Danzo. The two left the Hokage building together. In the empty office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's anger had reached the limit. Ka! The pipe in his hand was pinched into several pieces and then fell to the ground. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gloomy voice sounded in the office. Someone come. Chapter 200 Sunbathing. On the rooftop of the Hokage rock cliff, Danzo and Uchiha Tunan stood by the fence, looking at Konoha. Uchiha Tunan liked to stand on such a high place, as if he was looking down on all living things. Looking at Konoha from here, there were many pedestrians walking around like ants on the street. It was a prosperous scene. Today's weather was exceptionally good. In the blue sky, a few clouds were like a flock of sheep slowly moving with the wind, and the sun shone warmly on their bodies. The cool, sweet, and moist breath sent by the spring breeze made people feel refreshed. The sunlight shone on the rooftop, reflecting the cluster of flowers in the corner, which looked particularly bright in the green background. Danzo seemed to dislike the place that Uchiha Tunan chose. He frowned. It seems that you like to talk about things here. The warm sunlight shone on Uchiha Tunan and Danzo. The scene was beautiful, but both of them had plans in their hearts. Uchiha Tunan opened his hands and squinted as he enjoyed the spring sunshine. He said, I like to stand under the sun. What a joke, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. How could Uchiha Tunan go to Root to talk to Danzo? What if he was ambushed? Even if he had enough confidence in his own strength, Uchiha Tunan knew that he should not be arrogant. Not to mention anything else, just Konoha's sealing class alone was enough for him to drink. As long as he was prepared enough, even the QB could be sealed, let alone him. Danzo looked up at the rising sun, his eyes slightly narrowed, feeling a bit dazzling, and said in a deep voice, "I can't help you refuse the honorary Chunin competition." Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. "It doesn't matter. It's just a small matter." Danzo shook his head and looked at Uchiha Tunan with a serious expression. "The daimyo is very strange. The day after you broke up with Tsunade, the funds that were originally promised to me suddenly disappeared." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Tunan paused and said. Danzo took a deep breath, hesitated, and said in a low voice, "There are some things you don't know. Since last year, the daimyo has often sent ninjas to wander outside the village. It seems to be monitoring something." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and remembered the 2 unmarked trash ninjas he killed when he asked for leave last time. Tunan said, "Konoha doesn't care?" Danzo shook his head and said, "What should we do?" "That's the daimyo. Some things can only be done secretly. Those ninjas came with the certificate of the daimyo. Konoha can't move. If you don't hand over the murderer, the funds will be cut down next time." Uchiha Tunan reached out and adjusted his glasses. He was slightly puzzled and said, "In the past, the daimyo wasn't so great. What the hell did that fellow Naruto do to make Danzo-sama feel so terrified of him?" Danzo looked around and said seriously, "You might not have imagined that he killed all the clansmen after he ascended." This information really surprised Uchiha Tunan. After a long silence, he spat out 4 words. "Cruel and merciless." Danzo nodded and said, "No one in the whole world dares to touch him. Once he died, the orthodoxy of the fire country would be cut off. In short, you have to be careful in the honor of the fire capital's Chunin competition. The strength of the famous mansion is getting more and more unfathomable. Not long ago, all the spies in Konoha were caught. However, the daimyo did not kill them, but they were completely turned into a messenger, and their every move was under surveillance." The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth flashed with a hint of playfulness. He said slowly, "It seems that this honorary Chunin competition is very likely to be a dragon's lair or tiger's den. I can't go." "No, you must go," Danzo said with a serious face. Uchiha Tunan was a little confused. "Why?" Danzo sighed heavily. "The list has been submitted, and the daimyo government has also announced the list of people to the ninja world through various channels. The daimyo also specifically said that unless it was an accidental death, the people on the list would cut off their economic contact with the village. Of course, for Konoha, that was to cut the funds. Now the price has risen to a terrifying level. If you go back on your word now, the villagers will all punish you once they get the news. Consequences. I'm afraid no one can bear the consequences." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan chuckled and looked down at the prosperous Konoha below. He said in an inexplicable tone, "Then when the time comes, won't my fate be worse than White Fang?" Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi had communicated with the daimyo and told him his secret? Of course, he couldn't rule out the guy beside him. It seemed that Naruto had forgotten about the pain and missed her favorite whip. A cool breeze blew, rolling up dandelions all over the sky and scattering down. Uchiha Tunan blew at the dandelions floating in front of him and broke the silence. "Then, I must go. I haven't seen this good disciple of mine in a long time." Danzo frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything stupid. Without its daimyo, the fire country would collapse, and the meaning of Konoha would be gone. In addition to the families with special blood restrictions, which family did not have a large number of civilians living around the fire country? At that time, at least half of the people below would have to leave." Uchiha Tunan shrugged and smiled. I understand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Uchiha Tunan make a promise, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "When the time comes, I can send a team of root guards to protect you." Uchiha Tunan waved his hand, turned around, and walked towards the stairs. "No need. With my own people here." Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Danzo with a thoughtful expression. "You said that the claws of the ferocious beasts have fallen. Does he still dare to continue to be fierce?" When Danzo heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank as he guessed what Uchiha Tunan wanted to do. A warm smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face as he turned to leave. After a long time, Danzo leaned against the railing and looked down at the village below, muttering, "Your future is limitless, and there will be endless troubles in the future." After leaving the rooftop, Uchiha Tunan went straight to the wooden house. It was not convenient to do things without power sometimes. After the war, the new generation would gradually replace the old generation. Uchiha Tunan naturally would not forget Kakashi, his brother. After all, after the ninja war, Konoha's strength would be washed once. At that time, only Minato, Kakashi, and Kushina, who had a good relationship with him, would be more powerful. At the end of the 3 battles, Minato and Kushina would also die because of the chaos of the Kyuubi. Then there was only Kakashi left. Therefore, he had to train Kakashi well and let him become his right-hand man. Soon, Uchiha Tunan arrived at the door of Hatake clan house. Through the wind, Uchiha Tunan heard the happy laughter of little Yanba in the courtyard. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Peace.